por mí, cobardes, aquí lo espero. Come and get me drunk, I dare you, pero no me entrego nunca, manos fuera de aquí. Your bounty's fake, you'll never catch me, see. Chest out, talking, cameras roll, laughing loud, playing the role. Catch me then, he screams so free, didn't hear the night, move quietly. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. You talk so big, but now you're mine. Handcuffed, blindfolded, end of the line. Large-scale strike, no place to run. Justice is served, the job is done. No speeches now, no flags, no crowd. Engines hum, no talking loud. You dared the world, you rolled the dice. Now read the bill, that's the price. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. Yo nunca me vi. Too late, you're caught now. Hey, 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 vengan por mí, vengan por mí. Caught in the night, captured at last. Caught in the night, captured at last. Capturado. Maduro's down, his crown is gone. Chains go on, the show moves on. Caught at last, caught at last, caught at last. Caught at last. Vengan por mí, cobardes, aquí lo espero. Come and get me drunk, I dare you, pero no me entrego nunca, manos fuera de aquí. Your bounty's fake, you'll never catch me, see. Chest out, talking, cameras roll, laughing loud, playing the role. Catch me then, he screams so free, didn't hear the night, move quietly. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. You talk so big, but now you're mine. Handcuffed, blindfolded, end of the line. Large-scale strike, no place to run. Justice is served, the job is done. No speeches now, no flags, no crowd. Engines hum, no talking loud. You dared the world, you rolled the dice. Now read the bill, that's the price. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. Yo nunca me vi. Too late, you're caught now. Hey, 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 Captured at last, caught in the night. Captured at last, Capturado. Maduro's down, his crown is gone. Chains go on, the show moves on. Caught at last, caught at last, caught at last, caught at last. Vengan por mí, cobardes, aquí lo espero. Come and get me, Trump, I dare you, pero no me entrego nunca, manos fuera de aquí. Your bounty's fake, you'll never catch me, see. Chest out, talking, cameras roll, laughing loud, playing the role. Catch me then, he screams so free, didn't hear the night, move quietly. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. You talk so big, but now you're mine. Handcuffed, blindfolded, end of the line. Large-scale strike, no place to run. Justice is served, the job is done. No speeches now, no flags, no crowd. Engines hum, no talking loud. You dared the world, you rolled the dice. Now read the bill, that's the price. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. Yo nunca me vi. Too late, you're caught now. Hey, 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 Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. Caught in the night, captured at last. Caught in the night, captured at last. Capturado. Maduro's down, his crown is gone. Chains go on, the show moves on. Caught at last, caught at last, caught at last, caught at last. Vengan por mí, cobardes, aquí lo espero. Come and get me, Trump, I dare you, pero no me entrego nunca, manos fuera de aquí. Your bounty's fake, you'll never catch me, see. Chest out, talking, cameras roll, laughing loud, playing the role. Catch me then, he screams so free, didn't hear the night, move quietly. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. You talk so big, but now you're mine. Handcuffed, blindfolded, end of the line. Large-scale strike, no place to run. Justice is served, the job is done. No speeches now, no flags, no crowd. Engines hum, no talking loud. You dared the world, you rolled the dice. Now read the bill, that's the price. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dead of the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. Yo nunca me vi. Too late, you're caught now. Hey, 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 vengan por mí, vengan por mí. Caught in the night, captured at last. Caught in the night, captured at last. Capturado. Maduro's down, his crown is gone. Chains go on, the show moves on. Caught at last, caught at last, caught at last. Caught at last. I don't DPA Open Mic. We are live. Join the debate, join the discussion. Share your voice, share your opinion. Swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic. We are live. DPA Open Mic. We are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go. Let's go. We are live. Fuck your safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 156. I forgot to put the comment section up again. Shit. So yeah, you guys could have chit chat across platform with each other, but I forgot. But anyway, the only chatters are on YouTube, so yeah. So anyway, yeah, happy New Year to you guys. Because this is the first DP Open Mic of the new year of 2026. So happy New Year, and yeah, maybe when we finish our play our DPA New Year songs. So anyway, so thanks for waiting. So let's start. I'm gonna drop the link to join. I'm not gonna talk too much. Let me find a copy and paste thingy first. Where is my copy and paste thingy? So copy and paste. So I'm going to drop the link to join. You guys can join anytime. So for those that do not know what is this about, this is an open mic. Anyone can come on to chit chat about geopolitics, war, military, economics, culture, anything you want, even sports if you want to. And I've dropped the link in the YouTube and Rumble. I've pinned it both. I'm going to drop it on Twitch and Kick as well. So this stream is multicast on multiple platform, DPA platforms from DPA, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Rumble, X, Telegram. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, correct. 6 different platforms. So, but generally, most people is going to be on YouTube. A lesser crowd will be on Rumble, and the rest is as good as dead. So. But yeah, but we have to be nice. We have to continue to let people have an opportunity to watch and discover DP Open Mic anywhere. So that's the main thing, and I hope you guys can hear me. I no one say I'm muted, so I think is you guys can hear me. So that's great. So I went to buy McDonald's, and it was like so. This is like it's like 12:20 midnight now. So basically, this is me doing my part to do Slava Ukraini. Every time you eat McDonald's, you are supporting the Ukrainian armed forces. Slava Ukraini. Then so I assume that's how you right. The propaganda brainwashed me in that way. So I always eat McDonald's. To give my support to Ukraine. So anyway, it has been an insane week. Right now, the two biggest thing, as I have mentioned in the summary video on the main channel. So it's a new series I am testing out. Basically, it's me doing a Alex Cristoforo but short version. I just talk about my opinions about the things that's happening around, and the biggest thing right now is, of course, the arrest or kidnapping of Maduro, depending on which side you are on, right? So if you are pro Maduro, this is a kidnapping, but if you are anti Maduro, then this is a arrest or capture. So depending on where you stand, for me this is a kidnapping. Not that I'm pro Maduro, but there's basically no difference from kidnapping him. So it's kidnapping. So Warner is eating McDonald's too. That's awesome. Yeah, McDonald's rules. Yeah, McDonald's, do you want to sponsor DPA Open Mic? I need sponsors. Okay, anyway, So anyway, that's the big thing. The other big thing that is still ongoing is Iran. The Iran protest is still ongoing. I have done 2 videos now, videos on Iran, and the Iranian situation is getting worse. It's getting more and more violent. There is alleged shooting, and there is alleged protesters that was killed by gunfire from the police or the security forces. There is rumors of the Arab-speaking people that is doing the security, but rumors we cannot be sure. And yeah, wait, give me a second. Someone in the backstage. Yeah, email. So James in the background, in the backstage, check the private chat, do some verification. This is just due diligence, though I already in your face before. Yes. So yeah, so some mid CBIT say 5 people died on the 6th January. 4 officers committed suicide on the following day. Commit suicide. Okay, give me a second. So anyway, welcome, James.
Hey, how are you doing?
Yeah, James, do you like to introduce yourself to the crowd? Yeah, first time you're on.
Yeah, this is my first time coming on. I've been a long time follower of Wyatt's and Defense Politics Asia since about the start of the Ukraine war. I'm 27. I have 3 kids. I live in Tennessee. I've been friends, like I said, I've been friends with Wyatt for a long time. I was one of his mods for a while. I've been meaning to come on the show for a while because I love discussing geopolitics in this kind of format, a lot better than like in a text chat format, because there's just a lot of stuff that gets kind of left out when you're just talking over stuff. You know, like a YouTube comments fight, not a lot of stuff gets solved in the YouTube comments, you know? So that's why I wanted to come on. And I think it's a really good time to come on because the U.S. has finally taken action against Maduro after, you know, moving such a big naval presence into the area. And I kind of just wanted to talk about the kind of stuff, you know, why it took so long maybe for them to actually take the action, you know, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, that was my introduction.
Awesome. Yeah, so James has been a mod on Discord for a long time. Yeah. So, you know, yeah, I've known him for a long time. So I say I know his face, but, you know, I still have to do the due diligence. Hi, Nunya.
Hey, how you doing?
Cool. I would love to hear your opinion about the kidnapping.
Oh, one second. I'm just waking up here, man. I haven't even eaten yet.
Okay, sure. We will listen to James then.
I'm trying to get my camera working here. It looks like it's all blurry, or maybe it's just me because I haven't caffeinated properly yet. Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, it's on my side. You're static. So okay. You're moving now. You're moving now.
Well, I agree with you, Wyatt. It's kidnapping. I mean, there's no other way to put it. Like, I never want to hear ever again about American values or the international rules-based order or values or freedom or any of that nonsense. I just don't want to hear it. The world doesn't want to hear it. I think this is just the world that we're in. And we've been talking about this on this channel for a long time. In fact, Wyatt's been saying it for a while now. As the world becomes more multipolar, you're going to see engagements like this all over the world. So if you've been following this channel, I don't think it's really surprising to us. But with that said, it's still always kind of surprising when a world leader literally gets kidnapped out of his own country. Like, I don't think I've ever seen
there's
that.
Warning, right? There's like all sort of warning. Like they literally park the ships outside, you know, with all the forces, and you're prepared. You know, you're totally prepared, and you still got kidnapped. You know, within 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
But do you think he expected something like that? Like Maduro expecting the DEA and Delta Force to come in and snatch and grab him and be put on trial? You know, like, you know, criminals usually know that they're wanted for like crimes before the police come and get them. Like, I don't know if that was ever communicated, but I just want to hear what you guys think. Do you guys think that he knew that that kind of thing was going to happen? Maybe he thought he was going to get killed or what?
I figured he thought he was probably going to get killed. And my understanding is they moved him around every night to a different location just to try to hide him. But with that said, I don't know how old you are, but I'm old enough to remember Panama And this is the exact same playbook that they used with Noriega. The exact same playbook, you know. So yeah, it's
In fact, I heard
all
it's on
things
the
are new again.
same actual same day. It's on the
Oh, is
exact
it?
same day that was. Yeah, I saw on Twitter. It's the exact same day that he was kidnapped. So it's
Yeah.
insane that they choose the exact same day.
Yeah, so clearly, I mean, you know, money talks, right? So we saw the same thing happen in Syria last year. Eventually, the supporters of these guys, they get bought off and they get promised whatever. And eventually, I think, you know, it was just agreed that they would give them up. I mean, there was no resistance to it.
Yeah.
So, you know,
I just want to say,
I
like,
guess we'll see.
yeah, I agree with you completely about that part, especially because, you know, I think as time goes on, you know, I guess the capacity to resist diminishes over time, and the idea of a bribe becomes more and more attractive to somebody in a position of power. So, and that's what I was
Sure.
getting at with the time. You know how they had mentioned that the CIA had been operating in, I believe they said over a year. The CIA has been actively operating in Venezuela. I'm sure it has been operating long before that, but like, admittedly, they've been operating since last year. So I imagine what they were doing within that time was they were trying to peel off certain specific generals, you know, or people who hold specific positions of power within Venezuela, try to peel them off of him for this specific moment, right? Because that kind of operation couldn't have been done without, you know, complicity within the military, in my opinion.
Sure.
The rumors I saw was that rumors, but I'm not sure it is real. They say that the CIA was deployed in August, so it probably is around when the fleets are starting to surround Venezuela. So they have maybe additional men, you know, from CIA to track his movement in high security, because you know, in high and low security is two different things, right? So no, maybe their movement of Maduro is too predictable. So then they sort of know where he's going to be, where he's going to sleep, what is his habit. But of course, that's rumors. That's rumors. So it's believable because, like I said during my stream where I was covering, no such operation will ever get green-lit without having total confidence that they're going to succeed. So that's why when I was streaming, I was saying that no, as they go in, I said they definitely going to get him. You know, there's the chances of him not getting away is very low. So I and it came out to be true. You know, he was captured. I was so glad that, you know, I ended the stream with him, with the whole thing just closed. Imagine he got away. That was like, I would be like stuck in the stream, like not sure how do I close the stream.
And yeah, and I agree. I mean, it's a kidnapping. I mean, no matter what way you look at it, I think it sets a weird precedent for the future, right? Because it's like, okay, if there's a country that's weaker than mine and they have an administration that's you know, unfriendly to us, and they commit crimes, or like I say they commit crimes, because it's like, as far as I know, Venezuela's involvement in the drug trade is largely negligible. Can somebody correct me on that? Like, I don't think that the drug charges are necessarily valid even. So that's kind of what I'm getting at with it. Sets a strange precedent, you know, like you can kind of just accuse really anybody of.
Well, they've moved on from the whole narco-terrorism narrative too. Now, I mean, Trump just came out and straight up said yesterday, "Yeah, we're here for the oil. They took our oil." Like it reminds me of Rumsfeld. Remember, he famously said once something along the lines of, you know, "It's not our fault that these people were born in a country where our oil is," or something like that. Something, I'm paraphrasing it, but Rumsfeld said that about Iraq back in the day, if you recall. Like, and like I said, you can't talk about values anymore. You just can't. And I'm most curious to see how the Europeans are going to react to this, because I saw Sturmer stumbling over himself the other day talking about this, right? The reporters were asking him questions, and, well, I need to talk to my allies first, and he was stumbling and bumbling all over himself. And it's like, no, guys, either you take a stand on this, or you know, you're going to get what's coming to you. So I think that all of the American allies right now, either they stand up against it, or you know, they shouldn't be surprised when Greenland is next. That's all.
Go, Vaughn.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, like you were talking about the drug charges. You can accuse anybody. I mean, if you want to take Trump's logic all the way out, I mean, if you really think drugs are a threat, then Mexico should be next, and actually Mexico should have been first.
Exactly.
Right.
Full agreement with you.
I mean, I don't have and like I've said before, there was that Tom Clancy book back in like the 80s, Clear and Present Danger. And
if you want to get
it laid out a whole covert war against the drugs.
Yeah.
It wasn't a public spectacle. There wasn't no rah-rah, we blew up a drug plane or a boat. It was like, and for some reason, this administration likes to talk about everything it does. It's like, you don't have to tell everybody everything. If you have a problem that you want to deal with discreetly, then fucking deal with it. You have stealth drones and Delta Force and all this other shit. It's like, quit going for these bullshit schemes. And if it's really a threat, I mean, why aren't you getting harsh with China? I mean, not like attack China, but apparently a lot of the precursor chemicals come out of China. Maybe there's something you can do with China there to get them to not ship the stuff or something. I don't know.
You guys need to kidnap Xi Jinping, man. You guys need to kidnap Xi Jinping.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's like, there's real threats, and it's like you're kind of taking the easy shit first, which I understand there's other reasons. I mean, the fact that they're not going to put Machado in, that makes me feel a lot better about it, because Venezuela needs somebody that's pro-Venezuelan first, understands their position in South America, understands what's happening, and is going to try to make the best deal possible for Venezuela and their new best friend, America. And Machado is not that person. That she's got other interests that have nothing to do with Venezuela or the United States is concerned. So hopefully it works out for them. Hopefully this government of Hexeth and Rubio will find good people and get it going. I don't know how it's going to work out. I figure we'll have to wait a few months to see what happens. It doesn't seem like the vice president's very amicable, but threatened to kidnap her in the middle of the night, she might change her mind too, or if she doesn't, the next one will. So it seems like that might happen too. There might be a few more kidnappings or pickups before they get the right answer they want. But it could be beneficial to the Venezuelans. It just depends on how it's managed, the kind of people that get in there. I mean, you always got to worry about the scumbags from America and stuff that just want to make a quick buck and flip this whole country, versus maybe some long-term strategic things that might benefit the whole region, especially if you're going to try and be in charge of your hemisphere. You got to have to figure this stuff out. So I guess got to see what happens. I mean, I don't really expect the oil to start flowing within the next couple weeks or anything. Just, I don't know. I figure we got a few weeks to see if anybody even gets on the ground in there and starts talking to anybody seriously. I mean, they got Maduro. I kind of feel like they could leave it right now too if they wanted to. Yeah,
I was going to say I read an interesting comment about so the U.S. after they take over Venezuela's oil reserves and subsequently move into Guyana. You'd have to assume that they might also do that. They would be in control of like a large. I don't think it's over half. It's close to half of the world's oil reserves, and keep in mind, Venezuela, one of their biggest buyers of their oil was actually China. So what do you guys think about this being like a strategic long-term play against China? What do you guys think about that? And like,
I mean, I think it's kind of smart in a way, but at the same time, he said he's more than happy to sell all the oil China wants to China. So, I mean, really, if China plays it smart, maybe they can work out some kind of favorable deal with the United States to get the Venezuela oil, and maybe they'll do something for us and we'll do something for them. I don't know. I mean, he said we're in the oil business and we're here to sell oil. The only difference is going to be we're going to get the money, not Venezuela or Maduro. So
I don't see this being a play against China, because they can always revert and buy oil elsewhere, like Russia or wherever. I see this more of a play to, number one, try to give the illusion that the Trump administration has a win, though I don't know how you can call this a win, to be honest with you. But they want to show that, hey, look, we're still tough, we're still relevant, We want to shore up the Western Hemisphere, as Vaughn said. So this is more a play to shore up the Western Hemisphere, to cut Cuba off from their oil so they collapse next. And I guess we'll see if it works. I don't think it will. I don't think people want to be subjugated anymore by America or anybody else. I could be wrong.
I just find it weird. Like I saw the clips of the presser. Trump says that they are now going to take over Venezuela, but the thing is they only kidnap one person. The whole system is still there. Like from the second the person after Maduro plus the militia, everything is still intact. So how do you control? So that is a big question.
This is just classic neocon logic. And it's always existed. They think we get rid of one person, we get rid of the leader, and the whole house of cards is going to collapse. But we know from experience that this just doesn't happen, right? It just doesn't happen. To your point, somebody else will come in, or it'll be a complete shit show, which is what happened in Libya. Like, we always do this stuff, and it never works. It just never works.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Maduro wasn't this kind of figurehead in this way where it's like, okay, now that this guy's gone, we're all free. Like, we can all just be relieved, I think there's like a bigger part to it than that, obviously. And of course, like his whole government is still intact and they're still being quite defiant. So I don't know. I heard Trump, he had threatened about another attack. I don't know what that would look like. We'll just have to wait and see. I hate speculating that kind of stuff because I'm never right. So, but yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it in a way of definitely the U.S. Kind of either it's kind of two things. They're either attacking multipolarism by trying to stymie China's rise. That's just kind of an out there theory, or they're kind of really diving into multipolarism, right? And then seriously seizing this part of the world, right? It's like, okay, maybe we might pull back from Ukraine a little bit. We get to see that in a real way, but we'll pull back from Ukraine, and maybe we silently pull back from Taiwan as well. But what we're going to do is we're going to retake the Suez Canal. We're going to take Greenland, whatever. I'm not saying this is what I want us to do or anything, but I don't know. I just kind of see it as those either two things there. And I'm sorry if I got some background noise. My dog's barking. But yeah, just wanted to put that out there as well.
I think that's the plan now. I think that they realize that they're stretched too thin to be this unipolar power, and that the unipolar moment is gone. So now it's how do we shore up our own backyard, and how do we solidify our own pole? That's exactly what they're thinking now.
Well, if you think about it too, I mean, if we go to the multipolar world, I mean, realistically, it's going to be the United States, Russia, China, and India. Probably not right. They are there, but they're not. So, but they're in there too. And I kind of look at it too, like, they're trying to consolidate, their control of the Western Hemisphere. And if that's what you're going to do, then I guess you got to figure out how to do it and get on it. But everyone's thinking, oh, there's three poles, this trilateral thing. It's great. I mean, we all know that each of those poles is going to try to be the biggest one out of the three. And we're in a position to probably try to maintain the larger person in that trifecta for now, if we play it right. But China's out there, Russia. I don't know if Russia could ever catch us, just because of the population. And I don't know if they'd ever commit to that kind of industrialization like maybe China could or did. But, between those three, one of them is going to be big, one of them is going to be middle, and one of them is going to be the junior partner. And now I think they're kind of figuring out what they want to get. And, if we're going to be big, we're going to have the whole Western Hemisphere, Greenland, Canada, all that, maybe some presence in Western Europe. And then a footprint somewhere in Asia. But obviously that's not our backyard really. So we'll see how it works out. But yeah, I kind of feel like the United States is trying to make sure they get their chunk. And they need to do it because fucking around in the Middle East and fucking around in Ukraine is not really getting you where you need to be. And those are places that you probably aren't going to be later on anyway. So it's like, quit wasting time there, get back to business. I mean, that's what a lot of people want here. I'm not opposed to what happened in Venezuela totally, but I need to see benefits that are going to benefit the country, my country. And, obviously the Venezuela people deserve a better shot. I'm not, really into that part of it because my government's going to do what they do, and the people down there need to figure out what they're going to do and make it work because there's a new boss and for the time being, and you need to figure out how you can work through this situation, either get somebody who's going to work with the United States or, get a new Maduro and try to fight back. But I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I think this is going to be interesting 6 months to see what happens in Venezuela.
Yeah. Very hard to predict. I had no idea this was going to happen. I wasn't one of those people who was like, oh, it's going to be the next Vietnam, because obviously, Venezuela doesn't have anywhere near the kind of support that Vietnam did. But like, I just didn't think it was going to take, be that quick. Snatch and grab. That's quite impressive. Say what you want about the U.S. military. That was
a lot
impressive.
of people too, and I think there's still something to be said. A lot of people think there was some kind of arrangement made because they went in unopposed. I mean, the only ground fire I heard they took was at the compound of Maduro, and there was some damage to a helicopter that wasn't significant. I don't know if anybody else took any ground fire, because you watch the videos, you don't see any small arms fire coming up or anything like that. So
there's one video that there's an anti-aircraft fire and some maybe rocket or something firing at the helicopters or something flying around in there. So there's at least one footage of that. A lot of sound of firing, and then you see the smaller attack helicopter just went to just smash it with a lot of rockets and whatnot. So there's definitely some kind of fighting. It's not totally unopposed. I just remember one thing. This is also the first DPA Open Mic after DPA Awards. So I want to congratulate Vaughn for winning the Speaker of the Year 2025. Woohoo! I put the label below
Thank you to everyone that voted for me. Thank you for the support. Please continue to support the DPA channel and Wyatt however you can. Like, subscribe, and share. Thanks to all the voters. Props to the Chechens.
How difficult is this to create 50 emails?
I am technically third place because there is two on the same place. The second and third place are the same. So I am bronze. So I'm going to do like the meme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Hey, Mr. Lambo, real quick. I've watched Open Mic for a while, and I've always wondered: do you call yourself Mr. Lambo because you own a Lamborghini, or do you just call yourself that?
I am actually in Belgium. I am one of the bigger experts in the manufacture.
Okay, awesome.
I also on my car I have the number plate MR Lambo. So my number plate is Mr. Lambo also, and it was gift by a Lamborghini owner that said you are actually better than the average Lamborghini seller. So they are trying to put me as a salesman for Lamborghini. But I'm not
that's awesome. That is awesome.
I visited the factory, I think, 6 times.
Okay.
I went to Italy 6 times. Visited the production line 4 times. I am a geek in the brand.
Lamborghinis. So, you'll probably laugh at me if I told you I owned a Maserati. Then I probably shouldn't tell you that.
Oh, it's nice. Which one did you have?
It's the cheap one, the Ghibli. But
nice.
Yeah, but it's nothing like it's really like a Chrysler with a Italian label splattered on it. Like I don't know. I think Maserati, I mean, they're cool. I definitely did it to look. I bought it to look cool. I'll admit that. And I got it after it depreciated a lot. So it's not like I spent $80,000 on it.
I have friends that bought the past Quattroporte, and they did one big mistake. It was cheap as fuck. I think 20,000 euro, 30,000 euro. You could buy one second-handly. And they forgot one detail. There's a V8 engine, and it's a Ferrari engine. So the maintenance was
very bad,
expensive.
Yeah.
So that is my my background is that actually I am adminning a car spotting group here in Belgium. So you have 53,000 members. So that's I did events also. I know more people knows me in Belgium than I know them. So it's pretty. I have haters
that's
also. So, But speaking about Venezuela, my picture in the background, I laughed dead. Maduro is laughing with SpongeBob SquarePants CD. So funny. For me, my opinion was it's good. Trump did it Trump's way, so he's going to earn some money of it also by the oil industry. It's a dictator. He was not. Nobody voted for him, so he was not like the guy on the first stage that has the right to do it. He need to go away. They did actually. If you're watching all the footages, Black Hawk Down, almost down sequel, it was a perfect showing of power that the United States did to capture the guy in like 1 hour time when they started flying the helicopters inside the country. United States just proved that they still can do it. They still have the experience to do it. They have the experience to do it. And they did it actually in a perfect way. They had somebody intern that gave them all the information to go inside the bunker, where to go, where to open the doors, and how to capture the guy and his wife. So they did a perfect mission. I think if you show a type of capturing like that as a country, you can still say we are still military number one. You can say, yeah, but China is bigger. China doesn't have the American experience.
They also don't have the power to project that kind of force.
Yeah, if you
the
wait
world.
10 years, maybe yes.
Yeah.
But now, in power and experience, the Delta Force, come on.
Yeah, and it's just strike fleets too.
If you're pure watching like in the Call of Duty style, so you need to do a mission, you need to capture the person, they still can do it. And nobody else in the world for the moment have that type of power. They just sit down for months with the carrier group, and that carrier has more planes than the country, says enough. And the country, I think the corruption in that country also for the military is so bad that I don't even think that the soldiers were very good trained. So yeah, you're fucking your country by putting a regime like that. Your military going to suffer also. And if I'm watching the footage about the citizens in Venezuela, I don't think they are sad that he's gone. But we will see in the future how it's going to turn out for Venezuela. I don't see it so bad. I hope for them. I hope also for the United States they're not going to have an Iraqi or an Afghanistan situation. But I think everything has already been decided also internally in the government of Venezuela. They use people. They had help. I am 100% sure of that. They had help internally from the government to do that operation. They did actually the perfect way. Nobody knew about it. That wasn't allowed to know about it. And yeah, you're going to have some damage. You're going to have maybe some little casualty. They had some little, nobody died, but they had somebody wounded. They had almost an helicopter that was shot down, but that is the risk that you're taking an operation like that. You're flying low. You can expect some anti-air. That happened. So they proved that the Venezuelan army was defending. But the Americans outsmarted everybody. Just outsmarted everybody. So yes, we can make a new movie about that one. That's my opinion.
I'm gonna watch the hell out of it, man.
Zero Dark 32.
Yeah,
because it was probably the same time.
Congrats for the United States. That's the only thing I can say. Yeah, they always laughing at Trump that he has a big mouth that's threatening and things like that. He warned Maduro lots of times, too much. He didn't listen. I think Iran can be the next one. I don't really know, but it can happen. Yeah, it's my opinion. No, it's.
I want to share.
I find it funny that you guys think this is a win. It's completely not a win. This is just America being desperate, and they're clawing for whatever they can in the world. That's all that they have left. So this isn't a win at all. This is just an act of desperation.
I already said that in the chat yesterday, Ninja, in the chat on the VC and DPA. So we always say, yeah, but you need to stop the trafficking of drugs via Mexico. No, Mexico, you can see it like a highway with trucks driving in and out to deliver the stuff. You need to go to the sources also. I think Venezuela is one of the sources also. You can say about the oil. You can say everything about the oil. Actually, the United States don't really right now need the oil. But Trump is a businessman, so he's going to use the oil as a resource for the investment he did and he's going to do in the country. Is it something that is very legal to do, to invade in that way? No. But Venezuela is a problem and was always a problem. It's a dictatorship country. It was run by the dictator, so it's always bad. It's the same like you can't give so much support to Gaza, but you're going to say no to Hamas. You know what I meaning by that? So it is bad and not bad, and different points of view.
I just want to add on what Nunya said earlier about the reaction, the geopolitical, the multipolar world situation. This is basically exactly what a multipolar world will happen, the kind of thing that will happen. Because China and Russia has been trying to prop up Venezuela, eventually probably built it into like a Taiwan or a Japan situation for United States in the future, in the longer run. So which is why the current US administration must stamp it, and cut it, before it grow into something that you cannot stop. So that's why they're probably going to go after Cuba next. Mexico is a bit of a rebel right now to the United States. So that's why they're going to be targeted. Colombia has been warned as well. So United States is likely, as what Nunia said, it's going to consolidate the entire, America's continent, and I think that is what is likely to be the reasoning why they are doing all these things. It is a direct result of a multipolar world, because now other powers have the power to now prop up countries near to the United States. So it's just part of the game, right? Von.
Yeah, I kind of think Colombia might be next, because I was looking at their military last night, and they literally don't have shit. I mean, Venezuela has an air force, they have armored vehicles, they have air defense, they have a fairly large army. Now the Colombians have supposedly like 900,000 troops, or 400,000 some odd troops, almost 500,000 maybe, and then they got 900,000 reserves. But they had MiG-29s, but they were all retired in 2023, and they're waiting on their Gripens, which I don't think they're going to get because of their situation, relationship with the West. So, and I don't know what kind of, I don't think they have much of in the way of a Navy or anything either. So it's like, this guy's been pretty mouthy too. It's like, dude, you got less shit than Maduro's got, and you're probably a lot more vulnerable in a lot of ways than Maduro was. And it's like, I kind of feel like Cuba's going to be the last one down there, just because you're going to have to figure out how to deal with Russia and Cuba, because I don't think Russia's going to let Cuba just go like that, and I don't think Cuba wants to just get left behind. So, I mean, it might be better for them to be with us, but I mean, that's kind of a long-term relationship there. That's, I don't see Cuba being next. I think Colombia might be an easier route. I mean, because think about it. If you go after Mexico, which we should too, because they're the main problem, that's automatically going to start a war in the United States, because the cartels are going to attack inside the United States, and they'll probably start funneling terrorists from other parts of the world into the United States to get even. I mean, if they're going down, they're not going to just sit there and take.
I think they'll be forced to be more legitimate in the U.S. I don't see them like insider, like lone wolf attacks. Sorry to cut you off.
I just mean like they might become more violent and aggressive against cops and shit like that. Just get out on the street war. Like if you're gonna go down to Colombia or Mexico and take our guys out, they'll go down to a police station and shoot the fucking place up or lash out. It might get crazy like that. I don't know. I just figure Mexico will be more dangerous because they're right next to us, and the cartels there have deep roots in the United States, so it would be easier for them to, lash out and fight back versus anyone else. But I kind of feel like Colombia might be next, because it seems like they really don't have shit to stop us. I mean, we'd have to probably go in there too on ground. I seriously doubt we're going to get another kidnapping helicopter raid on Lula, whatever his name is. But yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty weak, but who knows? I mean, the whole area is kind of ripe for a conflict. And think about it. We got a whole carrier group sitting down in the fucking Bahamas, so it's not like we can't reach out to Colombia or Mexico or Cuba.
It's more than a carrier group, because also.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean,
yeah, but the cool thing is they use F-22 like a plain fanboy, They use the plane that says, do you want to intercept me? I intercept me. That's the F-22. So United States use actually the good assets. But coming back to the situation in the South America, like for Maduro, what do you think? If he was just cooperating with Trump, going on the table with him, negotiating, and try to fix solutions together, that never happened like yesterday. Never would happen. But these guys are like sitting on Nile alone and doing their own shit and thinking they are big and powerful. And then you have things like that happening, in my opinion. If I'm reading to the chat, they are thinking like, oh, the guys from Europe, what he's shitting about, he knows nothing. No, that's just my stand of view. I think negotiation always help in certain situations. There are things that happening from the South to the United States that working negatively for the United States. Speaking about drugs, it's not only Venezuela. I am not stupid, but there is a problem. These countries are part of the problem. They are part. I'm not going to say they are 100%, but you're just a part of it. So go fucking negotiate and do something about it.
How are they a problem of it? Like, I don't understand how Venezuela or Colombia
and they do nothing about the drugs production.
The drugs produced. No, the only thing that's produced in Colombia is cocaine. That's it.
But even
America doesn't have
enough.
No, it's America doesn't have a cocaine problem. It has a fentanyl problem.
A fentanyl problem, and it was in Venezuela.
So none of that is produced in South America. It's not even produced in Mexico. Like, majority of the drugs being consumed in the United States is produced in the United States. Like, that's just how it's done, guys. So the whole war on drugs narrative is stupid.
Yeah, people in America aren't smoking marijuana from Afghanistan or somewhere.
Right.
It's coming from the United States.
Have the base
I mean, you may get fentanyl from Mexico produced there to some degree, but if that's the case, then go blow up the fucking illegal fentanyl factory. No one's gonna cry if you blow up the fentanyl factory, except the guys that make money off fentanyl. So I mean, it's like, they say the precursors come. So, well, find out where the fuck they're making. You had months to plan this raid on Maduro and figure out how to cut into his secret room if he got there and all that shit. You can't figure out where the fentanyl factory is. I mean,
the fentanyl factory is in South Chicago.
Well, no, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm sure there's some production there, but yeah, and I agree with what you're saying too. It's like, dude, there's plenty of places you can go after right now, and you don't have to get special permission or have a UN vote or go talk to somebody else's diplomats or keep it secret in Nevada for a year while you make your little mission plan. It's like, where these fuckers are. I mean, I don't know. Like, I joked around before when this first came up, maybe we're just getting rid of all the middlemen so we can run the fucking drug business. It's the American hemisphere, and by God, you're going to have quality American drugs from Americans. I mean, and I'm being sarcastic, but I mean, we're going after the oil. We're going half-ass after the drug war again. We know where the real problems are, but they don't seem to want to go in there and do that. So it's like, whatever.
Super chat by NGS. It's all about the black gold and US control. Personally, I think it's the US control of the black gold. Like, it's actually one thing. So United States do not lack of oil. They want to control the oil. Oil is not a problem for United States. It's just the control of it. So that's how I think of actually the Venezuelan thing, right? Is a very difficult situation if you look from a perspective, even if you want to be neutral or as a country. Like Singapore's official statement, I just saw a headline my friend was sharing in WhatsApp. Is that the Singapore is gravely concerned with the situation with Venezuela. It's like, what is gravely concerned? So the reason is because for example, what happened in Cambodia during the Pol Pot, where he was conducting genocide. No countries actually intervened. So even when there's an outright genocide, it's not known. It's a known thing. No country would do anything because of the sovereignty issue. Nobody want to get involved. Vietnam only invaded because Vietnamese village was burned down by the Khmer Rouge. And then that was the casus belli for the Vietnamese to go in. And when the Vietnamese go in, because they were communists, every country in Southeast Asia was actually protesting and against Vietnamese invasion of Cambodia. It's a very, very difficult situation. So no, like this case, it is also an invasion of sort. It's the outright disregard of Venezuelan sovereignty. But then you look at the people, most of the Venezuelan people are celebrating. So this is a conundrum between law, international law versus morality. It's really difficult. I think it's a very difficult subject. Fawn.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night and a little bit, and just kind of thinking of ways that the U.S. could try to stabilize Venezuela without having a big footprint. But they're obviously going to have this, U.S. coalition, I guess, run the Venezuela. And, it's like, I guess we could go in there and start paying Venezuelans in dollars to do jobs and keep doing things or do things for the new interim government. They need dock workers. They need people to unload shit, whatever. I mean, that might be a way to stabilize it. I don't know what they're planning on doing, but, people down there supposedly are starving and poor. So I guess we could go down there and start offering jobs, to the, ideally, if we're going to take the resource, then we should at least employ the locals to access the resource, I mean, obviously, we're going to have American white hat engineers running the control room, but that doesn't mean Venezuela guys can't be pumping the oil out and driving the trucks and
it will be
ships. So I mean, maybe there's something to be done there. Like I said, you're just gonna have to wait and see what happens, because the current government's basically the old government minus Maduro, and they got to work all that out. And I don't know, a lot of the people seem happy, so maybe something can be worked out. I don't know, but that might be another option of mass employment of this revitalization of Venezuela. Maybe start in Caracas and then try to move out from there if you have some success. I don't know. I mean, it's going to be billions and billions of dollars to fucking fix everything and get the oil flowing and then stabilize their economy and maybe their food supply. I don't know. I mean, I really, like I said, I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it plays out over the next few weeks to see if we're going to get any actual legitimate management government, or if it's just going to be like it is right now, where they've got aircraft or they've got trucks and aircraft parked all over the runways. So I don't think anyone can fly in and land and set up a government right now.
I just think
super chat by NGS. He said exactly agree. DPA. He was talking about the black gold and control. And thank you for Joe Public for the super sticker. Thank you so much.
I just think it's going to be beneficial for the Venezuelans, and you can see in the chat I'm reading, like, is saying that Venezuelans and US are happy, and their own country they are happy. They're going to create more jobs. It's a dictatorship that you just erased for the moment.
I'd say create more jobs and stuff, but I don't even know how that's going to be. I'm just like trying to throw, like we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. We employed the people at bases and stuff, but we're not going to have bases there. So we're going to have to figure out how to give these people jobs that are in Venezuela that help Venezuela that somehow we're paying for. Because we don't need a bunch of seamstresses. We don't need a bunch of janitors cleaning our bunks at the base. We don't really need to be there. So, like I said, I don't really know how this is going to play out. How are you going to keep the Venezuelan people happy and accept this change, and then actually turn the change into something useful to the Venezuelans and to us by also? So, I mean,
like you said, the United States is going to run by American companies, the oil industry, and your employees of these oil plants going to be Venezuelan. They're going to be intern. You're going to put a few engineers and chemists from United States, but all the normal workers going to be Venezuelan. It makes sense. It's normal.
I don't even know if that's going to happen, Lambo, because I don't know what skill levels do these people have that, I'm trying to be helpful. I mean, I think that's what we need to do is offer them some kind of stable employment and stuff. I just don't know, what are they capable of? What can they do? We don't want to just give them money to not like pick up an AK and shoot, but at the same time, they need to be part of the the solution if we're gonna be there and they're gonna be there. And we've told them this is a positive change for all of them. How are you gonna sell it? I mean, the job idea is great, but like I said, I don't even know how that's gonna work because it's not like we need a bunch of people to come clean planes and work on our base. We need them to be paid by us, I guess, to rebuild Venezuela.
Look, I see it that way.
So
if
how's
it
that
works
gonna
out
work?
properly, if you can change Venezuela to a democratic country, and I think that's the main goal right now, you have a lot of, how many refugees we have in the United States from Venezuela? A lot of them is going to be willing to go back to their motherlands because a lot of them fled the country because they were anti-dictatorship and maybe risking their own life because they're not agreed by
Yeah,
the
but they may not.
None
they
of
may
that
not
is
come
true, Lambo. My God, they're
They
not a
may not even come
dictatorship.
back. I mean,
What
they might not come back right away.
Come on.
They're not
They
a
might not come back right
dictatorship.
away.
He was democratically elected. Knock it off. You don't
Not
know
even.
anything.
Come on, not
What?
even.
What?
So-
Because CNN tells you that? Come on, man.
Look,
You don't know anything about
Lambo,
Lambo,
the best you're going to get, Lambo, he was a bad dude. He did bad things. He was an authoritarian. There's no way in hell you're going to have the West lecture Venezuela on fucking legitimate democratic elections.
Yeah,
Same
just
with
knock it
America.
off. It's stupid. It's a
the
stupid
EU
argument.
EU interfered in a whole bunch of elections. The United States fucking steals its own elections from itself. So the idea that Maduro's illegitimate or whatever is horseshit. Their problem with him is he was defiant to them. He was stupid enough to deal in drugs and other things. So he gave him a fucking case again. You know, he basically gave him a reason. That's his mistake. And then he had opportunities to maybe walk away with some cash, but he didn't. Why or why not? We'll never know. But yeah, I mean, this whole thing that you're thinking, Lambo, is not the way it happened. I mean, as far as those people are concerned, he was democratically elected. They didn't like him, maybe, but he was elected. And it's just a joke to hear any European, not you, but any government complain about democratic elections. It's horse shit. We don't have democratic elections. Europe doesn't have democratic elections. According to the West, China doesn't have them, and neither does North Korea or Russia. So why the fuck do we give a fuck about Venezuela's democratic elections all of a sudden? I mean,
Well,
it's like we don't care until we care.
There's going to be more
Exactly.
than the girl
And
you
that's
are.
what I said at the very beginning. I don't want to hear about Western values anymore. I don't want to hear about the international rules-based orders. All that horse shit is tossed out the window. Knock it off with the stupid narratives about democratically
I'm not
elected. Who
defending
gives a fuck?
Maduro, but it was even pointed out to Ben Shapiro. They've banned abortion. It's a Christian country. They have a very conservative social culture. And Ben Shapiro said, I don't give a fuck. I mean, they're as American as we are, except they speak Spanish and they have a shitty dictator president. But I mean, they're not that much different than anybody else down here. So the idea that their elections were, it's just bullshit. People don't.
We will see. We will see
We're
what
tired.
it's going to be
That's
for
that's
Venezuela.
another thing. People are tired of being lectured by these people about rules and morals and shit when they're sitting there sticking their dick in a kid and fucking doing God knows what else, and they're sitting there telling you, don't do this, don't do that. I'm not really thrilled about this invasion and the takeout, but I do see the potential upside and the benefit. I just don't have a lot of faith that it's going to work out that way. I hope it does. We'll have to wait and see. But, Maduro was there. Maduro did things that made him a problem. But his election and shit, that is irrelevant horse shit, doesn't matter. If you want to cry about his drug dealing or the fact that he hung people by piano wires or ate dogs or some shit, fine. But don't bitch about how he got elected, because every motherfucker that's crying probably got elected crooked too. So
Yeah, I know.
Mhm.
We have the same. Actually, the problem that I have in Europe, for example, to speak very negatively in Europe, we are like for the European Parliament, we are just voting for the parties, and then they are pitching their own people, and then you have a stupid woman like von der Leyen and all that shit, So I'm not agreeing also with how it's happening in Europe. It's fucking fucked up, and you see how they are ruling the situation right now. You're destroying fucking Europe themselves. So I'm not going to say, but it's better to have a non-dictatorship than a dictatorship. That's my own opinion. For the rest, I'm fucking agreeing with everything.
I mean, I don't know. I kind of feel like in the United States
That's
we
your
could use a
opinion.
little
You just said how
authoritarianism.
shitty Europe is. You just said what a backward, fucked up place Europe is. So is it
Yeah,
better?
but I
I don't
admitting
know.
it. You know, I'm admitting it. I have the
Yeah.
balls to say it. You know.
So is Maduro worse? I don't know.
Yes, of course. Every dictatorship is
Said
worse
you.
than a little
Said
bit
you.
stupid.
Really?
Yeah,
Every
of course.
dictatorship is worse? Okay, cool.
Because the only thing that he did was enriching himself. He was not running his country.
You know what though? I mean, I'm not,
How do you know
I mean,
that?
I'm
You
not
don't
trying.
know that.
I'm not trying to
You
defend
don't know that,
Maduro,
Lambo.
but the
You don't
United States and the West have made
You're being
alliances
lied
with some
to.
of the most heinous fucking people. I mean, we're friends with fucking people right now that are heinous. I mean, it's like you want to go back? We allied with Stalin. Everyone knows what Stalin did to his own people, but we were still friends with him because it was convenient. Vietnam, God knows too. It's South America. Saddam Hussein, Netanyahu. I mean, there's all kinds of fucked up people we're buddies with or have been friends with. So how's Maduro any worse? I mean, you can't make a deal with Maduro, but you can make a deal with Stalin, or you can make a deal with this guy or that guy. Like Maduro's bad, but he's not really the worst.
No, he was not the baddest.
He's probably not even in the top 20, really.
Yeah, I know.
Wait,
Yeah.
there is a difference. The way they remove Maduros, they removed Maduros, but they're not completely wipe up their regimes, unlike they did in the Iraq. They do this de-baptization. They get rid of whole Ba'ath parties, but this is not. They just get single one person with Maduro, and then they left the whole integrity of their party still there. They want to speak to somebody who are representing the Venezuelan governments. That means they try to make deals with the Venezuelan governments to exchange some, interests. Don't you guys think about that? Because if
this is very similar. Because a lot of people like to say this is like Libya, right? Libya all over again. But that is what Average said is correct. No, it's not Libya, because Libya, they just destroy all the infrastructure, the energy production and everything. So the country they not just take out the leader, but they destroyed the foundation of the country.
Well, look
For
at
this
Iraq.
case, they only took
with
one
Iraq,
person.
They took out, like you said, the Iraq party.
Yeah, it's
And then they
Syria
took out the
all
army.
over again.
And they demobilized the Iraqi army, and chaos ensued.
It's Syria all over again, and look how well that's playing out. That's all we're seeing.
A little bit different from Syria, actually. Netanyahu's prefer the Syria's Ba'ath parties to be wiped off, so they can keep control of place, and they will push onwards to the north, the south of the Syrians to create a bigger buffer zones. That is part of the greater Israel's plan.
Mm-hmm.
So then, they also have to be Netanyahu also very wary about the Turkish agenda as well. That is why they try to push inwards closer to Damascus as closer as they can to keep a buffer and keep watching on the Hezbollah, remnants of Hezbollah and Hamas, because Hamas and Hezbollah are not completely wiped up yet. So they just keep in watch on them to create a bigger buffer. And coming back to the Venezuelans, I don't think nobody speak for the Venezuela right now. So that's why the best bet for the United States that to keep the Maduro's party intact first, just in case. And the opposition is not very unified. The one who get a Nobel Prize one is still in overseas. She's the one who suggests that they use the military actions, foreign interventions to take over, to topple Maduro's regime. So it's
and then Trump dumped her yesterday.
Yeah,
it's like, thanks for the suggestion, lady. Now go back home and make a sandwich.
Yeah, she's not legitimate.
Yeah. And one more thing is that the military is not wholeheartedly supporting Maduro's. They just want somebody to replace Maduro's to keep their interests intact. So that's why they have reached some deal with the United States or CIA, open the gates and let them grab the Maduro away. Simple as that. Now, what we concerned is what's next for Venezuela? Was it going to become another mess, or chaos going to accelerate? That's another question on it.
I think we need to ask ourselves, how good at strategic planning does this government seem to be? And they don't seem to be very good at it so far. So I'm guessing what's next, we're going to learn on the fly. You know,
you don't have to, in the previous experience in the Afghanistan, Libya, and Iraq, the first few weeks people are rejoicing the dictator was gone, the brutal regime was gone, and came after the real reality is after the few weeks later, the chaotic scenes will start happening, evolve, start to manifesting. That's the things. With this Venezuela going to facing this kind of reality, we shall see. Because every factions, even the militaries in Venezuela also have a few factions. Who is sided with Russia or United States or China, whatsoever. Everybody's had their own agendas. How they work it out, the negotiating, the power sharing. Now, this is the most puzzling part that we're concerned about. And would that create another, Trump doesn't like immigrants entering United States, right? Then if you create a chaotic situation in Venezuela, that could create another refugee crisis or overflow to United States and neighboring country. Just like they create a mess in Syria, everybody go to the Europes. Now, this is one thing they were concerned about. I stopped there. And any input?
Maybe somebody in the administration was actually smart enough to understand what you're saying and not take the government all the way out. That way, there's still some structure there, just in case things don't work out and you got to leave. But I mean, think about it. Like I agree totally. It's like these first few weeks, everything's going to look great, but like I said, they're going to turn to us and it's going to be like, "Hey, buddy, where's my paycheck? Where's my food?" I mean, we're going to have to come in there and do something. And like I said, I can see them offering jobs to help get things going. But like I said, how many people have skills that could do that? Maybe you got to rebuild pipeline. Well, maybe there's not a lot of Venezuelan guys that can do that.
During the press conference, during a press conference, Trump says that they're not going to pay any single cents. They're going to use.
No, what I'm saying is just, if you're really going to, he says a lot of things. I'm just saying, you're going to have to get these people involved and buy in. So how's that going to work? How are you going to, capitalize on the momentum and the happiness that Maduro's gone and turn it into something that you claim you want to turn it into? Well, like I said, it's not like we're going to have a bunch of bases there that we can hire them to do jobs. It's going to have to be something where we're paying them basically to rebuild their country. I mean, we're going to benefit too, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't even know how that's going to work.
You won't benefit, Vaughn. And here's the thing. We always get told by these people, the Paul Wolfowitzes of the world or whoever. I recall that Iraq was going to pay for itself, right? Oh, the oil revenue from Iraq, it's going to pay for everything, and they're going to fund everything through the oil revenue. None of that happened. None of it ever happens. You're not going to benefit from it because you never have, you never will. So, yeah, it's just what, the oil companies do. They go in and they suck up everything for themselves.
So that's not someone mentioned about not, I think average, right? Mentioned about not destroying everything. From past experience. Because I think my understanding is that Trump was anti-Iraq war as well. I think a number of people, like Elon, everything. A lot of these people under the Trump side don't really like the old way of the forever war kind of thing in Afghanistan or Iraq. So maybe they're trying something new. I think they're trying something new. Whether it works or not is another story altogether, because it sounds a bit ridiculous that you're trying to run a country without someone inside, and then that you're supposedly someone inside. The girl that won the Peace Prize, he's not even in Venezuela right now, if I'm not wrong. He's in like Norway or something. So
that's why they keep the vice president intact.
Yeah.
I mean, if we go back to the Iraq war, when they got rid of Saddam. I mean, when all the reassessment and evaluations and, after action reports came back, I mean, that was a huge story about how much of a fuck up it was that they completely gutted the Iraqi army, the Iraqi government, all the infrastructure, as far as the personnel that would run it and that managed it, and how that created all the fucking insurgency problems and, no law and order. So maybe someone actually took heart to that lesson, and that's why they didn't go in and obliterate the army and everything else. And they just went in, maybe like they did make a deal with somebody or whatever, but they went in and got the guy they wanted. And now they're going to try and make a deal with the people that are left. So
yeah,
that
but I think they didn't have the reason for that to not invade or destroy Venezuela like they did with Iraq and other countries, because they had already cooperation with other people from the government itself. And I think they already have a plan planned in forehand. So we're going to read Maduro and going to start a new government with you guys. You know what I mean? I think we will see. It's very early now. We can't just speak and think, but we will see. I need to learn also more about the whole situation. But it's too early for everything.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of guys,
plan.
Why
do you think we have a plan?
Yeah, a lot of
we've
guys
never had a plan before.
A lot of
I think
guys.
now they have a plan, but it was not with Trump, Nunya. It was with other presidents. There were also other situations.
There's never been a plan.
Not the same.
Let's stick with the lessons learned.
It's the exact same. Yes.
A lot of the guys that are in the Pentagon right now are guys that were in the global war on terror. They know what happened in Iraq.
So just like a week ago or whatever it was, they captured that oil tanker, and the press said, "So what happens to the oil?" Trump said, "Well, I guess we keep it." Like if there was an actual plan, he'd have a better answer than that. He had no clue.
Yeah, but that is
Right?
his
There's
way
no
of
plan.
speaking. You don't need to take it literally. He's just a guy that is speaking very strangely. That's it. Of course, you're going to keep it. Of course, they confiscated the ship.
Okay, this is all. Yeah, it's 5D chess again. The Trump is playing 5D chess with the rest of the world.
but that's just
We're
the
back to
guy
that narrative.
Just being like a guy is speaking
You
straight.
have to take a
Never
Yeah,
consideration.
need
he's
to
chess
listen to
master.
you.
Trump is, boy. He knows it all. They've got it all planned out.
I think Venezuela, I think right now what they're doing, right? Are we going to see in the future if I'm going to be right or you're going to be right? No, it's too early to say. I think right now they planned the whole attack. They had help from inside of Venezuela. It was no other options to do it. They had internal.
Oh, I agree with you there.
The attack. So
I agree with you there.
I think they did the same with the government itself also. They did that with politicians inside of the country also. They're already behind the back of Maduro, though he knowing shit. He had paid a lot of people of his own government backstabbing him to help Trump to do all that shit. That is what I am thinking. We will see. We will see. It's too early to say. But I think it's like that. Otherwise, if you don't have all that help, you need to do it situation. Iraq and situation. Shit. Yeah.
Another problem is that
They knew everything.
another problem is in Venezuela, the quality of oil is not as top quality as it seems. It needs lots of refining process on it. Due to the long sanctions of the Venezuelan economy, they cripple their infrastructures or those well-beings. They not build up all those, establish up all these refineries in the Venezuela. If the new US gonna step in, they have to invest lots of money on it to put on a refinery for optimum productions.
Well, actually, there's a guy in our group, and they've already been refining the Venezuelan oil. It never stopped. There's a refinery in Texas that apparently this whole
Chevron.
time has been refining that particular grade. So I again, I don't even know what the fuck's going on down here. It's like they're under sanction. They're the bad guys. We gotta lock them down. But there's this backdoor pipeline of fucking special oil. It's. Like I said, I think it was
Russian gas.
I hope things work out for them and stuff. I hope it's when I say benefit, I mean the country. I don't really mean myself personally, but
one
You
thing
know,
have-
it
you
kind
have
of seems
also-
it kind of seems like it's just getting rid of the middlemen and taking over the business, like a hostile takeover more than it.
Venezuela is part of the OPEC. Venezuela also has the largest oil reserve in the whole country, the whole globally. But however, Venezuela has the lowest productions among all OPEC members due to the sanctions.
Mhm.
You can check. You can fact check on the data.
No, you're right about that because Trump was talking about how he wants to increase their production, which means they're going to have to do a lot of repairs and work. But
Indeed.
he says the oil companies are going to pay for it, and then they'll be reimbursed for their expenses from the oil sales.
I think you don't need to learn in the United States how to produce oil. I think they have one of the most experiences in that. It just seems happening very fast. They can also build their plants inside of the country, United States, ship it everything to Venezuela, and install it in place. They did it already in a lot of places. You have the Jamal project in Russia, and it was produced in China. It was delivered to Belgium, and all big modules. The whole plant was delivered and modules to put on like icebreakers to bring it in the north of Russia. Are we still getting that gas of Jamal project in Belgium? Of the LNG terminal here
just
in
like,
so it's going
just
very
like,
fast. Industry is
That's
big.
why it say it's all connected. The last week of 2025, in the first week of 2026, all the three major oil producer country got some mess on it. Okay, firstly is the Nigeria has been attacked by U.S. Cruise missile attack, and the second was the unrest in Iran, also oil-produced country, Nigeria and Iran. And now is Venezuela been kidnapped the Maduro right now. So who's the next is a oil-rich country, have a U.S. footprint on it? Think about that. So I think, as Wyatt said, is correct. The control of the oil. That's Trump's plan. Each of the continents. So Nigeria represents Africa's being the largest oil producer, and Iran, with the help of Mossad, and Latin America, Venezuela. Now, the other one is in Asia. So, which Asia country Trump are targeting right now? I think what I'm thinking is that the Greenland is not far from a reality, because Greenland have a huge mineral deposit over there, and they have a sparsely, very low population there. Could be a next target. I do think.
Well, you make your bed, you lie in it, right? Like I see this Fredrickson woman. She's one of the most rabid Russophobes in Europe. She's the first one to offer up money and support and all this for this whole NATO project. So we'll see what happens in Greenland. Like I don't see her doing anything about that. So if and when that time comes, the only thing that Denmark will have to, they'll only have themselves to blame, as far as I'm concerned.
Trump very ambitious. They want Greenland badly because Greenland has a very huge mineral deposits over there, and also rare earth. So they say for that they can totally decoupling China for that matters. China still grab their balls on it because due to the rare earth.
It's also sparsely populated, so they can go up there and destroy the environment all they like, and nobody will care, really, right? Like, there's 50,000 people there, so, they can complain all they like about the mining and whatever, and it won't matter. So that's the plan, I think.
Another thing, too, we were talking about is that northern trade route, and that would be a good location for the American point of entry to that, because there is some rumors and stuff that, Putin and Trump have already talked a lot about a lot of other things, and there might even be the United States apparently just placed an order for 20 icebreakers. So, maybe there's going to be some kind of cooperation to keep that northern route open.
But well,
Maybe-
Russia doesn't pass that place. If you look to a map, Russia
No, but
only
I mean,
pass
if we
through.
go up,
China
we can
will,
go up that way, and then
China-
maybe that's a point for our, Western ships to access that northern route and go around. I don't know. I mean, there's just things going on. People are talking about stuff like that. Russia and the United States working together on the northern route once Ukraine's settled and other things work themselves out. I mean, because I don't think anybody think. I mean, I think Trump and Putin both want to just do business. I mean, and they've probably talked more about that than they have solving the Ukraine war because, one side's pretty set on not solving it. So, I mean, I'm just saying there's things out there that make you wonder if there's already other plans being made and future arrangements have already been made once things settle down. And like I said, I mean, grabbing up Venezuela, if you're going to be one of the multi-poles, you need to have your piece. So it might just be everyone's going to start scrambling for their piece of the pie between the big three.
No, I think United States had made a lot of mistake by using Monroe doctrines into the American continents. They should have copy China's Belt and Road Initiative, just only contained into the South America and North America. That's just enough because this continent has a very huge resources, enough for them to self-sustain. But they're too ambitious. They want to dominate the whole world that cannot put in their plate. It's too overwhelming for them, for United States. If they're smart enough, they should only concentrate on America continent only for now, due to their capacity.
I wanted to say hi to everyone. I will not stay too long, so I want to share a bit of the cold and the view with you guys. So
Noise.
yes.
Which part of Ukraine are you at?
No, it's not that freezing. It cannot be this frozen, It's minus 30, I think, something like this. 25. But shout out to my friends, my pirate friends from America. Now I think kidnappers. From pirates to kidnappers. I think it's the same business. So I cannot stay too long. I will listen to some the voices and hope for the best for everyone.
So Upgrade was talking to me on WhatsApp. He asked me about how would the world react now. Will the world be reacting negatively to this Venezuelan operation? How it impacts the United States status. Right, Upgrade? Yeah, he very busy.
All I know is that
I was going to say.
didn't say anything.
What did you do, Ryan?
You didn't say anything.
I was making a joke earlier. I mean, tomorrow's Monday. I mean, the way the United States, goes with dumbass judges and stuff, I wouldn't be surprised if tomorrow morning there's some federal judge is going to order Trump to release Maduro because he was taking it. Like that guy, a Beto, whatever the guy, not a Beto. Sorry, dude. That guy, this El Salvadoran guy that's been deported and brought back, because the judge says he's got to bring him back, and then he find another way to deport him, and they deport him. That it's like, are we going to have a judge come out on Monday and tell Trump, you got to send him back. You took him illegally. I mean, I know he won't, but it'll be funny to see that kind of stupid shit start happening too.
Mamdani was against, right? It was against the operation. So
Plus, if you think about it, he's in New York City. I mean, he might get bail or be released on his own recognizance. I mean, they let guys that
Mamdani is the leftist. Yes, of course he can get.
You push a Chinese lady down on the railroad tracks, you get a slap on the wrist and out the next day. So Maduro, he might not even get processed. Maybe you just get a citation.
So has AOC.
Upgrade, go.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I asked you this question right on WhatsApp. I think nobody will do anything, nothing. They will just complain like they do, and America just showed some. I think it's badass. Sorry to say that to people who don't like the United States, but it's badass to go in a foreign country just to turn off the electricity, go in, take the leader of a fucking country, and just bring him back to your country and trail him. You know, is it right or not? That's another thing, right? But let's be honest. It's badass, right? Now I
Like
was
I said, you can make a movie from it.
This is not the first
Yeah,
time
you
he
can make a
did
movie.
that. He did it in
I mean, like,
Panama, 1980s. First time.
Yeah, okay, but in the modern time, right? In our time, it's a different time, right? And normally, I don't know. I think that Venezuelans also, some of the people were bribed. You know, it's impossible that they just go in with helicopters like that. You know, even if they turn off the electricity, the air defense not working. You know, they want high
Oh, they
alert.
destroyed it. Destroyed the air defense.
Yeah, but come on, you know,
dude. Yeah.
all of it. I mean, like he's the president of your country. If you can't protect the president of your country, you're shit. You shit. Sorry to say that. You're shit. You're a shit country. If you can't protect your own president, who you elected, and you cannot even protect him, and he goes inside his room and he's in pyjama,
I mean,
you know. And
I
he's
mean,
getting
think about
kicked
it.
out.
I mean,
come on, guys, let's not
I mean,
pretend.
there wasn't any even legitimate small arms fire, which I mean, that tells you right there. There was
when he was
probably
he was already in the plane to America, and they came. You know, like what the hell? What's going on? Where is this?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, it's like there had to be some kind of stand down order or something, because they just went right in and nobody. I mean, I heard that their man pads were locked down by a general that was apparently paid off.
Yeah,
but I mean,
exactly.
It's like somebody must have got the word out, because it was like literally no one even fired an AK in the air at it, and they could have hit them. I mean, shit, they weren't that fucking high.
No, they did. There was one.
I know. I said, but I'm just saying. I mean,
but imagine
think about how many AK-47s are in Caracas. If it was legit resistance, then motherfuckers wouldn't have got in, even if they took out all the SAMs and shit, because it would have been fucking crazy. There would have been assholes with AKs, PKMs, fucking stupid ass pistols, Mauser rifles, fucking every stupid ass thing you can think of.
There was maybe a big marriage the day before, and
the chain of command is crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, either they must have shut them down or convinced them not to give any orders. I know they took out some communications and stuff, but you don't have to call everybody on the radio to say shoot in the sky at the fucking Yankees. I mean,
they must have jammed in all the communication networks already, and some of the generals being bought off, being bribed to let Delta Force came in just for easy job. They grab, snatch and grab. You know that Venezuela is not wholeheartedly autocratics. There's still many factions in there with their own agendas. So Maduro is slightly have an upper hand among all the factions. It's just that all the people combined together just want to kick off Maduro and not let other replacements besides him. But whether they want all the people wholeheartedly bow to United States command, that's different matters. Bow to United States view, that's different matters. Yeah, go ahead, Agri.
Yeah, like what you said, I totally agree with Average Dude, right? I think some generals already got their houses in Florida or California, They got in the airplane or in the helicopter with them, and they are very cushy now. Yeah, it's true. Come on, what the hell are you talking about?
No, I agree. When Upgrade said that, that's the first thing I thought of with those fucking those Chinooks, because they had enough Black Hawk capacity to carry Delta Force by far. And I was thinking, well, maybe some of the motherfuckers and their families got on them Chinooks and said, see ya. Maduro went to the brig. They went to the captain's quarters and had a nice meal.
Come on.
Yeah.
It's like they're in their backyard. That's like they're in their country and just flying over like casually, you know, dropping their fucking special units, get the fucking guy, bring him back inside the fucking, you know, helicopter and fly away, you know, without no casualties, nothing. So I'm sorry, but the military of Venezuela, they've been already warned. They saw the ships coming. Everything was, you know, already set up to fucking do something, and they're not even positioning any military, you know, units near to the house of the president. Let's take another example. You think that United States can do that with Russia or something like that? That they can just fly in fucking helicopters into Moscow and just drop, you know, special units in the Kremlin and take Putin? What the hell? They would already be shot long time ago. What the hell are we talking about? This is a shithole country. They barely even can fucking protect their president. They cannot. We saw it by themselves. It doesn't matter if it's bribes or not, right? At the end, they didn't protect their country's president, and now they're like, oh, international law. BRICS also international law. Yeah, you're talking a lot, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna attack the United States now? Is one of these countries gonna make any sanctions against United States? Maybe, maybe not, right? We don't know. But I didn't see any, you know, like crazy thing going on after this happened. It's just the United States is the big dog and showed that they're the big dog right now and just took the fucking president of another country. If it's good or not, that's another topic. But they showed the muscles and they're here, you know, and Trump is, you can like him or not, but with this kind of things, he's quite good, right? He bombed Iran not so long time ago. Now you see what is happening in Iran. You see what's happening in Venezuela. Let's see what's going to happen with Greenland and even Russia, right? Ukraine. But I'm saying to you, the United States was too many years like doing small skirmishes right and left, right? But when if they want, they have the biggest military, the most, you know, they have the most budget, you know, for the military. So it's not a surprise that they actually do something to a smaller nation who barely has any money, you know, to feed their own people, you know. So I'm just saying, you know, you can hate America like you want, but at the end, the facts are here. They took a president inside his pajama at his home. This is humiliation for Venezuela. I'm sorry.
Trump hinted that there will be the next target will be another Latin America in the next hit list.
Maybe Cuba or Colombia.
But you need to see it like that, Upgrade. The Delta forces was busy training for weeks. And the scale, they made the bunker system and the hangar, they put the walls, everything. They had every fucking plan of where Maduro was hiding. His primary hiding place, they had it in a building. They rebuilt it to make it like, to train in it, to go exactly in the same door. They knew it in their
like
head.
The Chinese do with Taiwan. Like the Chinese do with Taiwan.
Dude, you can make a movie. They used 150 planes. They had their whole fucking navy. They had the AWACS. They had everything planned as it should be. They destroyed first every communication system. They put electricity out, like you said. They just went inside. They went to the bunker and they knew already exactly where to go, which was a difficult door to go inside. They had even like a torch system with them to burn out the hinges of the metal doors.
They knew what he was eating as breakfast. Come on, what the hell are we talking about? They knew what he was eating as breakfast. Like, what the hell? Exactly. The intel was crazy, you know. So
that's why I'm saying. I mean, they had help from the entire government.
Money.
Only the army itself didn't know about it.
To get intelligence.
It was perfect. It was a perfect situation. Like you can make an Ocean's 11 sequel movie about it with Brad Pitt, George Clooney, and you put them in a helicopter and say, let's do not a robbery, but let's catch a president. That's the thing. It was fucking awesome. Actually, it's fucking awesome. If you're pure thinking like in the game or in the movie mindset, it was perfect.
This is Call of Duty. This is Call of Duty style.
Add the comment.
Well, I think Cuba will be our next hit list. It's most easiest target. Or
Nika,
Colombia.
Nika, go.
You're mute, Nika.
He froze.
I just want to add something. I think everyone agree here. I want to add one thing. I think everyone here. I think everyone agree here. Yeah, I think. Yeah, you hear me, guys? You hear me?
I think so. I think we are hearing you, but you are like
You hear
repeating yourself a few times.
Hear me,
So I'm
guys?
not even sure if
He
it's
doesn't seem
normal.
moving himself.
He's
So.
freezing. He froze up.
Hello?
He's got bad lag.
Yeah, the weather is
Ice
too
cream.
cold for him. Like he's not moving
Okay.
now.
Jure, that give you otherwise your 2 cents about the attack, the kidnapping of the president of Venezuela.
No, I'm inside now. I was free.
Yeah, but you're lagging, Nika.
We can't hear you.
The kidnapping.
You're already
Yeah.
saying too much
Good.
propaganda in one phrase, so you've been hacked. So,
Nika's phone is freezing. The
Yes,
phone is like,
freezing too
oh
much.
no, please don't use me. I'm
Why
so
do you
cold.
go in colder places? Go to the warm, heating place.
So
Oh,
there
dear.
was a Chinese delegation night before, right? It's kind of suspicious, but they
It doesn't
transmitted,
matter.
maybe. I
It doesn't
mean,
matter.
maybe it doesn't. Maybe it was the reason that triggered the abduction. They're gonna probe it, and because abduction, it's like they did it like a UFO abduction, something like that. So now New York is gonna with LGBT start probing and the case and everything, you know. But the reason that there was no shooting back on the choppers above the main city of capital city of the country,
Caracas.
it's impossible. It's impossible to happen like that. Those like you would say, judging by those sounds of celebration, people celebrating on the video. They released the video of how people celebrating the abduction in the morning, right? The people are screaming ah, uh, out of happiness, or yeah. There is always a fraction of people that don't take their, leadership. Like in United States, also the fraction that's don't like their leadership would celebrate if someone outside took them out. It will say you will hear that. So it's not something to be like opinionated, but I'm thinking because of the Chinese delegation was there talking with Maduro directly, uh, and also the ease of the operation with choppers, no resistance. Uh, yeah, there's some generals that have been paid off by CIAs as always. Any coup when it's sponsored by the US, they always bribe some generals, important people that are decisive, right? Um, well, uh, so much in Russian commentators, they're commenting about these two things, like they're suspicious about Putin and Trump agreeing on the sphere of influence, right? Ukraine is next door, Russia, Venezuela is just about next door to US. So if you want Ukraine, give us Venezuela. Get Chinese, you know, and your companies that are investing in Venezuela, uh, give us our rights, to have our backyard, and we'll let you have your backyard. So it's exchange Venezuela for Ukraine, something like that. So is that gonna happen, or are Putin gonna be hanging again with trust in the West? You see, that's what they wondering. That's what the Russians are wondering. Are they gonna be cheated again with backdoor agreements that are not official or you know uh, uh, signed? That's gonna happen. Yeah, that's gonna happen again, most necessary. But also, I haven't seen Putin after this claimed residence hit. He wasn't live on screen, right? Only some Russians are asking, where is the Putin? Where is Putin? He's not shown. Hasn't been shown. That's another conspiracy that's going on in Russia. That's what they're talking about. I mean, some very very quiet, very small, but very predictive commentators are talking about it. Of course, uh, I don't believe that Putin is hurt or anything, but it's still possible, right? Because they always record the New Year's address ahead of time. And when on 28th, they were saying Putin still didn't record his New Year's address. That was suspicious, when someone mentions something like that on 28th. On 29th, drones hit the residence. So, is it 29th? Yeah. Uh, so those are my 5 cents about it. What's likelihood? Yeah, the agreement. Maduro might be let go, pardoned, just like Honduras president was pardoned after the trial. House arrest or something like that is gonna happen. It's just gonna, you know, dissipate from the news about Maduro, and basically there will be very slow change in Venezuela. Not much changing. Maybe the new government might slowly give in. Slowly giving in. But this fantasy about giving the jobs to Venezuelans by US, that's just trying to justify a crime. This is just trying to justify a crime. One, that's how I see it. When you were talking, I was listening and doing something. So that's just trying to justify a crime because this is a crime. What they did, right? And it's really bad crime. With what they say, 40 people dead that died in attacks. It's a small number, but yeah, in such an effective attack, it's still a small number. 40 people, 40 Venezuelans that died. That's the initial numbers, right? It could be probably double that. Another thing is why is fantasy that U.S. giving the jobs to Venezuelans? That's what Democrat lead of U.S. leadership of U.S. was doing. Like when the Democrats that respect the state and understand what state does and needs to do, that's what they were doing after post-war Second World War, right? That's when the Democratic leadership was in the United States. And they are capable of creating the states. That's why they helped with the Marshall Plan, helped so many countries around. They were building the states. They were building the state organization that's effective, right? As the Republican leadership in U.S. takes over, that hates the state or actually just talks about it, about how state is bad, government is bad, but they just do it for the purpose so that it gives them the power, right? That they only deserve the power. Nobody else deserves the power of the government. to have. That's why they're talking. But it's just a personal enrichment when they take over the. That's always been like that, because obviously when you hate the state and you hate the taxes and you hate everything that creates modern life, orderly modern life, you will ruin it, and that's what is happening, right? In the United States, and when the U.S. Army takes over, it just destroys the country. It cannot create nothing better. You see, because it doesn't respect the state. That's kind of leadership it's in, and the population that believes such bullshit. Uh, you ruin the state, and then you claim that state doesn't work, so we shouldn't have the state. We should have the king, and so on. This is all this, right? Where it where it goes, uh, because you want to ruin it for your own purposes, for selfish reasons, without understanding what it does. That is a basis for the modern, orderly, prosperous life. Without it, this is what you get: dysfunctional states. And there's no, because the Republican leadership is right now in U.S. You shouldn't expect anything good for you, Venezuela or Greenland or Cuba. So that's about it. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's Vaughn or Upgrade. Who want to go first?
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick on the. I saw a lot of like NAFO people, I guess, comparing the Hostomel air assault and the attack on Maduro. You know, because that was, or the SMO, and it's like, this is how you do an SMO. You know, it's like that wasn't an SMO. They went in to take a guy who's been charged with some crimes and do a regime change and try to get some kind of more amicable government. It's not even like Hostomel, where you're flying into a country with active air defense who doesn't have paid off generals and shit. And there's tons of dudes with machine guns who obviously shot at you all the way in and out. And the other one too, the SMO. I mean, the goal for the United States was to go get Maduro and get the regime change. It wasn't to demilitarize and denazify Venezuela. So it's like, it's kind of shitty to sit there and compare a very impressive, successful, small military operation the U.S. Army Special Forces did to with a massive land war that's been going on for 4 years, or a large-scale air assault against a airfield. You know, they didn't do any of that stuff. I mean, and if they had done stuff, maybe somebody would have shot back. Maybe somebody would have gotten the word in time. You know, whatever happened, people got paid off. People didn't get the word. Everything went perfect. You know, those situations don't even compare to the two that they were highlighting with the SMO and the air assault on Hostomel. So I just wanted to say that. I think it's a pretty lame, weak comparison. Not even close. Apples and oranges.
100%. Can we change topic?
I just wanted to add on something real quick, and then we can change topic. Yeah, to Vaughn's point, right? It's totally ludicrous to compare Venezuela and Ukraine. Ukraine was helped by entire NATO before the war already, with weapons, intelligence, and so on. And meanwhile, the war is helped by NATO collectively with billions of US dollar and military equipment. So, and it's also not the same, because it was not about grabbing land. It was just like one said, about grabbing one person and then get the hell out of here. And to say that just the Republican don't care about, in the United States, about the well-being of international law or other countries. I mean, like when Biden was the president, he continued to give hundreds of billions of US dollar tax money to the Ukraine and give him a lot of weapons too for free, So it's not about the parties. It's just the apparatus of the United States who constantly gets involved in other countries, internal politics or internal affairs. And that's never changed since the United States won the Second World War. because they are the number one and they want to keep things like they want to. That's what Trump said, right? We don't want a bad country on near our influence, near of the influence of the United States. That's basically what Putin says, right? We don't want NATO near our influence because we don't want people which we don't agree with to be next door and do bad things to our country or try to influence this country to go to another direction. It's basically the same. So it's not about party. I think it's just about how the United States is ticking, and yeah, that's basically it. And if you want to change topic, we can move to another topic.
And just to add to difference between Hostomel descent and Caracas descent, also is Kiev is Hostomel is 200 kilometers behind the border, and Caracas is right on the coast, so right on the edge, open, close to the side to the American fleets. Easy picking, right? Also, they must have had some soldiers, Delta forces on the ground before the action, right? They must have had some, few people snuck in to take position and then attack at the same time as everything is going on, and choppers just come in to pick it up. That's already arrested, right? That's most likely how it would be done. Another thing that when they started flying towards the coast, all those choppers, the planes, they would be visible on some radars. They had
destroyed everything.
You cannot destroy it as you see they're coming in, as they start coming in, right? You cannot. You saw the choppers flying and explosions happening at the same time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it was happening at the same time.
Right? Yeah, but you need to understand from what we are seeing on footage, you don't have so many footage. I think a lot of people panicking also because everything was so fast. You don't understand, they use in total 150 planes for that small area to attack everything, planes and helicopters. It went so fast. I think they timed everything pinpoint. They destroyed directly all the communication systems. So
you can also use electronic warfare. Mr. Lambo, as you interrupted me, I can interrupt you.
Yeah,
perfectly fine. Use electronic warfare to disrupt the radar positions, to not to see anything on the radars, right? That's what that drone could be used, the new drone that they showed landing. The most likely reason that they didn't see it, but also it could be possible that further away the radars were locked out by Russians, right? Russians have been sent ahead, like few months ago, to Venezuela. They could have been,
one or two planes, not taking a lot of difference. You need to see also how modern was Venezuelan's army. Not so. They had some fancy planes, like in the Air Force. Like the most modern planes were the Sukhoi 30 M2. And that it stopped by that. Okay, they had F-16, but already the first generation. They're fucking old. Like, what did they have from communication systems? How modern was it? I don't think it was that modern compared to other more civilized countries. Or to more modern countries. And if you have all the help from the intern you need to have, you don't need to even drop Delta forces at first. They did everything at the same time. And I actually, for my mindset, a little bit sad that we don't have that many footage. But if it was like all filmed, and maybe we're going to see it in the future from the United States Army themselves, if you're going to see all the footage and they make like a documentary of it, I think we're going to be mind blown, like how perfect.
I mean, they got body cam footage when they smoked Bin Laden. Ain't nobody ever seen that. Nobody's gonna ever see it, and it's probably is badass. It's probably some really cool GoPro footage of these guys going in and doing it, but We ain't never going to see it. I mean, think about it.
Yeah,
We all know they got
that's
really
wrong.
badass satellites but think about it. You can only zoom up so much, and and it's like, oh, this is as good as it does. It's like, motherfucker, I heard you could read a newspaper in Moscow in 1980, but I can't see, nothing but a blurry MiG-29 on a runway. Okay, whatever, I mean,
Yeah, I think
they
you're
had
right.
people on the ground, like Gira said. There's probably people already there waiting. They had to have CIA people and stuff at least watching the place, telling them it was cool or how many people were on the ground or something.
That's how I would do it. But Mr. Lambo, I think you're right. They're gonna make a movie about it, and then they're gonna make a documentary based on the movie, So you know what I mean.
I think, Ali, as somebody that's interesting in military and military technology and military warfare tactics, they just come on. You just need to say they did it like out of the books. And even, I can agree that they maybe had some special forces already on the ground, already targeting some places, already giving information. United States is capable to do that, so we don't need to be surprised of that. You just can't say it better than it was. One of all the books, it was like every point, every step was worked perfectly. Every fucking step, they did it like perfectly.
So the real reason why U.S. military has always been so respected for so long is because United States can do this kind of shit. It's just that the United States have for a long time have not done this kind of thing. In the past, United States always do this kind of thing. The Delta Force is actually very busy. They are always doing mission all around the world. Like what Vaughn said earlier, it's always usually very quiet. They don't talk about it. They take out terrorist leaders or whatnot. They capture people. This kind of thing, it has been very commonplace. It's just that during Obama time, they changed it. He changed it. It's all drones. It's just drone strike after drone strike after drone strikes. So maybe because the Black Hawk Down situation, gave them a lot of PTSD, right? A lot of trauma regarding sending forces on the ground. So, but US has always been like this. It's always been this powerful. Just that Venezuela, this one is very impressive because just now I saw on Twitter someone try to use there's this game, right? Simulation, which is also used by the military to plot all the units. When you really plot in all the air defense and everything, Venezuela actually looks very impregnable. It looks very powerful. But so imagine they have to suppress all the air defense along the coast, which they are already prepared for, the US forces, suppress all of it. Like I was surprised that 150 aircraft was involved. So because I never thought about how heavy the air defense is going to be, like how much they have spent. Like 150 aircraft is more than the size of most countries' air force. A lot of countries have actually very tiny air force, and 150 aircraft is insane. And that's just for one mission.
The numbers of planes on that one carrier was bigger than the whole air force of Venezuela.
Yeah.
Only that.
And that is not even deployed, I think. They only deployed a few of the F-18s.
Yeah, through growlers. They use growlers and F-35Cs, I think.
Yeah, so probably they send the growlers for the electronic warfare. The F-18 is just to do air patrol, protecting the air, the tankers and whatnot. They're not even deployed yet. They sent in F-35 most likely, and F-22s perhaps. Although I think F-22 is overkill. I think they just need F-35s. Because you need to be stealthy to penetrate the airspace. So to answer back to originally what Upgrade was asking me, I did reply him shortly regarding what is the country's reaction. I have to say, although morally, ethically, it looks like wow, this is so evil. United States doing evil thing again. They disrespect people's sovereignty and whatnot. But actually, if you think from a position of a US partner, finally you have the global cop back. The US is the world cop, right? The world police. For a long time, we have said the US has the world police, and for the recent 10 years or so, they stopped becoming the police. For maybe 10, 15 years, they have stopped becoming the police. Instead, they become the mafia. They become the country that went around the world to to smash things instead of being the police. So US has been always known as the police, the world police. So
This
for
is
the past 20
mafia
years,
type operation. This is not policing operation. This is mafia type operation. So police is not bad.
but that depends on how you see it, right? You know, so
What
the
you
thing
mean?
is, what
mean?
is the world police job? Okay, let's put it that way. We have to look at from a different perspective. It might sound very pro-US, but you have to look from the perspective from the world international order, which is led and ruled by the United States. United States is the ruler. So that when we talk about international law in the rule-based order, what is the rule? What is the law? US is the law. US is the rule. So everybody's supposed to follow United States. Any countries that do not follow United States threaten the system. So everybody, every partner, every European country, Singapore, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, everyone that follows the United States try to protect the system. Any country that step out of line, they become a threat to the system. So for example, that's why Venezuela got targeted, Iran got targeted, China got targeted, because they step out of line. Russia is the sad one because Russia was pushed out of the system. They actually want to stay in the system, but they kick them out. So the otherwise, even if you look at Putin, even Putin understand that it's important for Russia to stay within the system, follow US regulations, follow US led rules, because if you destroy the system, then what we're going to get is the colonial era, where the different powers start to compete. It's going to get very scary and complicated, and a lot of people is going to die because there will be wars. So even Putin understand that. That's why Putin was puzzled, when the Ukraine war thing, all this, how it triggers the Ukraine war, because he's like, what the fuck is the United States doing? You are messing up the whole thing. So if you look from that perspective, where the system is important, and that everybody have been putting their political capital and faith in USA for a long time, and finally US is finally willing to take action. I believe actually a lot of countries, the leaders are actually feeling relief that at least United States under Trump willing to do the difficult job. Because if you look from, for example, Obama era, what I always say, like on this open mic, I say quite a few times, how Obama screwed up Southeast Asia. Because when China was reclaiming the islands to build the military bases, Obama did not do anything. He did not send a warship to stop the reclaiming of the islands. And when they finished reclaiming, they militarize it. Now it become a military base. There's no way, not even United States military there to go too close. It becomes a problem. It becomes a permanent problem for Southeast Asia. And in fact, strategic problem for United States. Because now they can deny the US Navy even further through surface to surface missile. So the willingness to take action is very important, because if not, for example, my country or any country, pro-US country, put all their faith in United States. Like what happened to Ukraine, right? They put all his faith in NATO, in Europe, in United States. And when shit happened, they never come. This is a fear, right? This is the main fear, like for Japan, for Taiwan, for Singapore, for any other these pro-US countries. What if we really go into serious trouble, and then we needed United States and they don't come? That is a scary thing. That's why when United States willing to do this kind of thing, for example, striking Iran, maybe that was like an Israel thing. Everybody think that Israel control United States. Okay, sure, but then how about Venezuela? They're willing to take out the president of a country just like this, and able to do it perfectly. So I believe a lot of countries, pro-US, I'm talking about pro-US, will feel very relieved. Especially, I think the new partners in the Middle East. I think especially in Asia, in Southeast Asia, in East Asia, US, Japan, South Korea, not US, I mean Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, all will feel a bit more relief that, okay, now we have a USA that is willing to do things. Because United States have for a long time refused to do things. And that screws up everybody's life.
But when you say that policing have returned, what was the difference from when you said that it was mafia behavior? Well,
may I chime in on that one? Because that's the only reason I hold a finger. A state is the mafia. The only dispute is to what degree, right? If you're talking about the mafia, it's like protection money, right? How is that any different from tax, right? You get protection money to be protected from other gangs, but if you do not pay protection money, it will fuck you up. Likewise in the state, any state. You pay protection, you pay taxes, so you have police and law enforcement on your side, but if you don't, they are against you, right? No different whatsoever. So what Wyatt is saying with like, I agree with him, not because in the sense that the police are the good ones and the mafia are not. No, they're all mafias to a varying degree. It's that they are policing their own sphere, right? They are actually doing what they are themselves claiming. I demand protection money. You are using U.S. services and are within the sphere of influence, but really our only involvement is going to be totally detached from any mutual interest. We're not totally detached, but they have been basically, pissing off not only foes but also friends, right? And that's not a policing. That's just reckless governance, be it a mafia or not. So that's really where I don't think that I do not perceive that why it says that it's a policing in the good sense. No, it's that you're actually just asserting control where you claim control, and that's how I interpret that.
Yeah. So, for example, what's the job of the police? The police is to enforce the law. But what is the law? The law is United States. United States is the law. International law is United States law. Whatever United States want, that's the law. That's the international order, which is why they always say the international community. What is the international community? That's US allies and partners. That's US. That's the international community. Everyone else, you are not part of the international community. So no, that's the idea. The world police polices the law set by the United States, which is the rules set by the United States. That's the rule-based order. So when they say they want to enforce the rule-based order, that is the US order. So no, it's just that this is more blunt way of saying. And in the past, USA like to be virtual signaling, right? But Trump has been more straightforward. Trump administration has been more blunt about it, which is good. That means no one is going to has misunderstanding of what is what. They literally just say we're going to enforce the Monroe Doctrine. Good. Which means we don't need to guess whether what they're going to do. We know they're going to enforce it. Upgrade.
Yeah, but here comes the problem, right? Here comes the problem. You say that you need to play by the rules, but the rules change all the time according to what you think is right. That's the big problem with the international community, because you setting rules, and then when you don't like the rules that you self put in place, you just change them whatever you want. And that's the big problem with the international community, who now you can see since like 5 years, like maybe 10 years in the brewing, right? That people start to say, wait a minute, you just said that we shouldn't invade countries. You invade countries by yourself. And then when we invade countries, you say that we are bad and you put sanction on us, put pressure on us because we are the bad guys. And that's the same what happened with Europe, right? Russia very bad, right? Russia invades other countries. Meanwhile, bombing Libya, bombing Iraq, bombing this, right? But that's okay, right? Because we are the right.
Like the democracy thing.
Exactly, it's the same with the democracy thing, and people are tired of this because they see it that it's not a logical thing, right? It's not something you can follow, because, like I said, when you step out of something which the country which is number one don't like, then you are targeted, right? You're the enemy. You are not the good guy, right? Like Venezuela, for example, right? Or for example Russia, or for example, like even in European room, right? Romania don't vote like we want. We just pretend that some TikTok influenced the election, and then we just overrule it, and then all of a sudden some guy who we like come in power, right? So that's what the international community is complaining about, right? I understand what you mean, Wyatt, with you're the top dog, you're gonna put the rules, and you're gonna bend the rules how you want, because you can do that, right? And nobody can inflict you any harm because they don't have the power. They bitch a lot. That's the problem, right? BRICS, we are strong, we are together, and stuff like that. Almost like a BRICS country, we can say, a BRICS very near country, right? Got their president kidnapped. What are you doing? As a community like the European Union, you should put all the sanctions you can on the United States. Will they do that? Of course not, because they want to do business, they want to do money, and the United States is making a lot of money to these countries. That's why it's hypocritical also from their part, right? You're always complaining about this kind of actions, but you're not doing anything. You're limp. You just
this is the problem.
That you can do something. Yeah.
That's why I say just now, right? The problem is because people like to virtual signal. That's the problem. Everybody pretend that no, it's not this thing. But for thousands of years, The powerful country has always exerted their might on other countries or other kingdoms. Always been like this. Invading another country is normal. That's why the department is always known as Department of War. Has always been like this, war department. Every country is war department. It's only the past 100 years, suddenly they decided, oh, we need to be defense because everybody want to be nice, because they try to act as if that they are very virtuous. But then when shit comes to the fan, oh no, we still have to invade. They have no choice. So this is the hypocrisy. The reality is that there is no law. There is no international law that everybody follows. There is only the regulation, the law, or the system that United States decides, and everybody must follow. Which is why if you look at Trump's explanation, when he tells other countries, he say, focus on your country, make it follow, do as per your national interest, and then we negotiate. No, he will be America first, but if you're from Canada, be Canada first. If you're from Europe, be Europe first. Then we negotiate. That is what Trump wants because it's simpler. He don't want countries to be virtual signaling, to act as if that, oh, we all must be virtuous, and then you do things against your national interest. What happens when you do that is that you become unpredictable. You become irrational actors. In diplomacy, in geopolitics, we call this irrational actors. For example, supporting Ukraine to the end is irrational. There is no way you can analyze and put this into your equation because it don't make sense. Why the hell is Europe destroying their own economy to support Ukraine, which have actually nothing to do with them? That's irrational actions. And for analysts, for example, like what for personally myself, it makes no sense. It's like I would have never guessed it because I would have never analyzed and come up with a conclusion that countries are willing to destroy themselves to support Ukraine. So that's irrational. So that's what Trump is trying to push, is that everybody should be rational, take care of your own country. And then we negotiate and find common ground. It's easier that way, I think Coping is next, because Coping have his finger first, I think.
Yeah, I believe it's me. I'll try to be short. The thing with international law, the hypocrisy is actually, as far as I'm concerned, inevitable because the international law is a logical contradiction in and of by itself. I think the most brilliant or concise way to point it was the way that Toby did. And to shorten that further, he basically said that the international law is a contradiction by definition. Because if you think of law, it's sovereign law, meaning I am the sovereign. Within these territories, I rule and nobody else. As soon as there's anything else above it, you're no longer sovereign. Hence, the international law cannot actually work in and of by itself. That's why you don't have any UN peacekeeping forces, moving in the same way as, for example, the United States is doing. So, and nobody will accept that, of course. It's just to a very limited extent, and that's why we're seeing it only a few places. The more conducive way, I think, is of viewing of international law is similar to like what was this point, the meeting of the Alaska summit, right, with Putin and Trump, right? It's just not because, okay, now we're going to meet because it's going to definitely result in something. No, it's to cause an iteration because we are dealing with vastly complex, societies apart with societies, and all of this interconnected. So it's to create like iterations that will enable one to align one way with an understanding that works for all. That's where the whole concept of memorandum of understanding and letters of intent, all these meeting and conferences, and those are there for that reason. And the international fora is perhaps maybe ideally, but also in a practical sense, meant to be just that, where you can, okay, we can voice some agreements or disagreements on things we would perhaps not really even bother to discuss necessarily on a bilateral one. And we would not have the blocks here to be forming, just like, let's say, the DPA Open Mic, right? You would instead just have like, okay, we're doing our things and we're doing their things. Imagine a Cold War without the UN, right? That will be an even a bigger gap, a blacker hole, so to speak, between the United States and the USSR, which could have increased problems. So it's not that the international law, I think it's better to view as like, rather than the ideal that many have that, we're going to have all this, no, we're never, ever going to effing agree on everything like that. It's just simply impossible because we are positioned elsewhere. We have different outsets and, we got to operate with our own self-interest, which is actually why I'm also fully in agreement with Wyatt when it comes to Trump considering the nationalistic aspect, the self-interest aspect, to be simpler. Because it may seem like, hold on, if you have a more like globalizing or more universalistic approach to it, That should be simplifying it, no? Yes, of course, on paper that would be the case. But what are we actually seeing in nations? We are seeing tribalism, nationalism, and supranationalism all messed up in a soup, with the various threads going throughout all over the place. What's happening in the United States pans out in Europe, but it's not necessarily congruent. It's convictions and dogmas that complicate the politics tremendously. And so that's why Trump is kind of viewing that, okay, we should maybe just go a little bit back to the old places, because then we can have everyone in their neat little boxes and, they do their own little thing. Democratic or dictatorship is actually like ancillary. It's maybe preferable that they're democratic, but ultimately irrelevant. So I'll end with this, because I'm sorry, I may went on a little bit of a tangent, but one thing I think is important to point out is because Upgrade touched on something I think is shouldn't be overlooked. It is true, it's hypocritical because of the inherent contradictions that, but we should not be altering these borders and whatever. And then you see that's exactly what's happening, right? You can, Kosovo, perfect example. And on that note with Kosovo, Somaliland, right? Why Somaliland? Actually, you can easily attribute that in part to Russia, right? Because Russia decided, like, okay, you know what? We just put the thumb right in your nose of that so-called order of yours. We are going to follow our own interest, just like you're saying in some cases. Okay, so now they're doing it, and now with the Israelis are being more or less concluding the much of the conflicts, or at least not concluding it, but the situation has calmed down a bit. So what is noteworthy here is that the Israelis are being. It's not that the Israelis are actually recognizing Somaliland; it is that they are first, right? This is notable. The first one should have been Ethiopia, but Ethiopia was resisted on so many levels, both by the African Union, neighboring countries, etc., that ultimately they will be number 2 most likely. And why is it important that Israel is number 1? Because that sets a precedence, and it's also a signal. Just like with the Russians, when they put the thumb right into it, like, no, we're going to do it our own way. We're not going to follow the conventions, because that's what international law is. International law is like a rough estimate of an agreement, how we want to do things, but it's not really binding. And so when the Israelis are doing this, I perceive this to be, when they are doing that, how important is Somaliland? Maybe important, and maybe it's also a nice way to kind of counter Turkey, because they are now getting closer to Israel. And how is that the good way to counter Turkey? Not just outside the Middle East, it's actually right next to Israel and Syria, because what you have there, the Druze. Should the Druze, they haven't done so anywhere as far as I've seen it, but there are more and more talks of them talking about sovereignty, because they cannot really see this concept of Syria ever working for them again. And the Israelis, while they're hesitant of doing that, and actually cannot do that yet, because the Europeans and the Americans want to keep Syria together for the Qatari pipeline and whatever reason, that if that ends, and or the Druze, they decide to have like a more popular movement towards sovereignty, be it if it is an Israeli psyop or not, is irrelevant. The point is that the precedence with the recognition of Somaliland makes it that much more tenable for the Israelis to acknowledge that even if it's not full sovereignty, then an autonomous zone of the Druze area. Not too dissimilar from what the Russians did exactly in the Donbass area, right? So you see, this is like, oh, you're doing it, well then I'm doing it too. And then the international law will be more like, hold on, but weren't we supposed to not to? So we'll just see how this goes. But yeah, sorry for the ram. I think it's Euro.
One was before me, but he's busy now. But okay, where I see this hypocrisy, it's not so much about hypocrisy of the international rule that I have a problem with. That majority of people see the problem in geopolitics, I believe, is the too big of a bite for United States. That's where majority of people see the problem. I would like to keep Western civilization around me because I belong to it. I'm more privy to it, more so I want saved and not to go too risky to take a big bite against Russia and China. It's just simply self-destructive, I would say, going this way, right? As they go directly in a war case. Well, what they did in Venezuela is a part of the, right? As I explained before, Russia wants its own sphere of influence, and United States has its own sphere of influence. This is I would say that Russia had agreement on Venezuela with. You see, just like Cuban missiles in Cuba and Turkey, same exchange, right? Exchange it, you produce the problem, and then you negotiate it out, right? This is how they did it. This is the world politics, but it's just too big of a bite for the West to take Russia on militarily, like it's taken now, especially against China. It could be self-destructive, and I don't want to destroy the Western civilization. This is what I think is why they go against, why the rest of the world are finally, seeing the problem. They will decide, at one point to say, no, that's enough. We don't want to risk it, right? And that's why the Putin is talking about nuclear weapons and everything. Mentioning this is what was the issue, right? This is how I see it. This is where the real problem is, right? Uh, Not so much hypocrisy. I understand like so much hypocrisy from U.S. What happened here in the Balkan wars, how they make up narratives, give excuses for doing bad, and then finalizing as they want, right? As the initial plan was. But they set up everything with narratives, with plans that will turn out as they want. This is what is long-term planning, and Russia is coming back to it, seeing it. China is learning. China is perfect in learning from the past, from all these, NGOs and everything. That's why Russia is so much talking about foreign agents laws. China are pushing those foreign agent laws because they know how they work, right? And this is the why they are too big of a bite. There's no old ways to take down Russia and China. It must be done differently. No, not such open talk and open because so many people, so many countries depend on China, on Russia, and on Ukraine, right? So many countries were importing potash and the neon gas and grain from Ukraine. They're dependent on it. That's why Russia is not going so bad until now against Ukraine, right? Now they stopped all the trade routes from Odessa because the Ukraine wanted to stop theirs, right? With all the attacks on the shipping. So this is why the rest of the world wants from these countries depends on these countries using the payment from United States that organized all the payment system SWIFT, right? So this is how the usually United States enforced most of it, and how it forced against EU is through central bank. This is how it works. The most effective, painless, basically. I mean, bloodless, right? It's not painless, it's bloodless, which is most important. But if something happens to Russia and China, so many countries don't want it. It's just too big of a bite instead of hypocrisy. Juan?
Yeah, I saw. I mean, this isn't me, and I just wonder if anyone's got any thoughts on it. But I did see some kind of like Russian doomers, or maybe like, I don't know, maybe you want to say Eastern doomers if you want to throw China in there. And they were talking about how this operation in Venezuela and the fact that America went and did something, and Venezuela supposedly has friends like Russia and China, and just like Iran and Syria, these two supposed big brothers didn't apparently offer any aid or support or help them resist, the United States or whoever. And like this could hurt future, relations with Russia and China's allies, because some of their allies might start looking at them saying like, look, dude, if you get into a bind, these guys ain't got your back. maybe the United States, they start looking to the United States. I don't know if that would really happen a lot because, I mean, I kind of agree with like what you're saying. I mean, the smart people that are kind of looking long term, that are smart, they see the value. They may not like it, but they see the value in trading Ukraine for Venezuela in the multipolar world. And whatever pole they're in, it's like, well, if you're in the Russian pole, then you're probably going to say that's a good swap. I can live with that. It sucks to lose Venezuela, but in the end, we're going to be made whole or equal or maybe a little better. We'll make out all right. So, I do think there's something to that too. Like they're agreeing to swap, and then maybe some countries will shy away from the United States. Some will be more admiring of the United States, like, wow, they're so kick-ass. And then in the same sense, some people might be pushed away from Russia and China because they feel like they don't really stick up for their friends, but other people might go to Russia and China because they see the plays for what they are, and they want to be in the best position they could be in as a smaller player in a multipolar world. So they might latch on to whatever big brother is going to have the best deal with the United States or China or Russia.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, Russia and China helped Venezuela. It's not like they didn't help, right? They give them air defense system.
I think what people meant was like direct help. Like, they didn't help them shoot down anything in Iran. They didn't help Assad fight back.
Yeah, sure.
And they didn't, I think that's why I've said kind of like Russian doomers, like, why didn't, Wagner
like
go in there and help,
now,
something? Because there was people saying stuff like that,
I mean, like Russia is right now in a war with Ukraine, so they're a little bit bogged down there. They have other fish to fry than to help Venezuela on the other side of the globe, And China is always trying to play this neutral. We don't want to interfere in anything, to keep like a bliss of this international rules-based order, which they try to follow, and the second that they can invade Taiwan, then this will also be over, So that's one thing, But on the other side, also what I wanted to add on what Juro said about the West, right? We are now in a period where the if you're weak, then it's not a good time for you. You need to be strong. You need to show to the world that you are strong. It doesn't matter in which way. You need to show it, if it's military, economically, or diplomatically. If you can show this one of these three, options, then you toast. That's why the United States maybe intervened in Venezuela, to show some power, to show that the West is still backed up by the number one dog, who is the Western sphere, influence. And the Europeans now, they're in a little bit in a pickle, right? Because they said the entire time that Trump is a dictator. Now Trump took a dictator out of a country, So what they're gonna say? That was more my point about what I was texting with Wyatt, right? Because Europe was always, very, like you said, virtue signaling about things, right? Like about the Ukraine stuff, right? Zelensky's Churchill, right? But he's kind of a dictator too, right? But Maduro, because he's not on your side, now he is a good guy because Trump is the bad guy. So how are we gonna connect all these dots, so it makes sense, So that's why, for me, this kind of like thinking too much. You don't need to think too much sometimes in life. Sometimes things are very simple, One guy is a dictator. Okay, you might don't like him, and you want to get him away because you want to keep the power. You get him out, And the other ones, they're but he is international law. Yeah, but you don't do nothing, right? Like Vaughn said, right? You do nothing. You're just there looking at them, Yeah, and you
international law.
UN,
Why would you care? You will never care about your own law, right?
Exactly.
You care about international law.
Europe is not even taking care of their own country and don't take care of their own law. So how they can, enforce international law, So that's one point, right? And on the other side, it's just like they're gonna go in the UN and say how bad United States is, and the United States will go back and say how bad the other parties are, right? So it's just to show, it's just a big show. At the end, what is counting is the reality on the ground. It's the same, like I said, with Ukraine and Russia war. It doesn't matter how much propaganda is around this war, right? At the end, the reality will be that Russia will take some land, that will get some economical ties with the US. Europe depending on how dumb or intelligent they are, they can switch to one or the other side, right? But there's going to be always consequences to your acts. And if you are not able to be strong either militarily or economically or diplomatically, you're gone in this period of time. There is some times in history of the planet where you need to be strong. And that's not a moment where Europe is strong. The moment is very weak. We're very weak. I think coping was next, right?
Yeah, thank you. I forgot a little bit what I was about to say, but one thing that I did notice that is incredibly important is that only half of you folks who are watching right now have remembered to press the like button. So just a kind reminder, you know, it's a new year, new year spirit, and the DPA Open Mic needs to reach many millions of subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed yet, you should absolutely do that. And also, do not be too shy of coming on here. You know, it's kind of calm right now, 6 people. All of us here are regulars, and we're definitely going to be very accommodating for you new folks. You know, look, Vaughn, he has frozen in place. It's such a happy face just waiting for you to come on. So that's, yeah, why don't you do that?
And we have 4 or 5 places. So so the keyboard warriors on the chat, I still love you all, guys. Just come join. Have fun with us. And
I'm just going to take it a step further. You folks who are in the live chat, I see some of you are having like some pretty feisty interactions with each other. And, you know, isn't it very tiresome to be typing and all that? You can actually just come on here, and I can assure you, even though we have this finger rule right now, we tend to be putting it aside when there are people having a live dialogue going on. So if you just want to come right on here and interrupt right away because you want to call each other names or whatever it is and have a discussion on, this is the place to do it. It's just way easier to be... And it's also
especially if you guys think that these guys are idiots, you know, you should come on and
be rude in person.
Yes, please come on, have some fucking decency and be rude in person. God damn it! Especially if you disagree with us, because I noticed that also. Like, I mean, it's okay to snipe ad hominems at us from the live chat if you have been on here. Especially if you actually are on here. So Nunya tends to do that. He tends to be on here, and then he just snipes at us and just throws ad hominems non-stop in the live chat. And nobody is stopping him because he's actually on here.
I also don't like to type, so I prefer to speak. So I don't like reading everything, so I can do that reading for me, but typing is difficult. It hurts my fingers.
Right? Yeah. Who wants to type that you are a retarded dumb fuck? Right? Just say it straight out.
Yeah,
we learn to talk for that reason. So.
Yeah, look at it. I'm typing better than I'm speaking. Yet I want to speak. You know, I cannot give my thought proper wording, proper sentences, proper connection. I don't express it properly. I do it better in typing. But you see, I come up. I'm not afraid to be ugly on the screen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good point, Euro. That's a good point. Yes, folks watching, you don't have to be an asshole to be on here. It's not just to be insulting each other, even though... Oh, the great moderator, Mehdi. All right.
One of the legends is back, Mehdi. So,
you called for assholes and idiots, so here I am.
I just want to say one thing regarding Venezuela. One thing regarding the Venezuela thing. The comparison with Nicaragua, I mean, I get it. It's kind of similar, but Venezuela is a much larger country. Even if they don't have a big brother, and, you know, even if there were defectors and all that kind of jazz, it doesn't matter. As far as I'm concerned, I 100% agree with Upgrade. It's pathetic and weak to basically be taken out in something that I am from now on going to call a drive-by regime change. Because that's what's really what. They just came there, picked up Maduro's like, okay, you're going to comply with us? Yeah? Okay, good. Okay, the rest of you just follow and await further orders. We'll be back with you soon enough. Right? Just right after. And I'm going to leave it at
this. The way Trump signs off on his tweets. You know, we're going to take Maduro. You guys, thank you for your attention to this matter.
It's just another day, right? Just another day on the office.
It's a leader of a fairly sizable country, right? And it's a damn, it must be embarrassing. Like I would be incredibly embarrassed if I was Maduro. But on this point, I'll leave this here because I think we'll probably start segueing into some of the other conflicts. A lot of things are happening.
I want to expand from this topic a bit.
But wait, I'll leave it on this one. We have had a lot of predictions. We have had a lot of predictions of 2024, which have now failed in terms of how we have misattributed how powerful Russia is. Russia is powerful, no doubt about it, but certainly not as powerful on the world stage as we initially anticipated. The Middle East is also like What the hell was going on here? We expected a natural regional hegemon, Iran, to at the very least take down a few planes or something and scare the Israelis properly, make it cost them something. But here, not a single plane even. What the hell is going on? And then you have Venezuela. Venezuela, they just whip with Chinooks. You can not even small arms fire.
No,
okay.
didn't
So now we are,
much
Small arm
better
fire is
than,
confirmed. There is small arm
instead of
fire.
not losing
It's
anything. It's about hiding the losses. Israel is perfectly hid the losses. That's what happened.
What you said,
Okay,
Israel
it's
hid the
not that
losses.
they didn't have losses.
No, if they took any planes, they would show it. They didn't show it. We've gone over this with Ukraine too. If you have done these casualties, if they did all this bad, you can show it. You can prove it. Don't come with any poor excuses.
No, in fact, I'm surprised actually Trump actually admitted that one of the Chinook was actually badly damaged. It was actually badly damaged, but it can still fly.
Okay.
So,
in Venezuela, right? Okay, I thought you were meant on Iran or something, but
No, I
so
meant
anyways,
Israel
your turn anyways.
hiding its damage. No, I meant Israel hiding its damage.
Israel, of course, hiding damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I want to
I
expand
just said
on
I
this.
would expect it a lot more anyways, even if they hide it. That's it.
So I want to expand from this Venezuela issue. I find I was reading some of this stuff. It is starting to look a bit funny, a bit weird. So there is this Communist Party member, some top level Communist Party member. He was on this live stream or whatever or video. And it just started. I just saw it. He almost cried, like when he cannot believe that the Maduro got captured, despite it's 3,000 over kilometers away. But no, and it's like he lamented to the point where he almost cried, which is weird, very weird. That's one thing. Then I also started to see some people from the Russian side, maybe analysts or what, they are now seems to be very worried that because with Venezuela, United States effectively have control of the mass majority of the oil production in the world. Essentially, they have a full control, which means that they can basically crush Russian oil production in terms of how much money they can make. Because now USA can kind of price oil wherever they want. So I'm not sure. It seems to be that this capture of Maduro seems to have a lot more weight, like than what I initially have expected. Vaughn.
Yeah, I saw something what you were talking about. Like they were saying, that they've had highs of like up to 150 a barrel, which has obviously at different times benefited Russia, all the way down to 50, and they're like worried that they might try to keep the barrel price down around 50, which would really hurt Russia's bottom line. But at the same time, my understanding is here in the States and stuff, like, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I think it has to be around like $65 a barrel for like fracking and all the general, oil production to be profitable. So, I mean, would they be willing to undercut the American market price to fuck Russia? And even then, he's talking a big game. I'll go here in a sec, Mitty. About getting in there and fixing all of Venezuela's infrastructure and getting the oil out more, and then we'll sell it to whoever, China, whoever wants to buy it, we'll sell it to them. I mean, even if that's the case, that's, you would think, still going to be another 3 to 6 months. Because, I mean, it's only been a couple days. Nobody knows if the government that's left behind, how cooperative they're going to be. And, I mean, Mr. Ted was talking about, they're probably literally loading barges of equipment right now to go down to Venezuela, and they could get down there pretty quick, which is true. But at the same time, they have to load it up, get down there. Plus, they have to have a safe area to work. I mean, just because Maduro's gone doesn't mean all these like civilian workers can go in there and start repairing stuff or working on rigs and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, even if this was to try to fuck Russia, it seems like it probably wouldn't have any real effect on Russia for at least till the end of the year. And that's only if everything goes right and perfect as far as getting infrastructure up, getting the production going, and then having the customers. And even then, and the whole time, Russia's going to be, selling their oil and making their money right now. So, I just wonder if that's a legit concern, or if, I mean, I could see it being something long-term, but Ukraine really doesn't have that kind of long-term, you know, I mean, if he gets it done before the $50 barrel hits him, does it even matter?
Thanks for some money for the show. I crashed the money, so thanks SLC and so just now the CCP one, the Communist Party one. This is this guy called Li Yi. So he's allegedly I have no idea who is he. It's the top Communist Party political advisor and a famous social media influencer. So this is the video. I'm going to turn on the sound.
到美国首都华盛顿3300公里，妈的照活捉。
So I will direct translate. So he said from Washington to Caracas, 3,300 kilometers. They still just capture him live capture.
我都觉得妈，我都不是人了，我操！我活在世界上。
He say, I don't even feel like I'm a human in this world anymore. Then after he slapped himself, then he said motherfucker something. I forgot what he said. I fuck.
不是人吗？
Not people.
不说。
I don't say. So he feels very distracted. But of course, I mean he's a content creator, right? So influencer. But it's like this is a bit of a weird reaction, like super unusual reaction. In my opinion, it's like why would a Chinese guy have to have this kind of reaction about Maduro? Like, and he almost seems like he wanted to cry. So he said 3,300 kilometer. Fuck, he still got live captured, slapped himself. Even I feel like I'm not the human anymore. Fuck, I live in this world. Then after that, fuck. Then not people, not human. I don't say anymore. So that is the translation, which is I've never ever seen something like this before. It's like that is so weird. Mary.
Kind of wanted to go off of what others were saying. Vaughn was mentioning it too, is that one of the things when I look at this, we're talking about oil specifically right now, is that where was oil missing during this whole time? It's in the EU. So could this grab been able to get Americans to be able to grab this oil so that they can further supply the EU with oil, because they're the ones that have been cut off from their main source. So we got in ahead of it by getting to this oil so we could probably sell it to the EU. That's kind of my thinking, because they need a bigger supply than probably we could have provided. So I'm wondering if this itself was part of, you know, some elaborate plan. Who knows if it would ever work or whatever, but to be able to get the profit, to be able to sell to the EU, which is basically a captured market right now. You know, they got to have it. It's got to come from somewhere, and whoever can get it there they're going to pay the price, whatever they demand right now. So that's what I'm kind of thinking. I also think it's more about BRICS than it is about oil or anything else, because of the sphere of influences that people were talking about. You know, we're coming to a point. I mean, we have to look at things. Let's look at the technology available now. You know, we're getting to the point where you don't need to leave your shores to be able to attack your enemy, no matter where they are. And that's kind of the thing, is everybody's going to wind up at some point, at least the peers are going to wind up with systems that are going to be able to reach their enemies wherever they are. And this type of thing is going to have to cease at eventually some point. But right now, I think it's about where the spheres of influence are. You know, Ukraine is Russia's backyard. Asia is China's backyard. South America is America's backyard. And Africa itself is a free-for-all. It's the UN, basically. That's how I look at it. I can't see it in any way anymore. And somebody said, like ICBMs, and you know, in this day and age with sub-technology, you don't even need them anymore. All you got to do is pop up and fire off and go back down again. And you can do it right off the shores. Let's not forget things like Poseidon are out there. Things like that. I'm sure the U.S. is working on their own version of Poseidon. I can't see why they wouldn't, because of the threat it actually poses. So I don't know. It looked to me like it was done in a very visible manner. It looked like there was some form of inside help to get to where they did, to do what they did, and to capture him like they did and get him back to New York. I'm sure not everybody, you could say money is involved, but it may be other things. It may be truly people feel that Maduro wasn't the right way to go, and they wanted him out there. Just because you're a leader of a country doesn't mean you control the military. That's kind of a U.S. kind of policy. We think that as well, but that's not necessarily the case if the generals decide to just go rogue, which we don't see. But that's the problem too, is that the political generals up there, they're all politically tied to the senators that basically push them through the system. So anyway, I'm babbling on. I'm done.
James is back. So James is new. He just came on today, but I have known him for a long time. He's part of the DPA community for a long time.
Yeah, I've actually watched you guys for a while. Mehdi, Vaughn, Mr. Lambo, Uncle Coping. I've watched you guys for a while. So I'm familiar with your guys' some of your viewpoints on certain stuff. I was just interested in coming on talking about, like the international implications of Venezuela. I don't know what topic you guys were on. I kind of just opened it up and jumped straight in. So I just heard the tail end of that. What were we
kind of
talking about?
the oil aspect of it at this moment?
Yeah. But I think we're almost at 3 hours, and so maybe it's good to change from Venezuela to something else.
No.
Iran.
Iran. I was actually willing to ask that one.
I will stay on it.
Busy warning.
It's important what Mehdi said, that it's supplementing the Venezuela is going to be providing the oil for Europe, but that's probably within 5 years. What they were saying, 28, 29, that's when development or more flow from Venezuela can really go. But what Dude was saying, I find it very important. What he was saying like a year ago, an hour ago, or more, 2 hours ago. I was listening. I wasn't watching. I believe it was Dude talking about United States. If it's the right way to be a hegemony, should do a copy of Belt and Road Initiative in order to claim the Western Hemisphere, to keep it, not to claim, to keep it, right? Because that's how they achieved it. The Chinese Belt and Road Initiative is the way the Democrats in the United States post Second World War did establish the hegemony of United States by helping other countries. Right, this is what China and Russia are trying to do in Africa, trying to connect Sahel, to build up Sahel to communications and all of it. They need a whole connection to the Somalia, from Djibouti to over there to Niger, to Burkina Faso. That's what they want to do. Post-Saharan connection, trans-African connections. Communications. This is important for Africa, and this is how they are establishing. China is establishing its own hegemony. It's a copy of what United States did post-World War, Second World War. That's the way it was done. Same thing.
I mean, we built a lot of infrastructure in South America as well, like the Panama Canal. We did have like a version of it early on. Once we got the global reserve currency, you get a lot more power in that aspect as well. So a lot of soft power came from that, I believe, as well after the Second World War.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. I have a question. So Trump is busy warning Iran for the protests that's happening inside of the country of Iran. People are sick and tired of the regime there also. And he's threatened by eventually attacking if Iranian government is going to hurt the citizens. Do you really think he's going to do it? What type of escalation can we see this year from United States to Iran?
Well, usually good demonstrations are not violent as they're in Iran right now. We can see from Bangladesh violent overthrow of the government. It was really deadly. So Iran demonstrations are really, becoming violent, destructive, self-destructive. So they're not good ones. It's not so massive. It's nicely organized, but it's not really massive. But it's pretty violent. So those are not good people when they're so violent and destructive, right? When you look at the BLM demonstrations, they're destructive. They're not beneficial. They're not how to say productive. They're just destructive. So that's how I would treat those demonstrations, led by especially those now the catching the videos of instructions how to demonstrate, right? How to excuse itself when captured. They have recorded video, explanations of how to demonstrate and how to behave, what to say when arrested.
That's fucked up too, because that's the same thing here in the States with all the different protests and shit from the Summer of Love and everything. They had like ADL or legal representatives literally standing out there with them, and when they would get arrested, they would tell them their name, or they would tell them, like you said, they would give them legal instructions, or they would intervene for them on site. Yeah, but yeah, it's organic Iranian people. Did you see the one where the guy had the flamethrower? And when I saw the video, I thought, oh, it's probably one of those stupid ass like Tesla flamethrowers. I was thinking it was like, it'd be like something stupid. And then I saw the guy actually shoot it. I was like, holy shit, that dude's got like a real flamethrower. But he lasted for what, like 5 seconds, then he got chased down by like 5 motorcycle cops, and I think they shot him. I heard some gunshots.
So what I saw, I think he sprayed some oil on the person first. Then after he used the lighter to light the fire. So I think that's what he did. So it's not like a full-fledged flamethrower, but
there was some that didn't have a lot of capacity. Yeah, but there was a pump.
So the latest number from the Feitud network. So Feitud network is a Discord server, or where they have open source, like people normal like us, compiling the numbers and do the mapping. The latest number is 108 towns and cities have protests in Iran. So I'm not sure if it's all at the same time, but this is the total so far in Iran, and a huge number of them. Yeah, so every day there's more and more towns starting to.
Are there any solidarity protests in Europe, in the Iranian communities? I mean, I know there was some stuff here with Venezuelans and stuff about Venezuela. Has there been any in anyone's?
I know of one in London. I know of one in London, but I don't know of the size of it. But yeah, generally the diaspora is the majority of the diaspora is against the regime. That's why they are the diaspora.
I mean, the only thing I've seen here in the States is I've seen like NPR type shows on YouTube and stuff where they're talking about, but I don't put a lot of those because those are people that don't live in Iran and don't really have the problems the Iranians have. They just don't like the regime. So, but I mean, that's all I've seen here. I haven't seen like any street protests like you saw with Palestine or Venezuela or anything.
Well, I think one thing that is very notable with if you compare the one that is going now compared to what was before, usually with like the Massa uprising and whatever before those, some of them were actually larger than this one. That's true. There's still quite a lot of people on the streets, but it's not that massive thing. Like Wyatt pointed out that he did not think it's a revolution yet, but I would say that it's fast approaching in that direction, and the reason would be. One, like Wyatt pointed out, the protests are all over the country, and this is not like a reactionary response. It's not a reaction. Yes, it's true that the economic factors triggered it, but that's not the first time there's been protest on these. And it was also predicted that when this happens, because of the comprehensive ineptitude of the Islamic Republic, this was expected to happen, irregardless of sanctions in Israel. Even many consider whether true or not is a different matter. But more importantly, it's the economic factors and also social things like, for example, the hijab laws and the apprehension and incarceration for violation of certain laws like that. This is no longer it. That has been the case before, but this time they're not only saying like they're against a certain policy, they're saying outright they're against the regime, and more importantly, they are pointing out an alternative. Because before they didn't used to say Javid Shah, for example, which means the long live the king or something, and that is explicitly to the Shah, the one that the Americans are having, right? Now, I understand that many people might be thinking he was just a dictator, and fair enough. But as far as Iranians are concerned, the Islamic Republic is hardly any better. And when they view back in their history, right, and they are the ones who are living their lives in this, as far as they are concerned, the best option that they have, many are concerned, the best option that they have is the Shah, but not as the Shah was, as a dictator, but the Shah as a constitutional monarch. So yes, there are some divides therein as well, but the important thing is that the demonstrators on the streets, they are first of all, they are making that explicit. This was a red line. This was a red line you could not do if you were an Iranian, for obvious reasons. If you are voicing, like, you can object to, for example, the hijab, the regime, and stuff like that. This will be perhaps a breach of law, or some sort of contrarian attitude. But when you are voicing support for the Shah and you're voicing support for Israel, that is at the very least an act of sedition, if not treason. It will be so in any country, really. You're voicing support for an adversary or the previous ruler you could, right? And yes, okay, the Islamic Republic didn't coup them directly. It was this Marxist revolution that toppled the Shah, and then the Islamic Republic couped the Marxists. And from there on, we have this thing, right? So the thing more important, I think, like whether you have it, okay, they're legitimate or whatever, or I am pro the US or Iran or whatever, all those kind of things. The fact is that the Islamic Republic, they don't even qualify as illegitimate rulers. And I pointed this out last year, at the end of last summer, because this one I thought was incredibly telling, and it has held through until now. Namely, the change that they did in the hijab laws 1 to 2 weeks after Assad fell. It wasn't that they made it more... It wasn't that they made it more stringent or anything like that. Sure, there were some of those factors, but what actually made it noteworthy was that they permitted foreigners to be the morality police, to enforce the hijab laws, because they were not actually able to do that well themselves. So no matter how you twist and turn it, if you need foreigners to enforce any of your domestic laws, that you're even permitting such a thing, that's a sign of weakness, a very strong, clear sign of weakness. And from there on, we have seen what's happened. Like, this is not the first protest that has been since the end of last summer. They've been going in waves. But this Islamic Republic's ability to resist it, its internal security apparatuses, very clearly degraded. And it's not only by Israel, in the sense that they cannot be acquiring as many of the, like Hezbollah, for example. They used that in the Massa uprising, and they've used their other proxies and draw them back in case those things happen. This time around, not only are they lacking severely in that, but you can notice very clearly in the Basij, which are the main internal security forces along the whole plethora. Typically, they will be much, much better organized than they are now. What are you seeing? Even if the protests are not that massive, one thing is that they're all over the place. So arguably, that's going to make it harder for the Basij. But more importantly, that because they are not that overwhelming, the Basij should be able to do exactly as they did all the other times. Line up, enforce, clamp down, and start whooping until this shit passes over. They usually, like, whether you like it the way they're doing it or not, now there are cases, like Euro was correct, there are violent cases, but just like Vaughn was pointing out, you cannot go to the Islamic Republic and say, oh, I'm going to file a complaint or whatever, and put me in handcuffs. You can only do that in countries where that is possible. So violence becomes a prerequisite when the internal security forces, like the Basij, because you will easily find also footages where they are shooting straight into the crowd, right? And of course, that's risks that everything spirals out of control. But when you look at the Basij, not actually responding in kind, and they do so if you look at all the other protests that have been before, within 2, maybe 3 days, they will be out in force. They will be starting smacking, whooping, shooting, but whatever is necessary to get this shit under control. Here, we're over a week. There's barely any momentum from the security forces. They seem almost non-reactive. Many places we're actually seeing them, they're just kind of like, yeah, I'm not really sure I want to be a part of this. I'm just going to stand here because I'm paid to, but I don't want to get myself into more trouble than necessary. And the Basij from the beginning, also, this is not something they usually did. They called in the IRCG to do the heavy work almost right away, which is very surprising. This is something that they would do, but they have yet done. And the IRCG has also... GC, have basically flatly refused to do so. in any meaningful capacity. And that is understandable because here you have Trump and you have Israel. The IRGC are a military. So they're like, sure, there's a secondary military of the, apart from the ordinary army, which is also noteworthy. There's a lot more defections that have occurred since last summer from the ordinary army and the IRGC. And that's why this is very telling. This is why this is not an ordinary demonstration that Iran, the Islamic Republic, have had many times before, because they would typically be having the response to it at this point. So, and the thing with Trump and Israel, I think it makes them more apprehensive, because they understand that as soon as they actually do show up in force, they might give the incentive for the Israelis and the Americans to act. But whether the Americans or the Israelis will actually do so, I'm not so sure about that, because it's very risky, especially when it's not like the 12-day war where the civilians were, somewhat be located in. Now it's all over the place, right? So there's a very high chance that before you know it, you're trying to help out. What you're actually doing is killing a whole bunch of, those you're trying to utilize, be it as a psyop or a tool, irrelevant. You're trying to use them to take over the regime, and here you're smacking on your own, the ones you're supposed to kind of help, right? That's going to be a really bad look. So, yeah, I rambled a whole lot, and now everybody left. I hope everybody didn't run away because of me.
No. I think James going to gym. I think Maddie maybe don't have things to add on Iran, and don't know, Von just disappeared. It's okay. We have Lambo.
Yeah, if you wait 5 minutes, I'm still busy to eat. So
Yeah, no problem. One Lambo equals to 5 people is okay. No.
I'm not sure if the audience is going to be willing to stand me rambling on for another 5 minutes.
No, but
we
if you're looking now, looking now at the situation in Iran, and Trump is busy saying, like, he's still busy targeting Iran. So and I think he's working on more sides than only the processing citizens. Still notice that Iran is an ally of Russia. You still have the problem in Yemen with the Red Sea. So still have problems to solve. So I'm just wondering, is 2026 going to change a lot of that or not?
I question the notion that the Islamic Republic are allies with anyone. Honestly, they seem to be more like a subjugated client state of both of China in particular, but also like look at the Russians, right? Like to them, the Iranians aren't really that important. They don't need the oil. They certainly don't need the technology or the drones from it. Sure, it's helped to have them, but the Russians have, as far as I understood it, they've reversed engineered and also made significantly better drones than the Islamic Republic. And what you see now, like you saw pretty much nothing from either during the 12-day war, which it was quite telling in the first place. Russia, understandably, because of Ukraine, and also like if you've already lost off of Syria, do you really want to get yourself into another shit? You kind of made a fool out of yourself. So that makes sense from Russia's side. But then what is the predicament for the Islamic Republic now? Nobody is going to bet for a loser. That's why nobody really did anything for Venezuela, because they're pathetic and weak. Okay, the Islamic Republic is the natural regional hegemon of the Middle East. Iran has historically been, and is for a variety of metrics, destined to recurringly be the natural regional hegemon. Here, they have a bout with this little fly, basically. That's what Israel is. Israel has, in all throughout history, if Israel has ever been a thing, it has been a vassal, a protectorate of of Iran, right? Iran is the bigger brother here. Yet, here just the fly comes by, flaps its wing, and the whole shit just crashes together. Like, what the hell is going on, right? So, yeah, they're not even they don't even qualify as illegitimate rulers. You should be able to, even no matter how you coup the Marxists and all that kind of jazz, all the moralism and all that stuff, doesn't matter. If you cannot actually hold Iran, and if you get your ass so thoroughly whooped, and with all that leverage that you should actually be having internally, you have no allies, you have no bigger brothers, you don't even have peers, and all your proxies are utter shit. It's like sending a bunch of insects into the fire. They just, sure, they cause damage, they cause an issue. But what was the end result of it all? The end result is that when the Islamic Republic was the next one in line, when one expected the big boss and whatever, it was utterly pathetic. It's like it's insulting almost. Like it's like if the Middle East is trolling us, right? So the Islamic Republic, good riddance. I hope the next thing the Iranians come up with is way better.
Yeah. So just now among all the conversations, which reminds me of something I said a long time ago when we first talked, on open mic, we talked about the multipolar world, and then I was saying that, multipolar world is going to be more wars. And during those days we haven't reached there, but strongly yet. People were saying that Wyatt, you're wrong. They think that it's going to be more peaceful because we're going to have like China and Russia, counterbalance. Yeah. So now people can see for themselves what's happening. China and Russia's foreign policy has never been like they go over there and protect you. Only United States does that, which is why the multipolar world is not going to be what people imagine it to be. It's going to be worse. So now we see just that the United States right now is way stronger than we thought that United States will be in the multipolar world. The current United States is too strong. So we are slowly rolling back into the hegemony of United States. Slowly rolling back. Not yet there yet, but we are slowly rolling back because China has been too weak. China and Russia both is unwilling to assert themselves overseas, far away from their land, like United States would. So they are more towards like a regional power kind of thing. And Iran is actually decently near to both Russia and China, and both decided not to do anything. So yeah. So
I don't blame
people
them.
need to.
I don't blame them. They call themselves the Islamic Republic. Just 1 or 2 years ago,
both of them are afraid of the Islamic terrorism. So
well, not only that, but because there was at this point last year or the year before that the Islamic Republic, the state media, they just had to actually just lay it on the ground that they had closed over 50. So anyone can search this up. They had to close over 50,000 mosques out of 75,000 across the country. They had to close 50,000. Now, to put that into proper context, because I know some people might find that 2/3 isn't really telling you anything, even though it's clearly a lot, and it's called the Islamic Republic. But most of these 50,000 mosques that were built were after the Islamic Republic came to power. So it went from 25 when they came to 75. And now 40, 50 years later, they have to put it down due to lack of attendance. Okay, this is why you would find quite a lot of Muslims are part of these protests that are the dissidents. They don't view them as legitimate, even from the name Islamic Republic. Like they don't qualify. They don't qualify by and pretty much any metrics. So really, it's kind of astonishing that they've been able to keep themselves together and project their power, because that's actually quite impressive. Like, I think that's why many of us thought that the Islamic Republic will be much more powerful, especially when you started getting to their home turf. But they clearly, like, if they must have overstretched themselves a lot more than it seemed. So I mean, they're not even a paper tiger; they're more like a paper chicken at this point.
Yeah, I still remember watching or reading proper so-called. Now I realize it's propaganda. Like the Iranians developing radars that they're super massive, able to detect stealth fighters and all sort of the new technologies that they indigenously developed. They're so powerful, and then it's like they can't defend themselves. That means all they have is terror weapons. It's like in World War II, Germany developed terror weapons, right? V1, V2, V3. But these are weapons that you can't win war with. It's just to create chaos.
Yeah, just like the saturation strikes. So that's much more damage towards Israel than anyone else could do. But you would be expecting a lot more better. Like, if you look at the pattern of escalatory dominance that they pursued against each other, the Israelis, they used strikes, assassinations, and what have you, right? The response that the Islamic Republic had, the only one that had any sort of notable effect, was saturation strikes, which is basically early 20th century doctrine, right? Even the Russians and the Ukrainians, they started maybe in the beginning with some saturation strikes, but they gave it up for good reasons. The precision munitions are very expensive, but the dumb missiles, and you have to use a ton of them, are also expensive. You have to muster the troops and the launchers there, and that's exactly where you could see the second thing, because the mass of volleys where the Islamic Republic were when the Islamic Republic was at most overwhelming the Israelis was like at day 3 or 4. Like, it was fairly early in the 12-day war. After which it all just trickled off completely, and the reason was Bigari, I believe, he pointed out accurately, was because many of these launchers are big, they're easy to spot, and they take hours often to establish. And then when you're going to be launching them, right, through all this time, not only are you always going to be vulnerable while doing it, but now the enemy has not only air dominance, they have a live updated ISR. The ISR was fantastic, like astonishing, and they of course could not only do that with satellite imagery and so forth. We could clearly see that the expanded espionage infrastructure, the Mossad and whatever, have been able to recruit so many operatives within Iran that they could even know exactly where the IRCG commanders were going to have their meeting, even if they were not communicating, even if they were trying to avoid surveillance in that regard, right? So this is it's like, but I'm hesitant to actually say that the Israelis did that well, because I like, after all this, and the more I'm looking at the Islamic Republic, they look so weak and pathetic. They look so much paper show and so much political theatrics that I'm kind of like, look at the water crisis they're enduring. They're on the worst estimate over 50 million. This is a country of 90 million. Over 50 million is being forcefully relocated. This has nothing to do with Israel. Israel could just have sat back and just waited for the whole country to collapse. And so that's
what Netanyahu said, right? That's literally what Netanyahu says, that Israel actually don't even need to do anything. Eventually the regime will collapse. Because I have the same feeling. I was expecting Iran to be a lot stronger, and I was shocked when you first told me that they have water crisis. I was like, what? So I went to look into it a little bit. Then I was like, fuck, they really actually have a water crisis. How can you have a water crisis? You are just next to a freaking inland sea, so that was a surprise to me,
Yeah, the Nika actually came on at that time too to corroborate it, and he pointed out on the factors that the biggest reasons for it, and one thing is basically mismanagement and corruption, which are tied to two policies that kind of ran amok. One was a policy of autarky when it comes to agriculture. And autarky is basically just self-reliance, and which makes a lot of sense when you are the Islamic Republic. You just take power, and you're immediately hit with a bunch of sanctions and all that kind of stuff. So of course that makes a lot of sense. But they decided to take it like all the way, and this was there were two things that hurt bad here. One, the crops that they were growing, sure, it didn't fed the population well, but it gave them a lot of money, and it was also not a crop that they were sanctioned from. So they just did it preemptively to be secured, but also from partially like ideological, if you want to put it like that. It makes sense to have a policy of autarky, and I know a lot of people, and I myself, I'm favorable towards that policy to some extent. But they took it to that point, to the level where also the corruption that was pertaining to it was not adequately addressed, and so a lot of water was spent on a lot less profitable crops that used way more water, and it was managed worse. And this was compounded even more so with not only bad maintenance throughout like what civilians themselves are using, but they also went completely amok with building dams. Because the thought was basically more dams, more power, and more water for irrigation. And yeah, that is in a sense true if you actually have the waterfall for it. But they didn't have the waterfall for it. So these dams, you just ended up having a bunch of dams, many of them with a lot of expenses that didn't even produce anything because you didn't have enough rain to fill them all. And you kept using more than you could spend. And so what kept on happening then was that, of course, they tapped into the water, like below the water, my brain is blanking, but the subterranean waters, aquifers. And they took it to such an extent that it became nominal, a regular occurrence, that you would have like these sinkholes that take entire buildings, swallow neighborhoods around both in Tehran and a lot of places in the country. Which is something like it has happened in Europe too occasionally, and this gets a lot of protest. Like people don't like to be having like, oh shit, is my house going to suddenly just sink into the ground? But this was happening time and time again all over across Iran. And for well over a decade, this has been a very prevalent and well-known problem. It's like, of course, if you're living in that, it's going to be kind of, it's
that it's a country that's focusing more on other stuff than their own citizens.
Exactly.
Because you can avoid everything. If you have even a water problem, you can.
Well, I mean, if you don't have the water problem, right, then people are going to be willing to accept a lot more. But if the water and many other things, now you can't even buy fuel, the inflation running amok, then it's not surprising that you will also among the chance of the people, they will say like, screw nothing for Gaza, nothing for Lebanon, all for Iran, right? Of course. Why would you want to be spending your resources in something far flung away when your home countries is falling apart? I mean, this is a very reasonable complaint that we also have. Here in Norway, for example, we're slashing across pretty much everything across the board. We're closing schools and things like that. And real wages are stagnating. Yet at the same time, we're still just keeping pushing more and more money through so-called humanitarian aid just to kind of have our soft power, which we don't see. Like Norwegians often don't even see. Like where is this even from a purely geopolitical sense making sense? Right? You're just wasting our money while you're trashing. And our situation in Norway is arguably enviable compared to Iran. So it's yeah.
I already been happy that my prime minister managed to stop these Russian assets that are saved us a lot of money and even a bankruptcy. So I can speak a little bit positive about what's happening in my country, but less about Europe, for example.
I heard Belgium is now a pro-Russia country.
Yeah, apparently.
Did Belgium stop like the seizing of Russian assets and trying to?
So what they did actually, they changed it by Europe did like they took money from the bank, so they how do we call that? They're renting money from the bank and they don't pay any percentage on that. It is going to cost Belgium 4 billion. So they took 90 billion for Ukraine, and for our money, we're going to lose 4 billion, something like that. Still better than 140 billion or 210. But Europe, if you're talking about food and water, Europe is really fucked up because you're changing laws. Apparently, farmers need to invest in medication that they need to give to cows, that they fart less for the CO2 production. It's not a joke. And we are busy. They are busy already for a few weeks. The farmers are fucking angry and they are busy manifesting. They are busy. They're coming up the streets. Last week they blocked. We are next to my town, Bruges. They went there to protest, and I went there. I signed a petition. They gave me a bag of potatoes, so I was happy. But I support them. And the thing is that the regulations in Europe are so sick and disgusting. I mean, we need to change our footprint, but it's not a problem to import meat from other countries that has very rules about CO2 and all that shit. So the farmers barely can manage to have some finances, and a lot of farmers already stopped their business.
Are you guys doing in Belgium the same as in the Netherlands, where they kind of take use their tractors, take a pile of shit, and just dump it right in front of the government building or whatever?
Or even worse, and we're not going to even compare ourselves with the French, because the French are master in that. We had like a big shit tank, and we sprayed it over the buildings. The French are even more hardcore in that, but Europe is busy destroying itself, as not only by supporting Ukraine and destroying itself economically, but with all these regulations that they are putting inside of Europe. It's become too much, and it destroys itself. It's like really saying to everybody, go buy somewhere else, where they go buy all your shit outside of Europe, and let us go get bankrupt. It's disgusting. We are killing our car industry. Germany just closed one of his Volkswagen factories, and it's the first time in the history of Germany that Volkswagen needed to close in their country the factory, because China, we allowed everything to come from China. Now, because we need money, so everything you buy in China is from AliExpress, Temu, and China and all that shit. And for every package you buy, you need to pay €3 tax extra on your purchase. So it's sort of to say you need to stop buying from China, but there's also more to say we need fucking money of you, so we're going to find out a way of taxing you more. The gas and electricity is going to be a little bit cheaper in Belgium for this year. and the gas is going to be more expensive. But like Belgium stopped more and more using nuclear power for the electricity production, and they are actually forbidding us to, if you're building a new house, to use gas as a warming resource. But because we need more electricity, because all these electric vehicles, all that shit, and all these data bank centrals for AI, all that shit that needs a lot of electricity, we are planning to build more centrals to produce electricity powered by gas. So they've forbidden the citizens to use more and more electricity and gas, but they're going to build centrals powered by gas because we don't want to use nuclear power anymore. It's actually, okay, it's sort of dangerous, it can be very dangerous, but it's still the easiest way to produce electricity. We all need to pay a lot to use, so to replace gas and all that shit to use heat in our houses, we need to put like the induction is that warm. Yeah, we need to use other stuff like even using diesel to power your house is also being more and more difficult. So it's totally fucked up in every way. And if you're looking at the streets, more and more YouTubers are using the immigration problem to come out in suburbs of some big cities and filming and say, oh, you need to look to Belgium and Brussels, all these immigrants living. Yeah, we have a problem in that. And that's because of Europe allowing to come here. And we had a very fiery New Year's Eve because of that also, because they don't know European values and they don't give a fuck of how we are living. And you're playing with fireworks, they're attacking firemen and they attacking ambulances also. And then our government...
Mr. Lambo, can you laid 3 points and I actually want to respond to all of them. So can we let the Wyatt take the super chat and then we can get back, because I'm going to try to keep in mind what you were saying.
Super chat by Anders. Growth rate have been under trend since 2008 globally. US sanctions on top of that is very hard. Is Russia the only country that kind of survives it?
Tusen tack, Anders. I would just say my assertion is no, nobody is affected. Growth is going down for everyone. That's like, and Russia is by no means immune, not by a long shot. The war is something that they have been able to withstand, and that's of course a testament to their power. But they're certainly not gaining from it. They're certainly not gaining growth or any more economic, like that's just simply not true. And also China, you know, they are not going to avoid this either. If the US and all the other, like China is absolutely dependent on the rest of the world, right? If you think about how the US is using the dollar to offload inflation when they're printing money or whatever they're doing with the US dollar, it's because of the reserve currency. The countries are having assets denominated in dollars and they're trading in dollars. So the money that would otherwise be circulating within the United States is circulating outside the United States. And that's why if these things happen like with COVID, everyone else is going to feel it much harder than the Americans, even though the Americans are going to feel it not nearly as much as they otherwise would. The same goes for China, right? Their entire industry, it's not around finances, but they need American financing, that this financial system of the Americans, they need it to run and operate their industrial dominance. The reason is very simple, because if they don't have the American, if they don't have the US dollar to be trading with, their own currency will appreciate, which will tank their export market, and then they will be forced to become something akin to the United States, where they stop being producers and exporters, and instead become a consumer economy like the United States. And their situation is they don't have like the outset that the Americans had, where that's something that they can do without it's severely very, very risky. It's risky for the Americans already, right? So if anything goes bad for the rest of the world, China is 100% going to be affected, just as the United States is also going to be affected. Are they going to be affected to the same degree? No. Unfortunately, Norway, for example, like you and I, we're probably going to be feeling that a little bit more, unfortunately. So I'm not sure if Mr. Lambo has something to say.
No, but just to reading a little bit the chats here, they're saying like food and all that stuff are going to be more expensive, and that's not true. Food is actually staying at the same price. We are raising in Belgium more tax because with the COVID, we lowered a lot of taxes, especially about food. So basically, bread is certainly going to be more expensive. Why? Because a lot of bakeries using gas to heat up their ovens. So it's going to affect us also. And that's something that's very sad, because ingredients like to make bread, and if you have like normally in a way of surviving, or in a way like the most important food ingredients, you have grains in that water, and all the basic ingredients like to make bread, for example, because you can survive by only eating bread. All these things are getting more and more expensive. If I compare to 20 years ago, bread here in Belgium tripled in price. Tripled. It's a lot. And for people that doesn't have the money, and they already didn't have the money 20 years ago, getting even more and more and more difficult. The farmer is not winning on that, is not losing on winning on that, because the prices are going more higher. It's like the big companies deciding how many a farmer is going to get for his milk or for his cow.
Same in Norway.
And then it's everywhere in Europe, I think. Still, I think like Germany is still very cheap compared to Belgium. If I'm going after bread, if I'm going holiday in Germany, the price is still like half the price compared to us, depending on base bread, not on no special bread. But the thing is that we have here in Belgium competition about supermarkets. So they are competing against each other to be the lowest in price. And because the competition is so big, the prices stay pretty low for foods. So we have a lot of actions, like you can buy two plus two. Sometimes you can buy a product like a bar of chocolate, 2 plus 2 for free.
That
So
makes you luckier than us then, because we have the opposite. The oligopoly of us, that's a cartel. So our prices just go artificially up. It's just because they've gone way beyond the ceiling now that they have had to reduce it a little bit. But that's it. So yeah. I want to go back to asking you what the things, Mr. Lambo, because you said several things I wanted to touch on, but since Mehdi is here holding his hand, and he came back, so let's have Mehdi first.
I'll just be real quick, because you guys both of you were making great points. I wish people would go and what I recommend do it right now after the show is go look at the purchase price parity calculators, and it will calculate for you, the basic necessities for your life, how it compares to other countries. I recommend people do that, because you're going to see something that's very surprising, is that Americans are not living as well as we think we are. We're overpaying for a lot of things. And one of the things that I wrote an article years back when I used to write, and I called it the ramen revolution. And what it was that when things like this happen, people are going to gravitate to the cheapest food they can buy the most bulk of. And ramen noodles is right there. And you're talking to a country that pushes eating healthy, that's already got an obesity problem. What are they doing? They're forcing it. They're forcing all these processed foods down people's throats now because they can't afford to eat more healthy, because that food is getting out of their price range, and it's widening further and further. And that's it. As an American, we always think we have the best life going. It's not necessarily the case. And that's and also for other countries, people of other countries as well. It's not like we don't have our own problems here and Americans don't suffer. The things that you see going around the world is our government doing shit, not the basic American that's out here just trying to survive on a 9-to-5 job. Where both parents are working out. Now they're putting in 50 hours a week. The kids are always in daycare. They come home, mom and dad only have enough time to put a microwave meal into the microwave to feed all the kids once it gets home. And then they have all their scholastic and other shit they got to do, anyway, you know what I'm talking about. So the further this goes on, I think that we're deluding ourselves, and we really need to get back to some point of reality, because, I just as an American, I just see our lives getting harder and harder. And it's not just foodness, it's healthcare as well. Sure. People pay up to 1/3 of their total paycheck in the healthcare, and they don't realize it because it comes out automatically. And what's happening now? More hospitals are closing. You are getting less and less services. You got to travel further and further distances to get the healthcare you need. And what else? You're paying more out of your pocket every single fucking year. And people do not realize it. This country could have the best healthcare system in the world, the most heavily funded healthcare system in the world with all the access to everything we wanted in healthcare in this world if we only chose to do it, but we don't. And that's the problem. We have people that are making decisions for our lives that only benefit them.
Can I ask
Fingers
you?
crossed.
Can I ask
Fingers
for all
crossed.
of you here? I'm not sure if any one of you are aware of it, but here's one thing that kind of starkly contrasts to the price rises that we have been discussing, and it kind of goes to, because what many you're talking about, lower healthcare and all that, where the food is actually getting more expensive, but people still think they're doing well. And I kind of a few months ago, actually a little bit longer, but a few months ago in particular, there were a few things that I came across that really gave me like this sensation, like the saying from the Roman Empire, bread and circus. And so if you think about, like, so have you guys noticed, I'm not sure if you guys are aware of it, but in Norway, prices on drugs are the things that have not only not gone up in price, it's actually gone down. And that's also the case for alcohol to some extent. Now, in alcohol, it's not that severe, but basically the prices, like in numerically, they have barely gone up like a few percent, maybe 10%. Whereas the numerical price on everything else is like 50 to 300%, depending on commodity. Which means that when everything else have gotten that much more expensive and the money that much less valuable, this slight increase in the on beer, for example, actually means it's gone down in price compared to everything else. And drugs even more so. And I don't mean like just weed or anything like that. It's across the board. And that goes a little bit back to what Mr. Lambo was asking. So, and you know, drug cartels are in the US as well. This mass migration things do carry a lot of extra baggage, especially when we're talking about organized crime units that are at such a level of sophistication and scope that the ordinary organized countermeasures basically are very ineffective, especially in Scandinavia. So one outcome of that is that many of these mafiosos that came, I don't think you guys in Belgium have had the same issues the Swedes had, but the Swedes started 2025 with the first 2 months. They had pretty much every single day a bombing attack. And it was not only like Molotov cocktails and hand grenades. There were some cases where entire buildings, several relatively large buildings taken out in a single blast, like PLO style or something like that, right? And that was gang war occurring because, and like it's many reasons. Some people would say, "Oh, it's an Islamic takeover and whatever." No, the gangs were like Swedish gangs were fighting each other and whatever, but as well. But what has been the case in Norway when it comes to drugs? So, in the beginning of COVID, the several types of drugs actually spiked up 200 to 300%, even more so in some cases. And that was concomitant with two reasons. One was the shutdown, and the other one was successful counter measures by the organized crime units for certain types of drugs to come in. By a year or so later, this had started. It's not really normalized, but it went back to, like I said, the numbers were the same, but the value of the money has gone down. So the price had actually gone down, and now it's lower. It's numerically much lower than it used to be across the boards. Be it like cannabis, amphetamines, cocaine, whatever. All those kind of drugs are now much cheaper than they used to be just 5 years ago. And one of the reasons for that is because the mafias in Sweden have gotten so well established that now that they moved into Norway, they in many cases they actually just displaced our indigenous mafiosos. They simply did not have the connections to actually basically compete. So they're still there, but very often when they get their shit that they're selling to their market, it's often from the mafia, the foreigners that have now just simply displaced and taken over. And it should be noted, they're all, of course, to varying extent tied to the police and law enforcement as well. And this, I think that's like a part of the bigger plethora of corruption. Like if you think about the hotels in Britain, where they stuffed it up, they were supposed to go bankrupt, many of them, but they stuffed it up with refugees and put tax money in it, right? That's like an incentive of relation of corruption that you can maintain.
That is a globally big problem, and even you can take
and
UK,
that's the same.
like a part of Europe in that in the past. But the thing about the drugs, I don't take drugs, so I don't know the prices. But yes, you're right. The criminality and the rivalry about the gangs raised a lot. It's part also because a lot of immigrants or became drug dealers. We have a lot of gangs, and they are not Belgian. They are all foreigners from base. also due to the immigration problem, and it was actually because of Angela Merkel that everything rise very hard. The problem that we have in Belgium is that Belgium, and I'm going to take Holland with it also. Holland has Rotterdam, that's the biggest harbor of Europe. Antwerp is the second biggest harbor of Europe. And the government decided to go harder in war against drugs and do more control about what's inside of containers and all that shit. So, of course, they're going to be a lot of reality, and a lot of gang members are going to fight. So, I just joking, 2 years ago, we had a lot of grenade dropping, really people dropping grenades inside of somebody's house. And a lot of the times they threw it in the wrong house, to be very funny about that one. And we joked about it. Yeah, okay, you're busy in Antwerp again playing grenade tennis. So it's something that's happening a lot.
Is it often minors? Because in Norway we have some. When
Yeah,
that
but
happens, it tends
like
to
the
be minors.
dealers or more minors. But the problem is going even bigger than that. So in Brussels and the suburbs, the problem is pretty big. You have a lot of rivalry gangs, Antwerp also. But Antwerp is more like the Dutch mafia that's coming to here, taking after their drugs. So the problem in Antwerp is big, but not that big. And Brussels is bigger. They are really killing each other, using rifles and all that shit. Even gangs, drugs dealers, you need to if you like a suburb and they have like a marketplace. There is somebody sitting on the seats in the middle of the place and waiting just to say that is my territory. And the police is even afraid to do something. They have a lot of spotters. Everybody see each other. But the problem got bigger if you're watching the YouTuber looking after the suburbs that I was speaking before. I can give you a few names. You have one is Dutch Travel Maniac. So it's somebody from Amsterdam that's going in a lot of cities. And he's going to places that somebody giving him in the comments, like in the suburbs of some cities, to walk in that. And if you look like Colonia, Hamburg, Berlin, Germany, I'm going to really use Germany because the situation is very bad in Germany. If you have like Colonia, where you have the very big famous cathedral, you just go 200 meters inside of other streets, you're going to see drugs users as fuck. You just walk into a street, a guy is going to you and he's going to ask you, do you want to have drugs? I'm selling drugs for you. It's that easy. And the police is doing nothing. So that's what I also say about lefty governments in Europe, and Germany is actually affected more by that. The government of Germany is fucking left, too left. They just allowed everything. In Hamburg, they have a big place that they designed specially for drug users. You go to that place, you're going to see 500 people taking openly drugs. And it's made for it. They're doing shit about it. And actually, in the positive way of speaking, and it's actually disgusting, I'm going to say that, almost all of the drug users, I think the higher percentage, are all immigrants, drug users also. So actually, all these immigrants are busy killing each other. You're busy killing each other. So is that the way for Germany to say, let's get rid of the immigrants? So just say nothing about the drugs, let them do, and they're going to kill themselves? I don't know.
I agree with you. That's a good, because
it's everywhere in Europe. I'm going to say, I'm not going to use Germany only. It's everywhere in Europe. It's less in Belgium. The problem that we have in Belgium, there are some suburbs like Molenbeek. What Trump said in 2000, between his first term, he said, Brussels is the hellhole of Europe. And it was actually referring to Molenbeek. Everybody that's white or native Belgium almost left there. So you're going to walk into streets where only the shops, and we can be lucky that we have a lot of Moroccans living in Brussels, and they are speaking also French. So you're going to have the shops written in their Moroccan language or Arabic, and then in French to say bakery or something else. But if you're going in streets in Berlin and Hamburg and other, the streets are full. I mean, really full, or shops that are not even from their own country, and everything is written in a language that we can't read. It's happening in Europe, things like that. Mehdi?
Well, While we're having this conversation, all I can think of is China during the Century of Shame, when basically it was Europe that got addicted to opium. And what we're seeing is almost a certain type of karma coming back around to whip at us, kind of for what we did. I mean, they're probably not even connected. One thing, though, is that in America, we have a problem, especially in the state of Maine, where houses are up on the market. They'll get purchased, and what happens is they turn into marijuana farms on the inside. They say they're run by the Chinese, which I think may be the case. I don't know. But actually, one of these houses is actually right down the street from us. And I saw it get raided and busted. Wow. So, and it is a big problem up here. And it's making street legal drugs, cheaper. I mean, marijuana is everywhere here. I can go downtown to where I used to live. And within a mile radius of me, I have five dispensaries. It's crazy here. And I don't know what's changed. Is it something that was pre-planned? Because the bread and circuses is a really good way to look at it. In a way, keep the population entertained and out of your hair, and you can do whatever the hell you want, pretty much, as long as they're fat, done, and happy, and here we are. It's kind of weird how it happens. And actually I use cannabis, so I don't want to sound like a hypocrite here, but I have a reason I use it. But it is starting to get to the point where the kids are able to get it way too easy now, because it's just prevalent everywhere. And that's part of the problem. But the one thing I would say, though, is like the problem in Europe, I never really connected that drugs and immigrants were connected together in that way, where that you would almost be getting rid of two birds with one stone by getting rid of the immigrants. You'd also get rid of half your problem. So thank you for that information. I'm really learning a lot from you guys. So
yeah, I can link you full of YouTubers, but actually they only show the bad parts, and they're going to say it's the capital city is very bad. It's not the whole capital, but we have really suburbs that are in very bad shape, and Germany is fucking disgusting. I went a few times to Hamburg, and luckily in the good areas, but you can't pick up a hotel, sadly, just next to one of these streets, and you want to do a walk, and you're going to be affected by this type of people, and you don't know how they're going to react to you if you refuse to something. It's dangerous. And what is staggering is that the politicians are doing nothing. Even like I say, Hamburg, you just have a place where you can just take your drugs, and nobody is going to say something about it. And you see at least 500 people. The most famous places, and there's actually in every big city, or the train stations, they are brown as fuck. If you look, it was which city it was? Was it Berlin? I think it was Berlin. So one of the YouTubers, they had a hotel in a suburb, and a better, I'm not going to say better suburb, but so they're using the metro system to go from place to place, and there are some parts that they just don't close the barriers where you need to just scan your ticket, because they know everybody is going to jump over it and not going to pay, and these immigration zones. And then you have the touristic areas of the city. All the gates are closed. You need to pay to enter, to take the metro. But in the suburbs, you're just open. They're just open. It's fucking nuts. I think, I don't know where it was. It was in Holland or in Germany. I don't care. But there is a problem. And the biggest problem of Europe, and as the rise of the immigration and the migrants and brown peoples, or that they are fucking like bunnies. The white people are not fucking anymore. They are not making children anymore. But all these, not to be racist, but the brown guys, these foreigner guys, they are all fucking like bunnies. And they are all making babies, and they have no education at all. And we see that on New Year's Eve here in Brussels or Antwerp. There are kids of 11, 12 years old at midnight, 1 hour in the morning, burning stuff, burning cars, playing with fireworks, all that stuff. It's fucking nuts. It's
I
staggering.
recall that several years ago in the Netherlands. Every time I went to the Netherlands, and I was often out at night, and I would be like, what the hell is this 10, 11-year-old walking on the street often by themselves, like in the middle of the night? So I had to ask some Dutch people, and what they said, like, oh no, it's because the parents are busy making a new brother or sister, so they just send their kid out in the middle of the night. Like, what kind of parenting is that? Of course, you're gonna have a bunch of delinquents. It's hard to surprise you with that kind of attitude to your children. That is actually it's not the first generation of immigrants necessarily. I mean, now we're having first generation of becoming problem, but if you go back in time, they weren't that much of a problem as they are now. It's actually their children tend to have a higher proportion of causing problems. Just bad values replicating themselves without being addressed.
Yeah,
it's a societal problem, right? Because they cannot integrate in. They don't have the education or the language, so they cannot find work. They cannot have a proper house. So many of them will turn to drugs, or do illegal work. And then this is the only thing they can do. But then but this applies to all the illegal immigrants. So all the illegal immigrants become competitor to each other. They start to kill each other. They start to do the same trade. And then, but the thing is, just like the olden days where we have no internet, nothing to do, or what. Then at night, what do? You just have sex and they just have children, and that's what they do, because they have nothing productive to do, and they just have a lot of children, and then bring them into this world where they also don't have their foundation. They also are not having the education and whatnot, which is probably why the liberal governments try to pump money to fund the education of all these illegal immigrants or the migrants, especially in the United States, where they want to pump money into to do all these things. But then the money don't even reach them because the politicians or whoever in the middle will just siphon all the money out, and it becomes like this cycle of evil that just perpetrate itself. And if they kill themselves, this liberal government also don't care. Like, lesser problem if they kill themselves,
The thing is, and that's why they always trying to take me to say like, hey, Brussels is bad. And the reason that Brussels is bad is actually all Europe regulations are a little bit like that. Here in Belgium, the only place you can go as a legal immigrant to go after asking for your papers is Brussels. So you need to go there. You need to go to Brussels to asking to be legal, something like that, or to have help. And if you've been refused and you say they're going to give you a paper, and they're going to say you need to leave the country. And what is happening? Nobody is leaving the country. So they all are piling up in Brussels. They're all piling up in Brussels. And the government is actually nothing doing about it. The problem with the Belgium system is Belgium is divided in three parts. So you have a federal parliament that is whole Belgium, and then you have three national parliaments. So you have the Flemish one, you have the French one, and you have the Brussels one. Brussels, after the last elections, they still don't have a government right now. They're in big shit. I said it on the last open mic. We have a problem in Belgium, like the police, the federal police of the part of the Flemish part is leaving Brussels. Actually, is already busy leaving Brussels, and you're using Antwerp as actually the capital of Flanders already. So we are not going to be afraid to lose Belgium and to have it cut in three and two. Not in three, going to be cut in two. Brussels is actually being bankrupt or is going to be bankrupt. I don't know what's happening, but it's going very bad in Brussels. And the thing is that our prime minister, as I always say it, the guy is a wolf in sheep clothes. The guy is actually more far right than we're thinking. He's very smart and he has one big dream. He's not talking about it, but he did it in the beginning. The guy doesn't like Belgium. He's a Flemish patriotic guy. He's a nationalist. And the only thing he wants is to have Belgium split in two. That's the thing. But the whole problem in Europe started with one woman that said, we schaffen das. It was Angela Merkel. We allowed to have all these immigrants. And we do nothing against it. We're not helping them. We are doing nothing. They don't want to civilize and our standards and our way of living. So it gives you an image that Europe became very brown. It's actually not. We just don't see a lot of and for myself, because city centers became so expensive, a lot of my friends, all that shit, started to move now and more closest little villages they left the cities, and it's happening in the opposite side for more migrant background persons starting to do business or illegal, don't care. And they are gathering there and living together also. They are very people, these are all living like not in gangs, but they're living all in the same community. So that's why you have places in some cities that are like only. If you're walking as a white guy in these streets, you're going to be the only one. So it's pretty concerning. But stop always pushing against Belgium. Other countries are in much bigger, worse shape than Belgium, and Germany is one of the baddest, I think. But Germany is also very big, has very big cities. But almost, I just for Belgium, I can give you maybe 3 cities that are in bad shape. In Flanders, you have Antwerp is in the worst shape. Brussels as capital of Belgium. So we have a lot of other countries, people living there also. And then you have in the French part, I think Charleroi is one of the worst. But the criminality, the drugs is very big there. So you have a lot of gangs. And also we are getting French gangs doing their drug stuff here also. So in Brussels, you have a lot of gangs from Marseille in France coming to here. And we are stuck in the middle of other countries also. So we are getting everybody. And trafficking is passing by Belgium and coming to Belgium. So it's happening like that. But if you're looking to United States and for many, Minnesota with the Somalian pretending they have a daycare center, the fraud that's coming up, and it's more disgusting that the press, the CNN is just not. It's fucking nuts what's happening there. I really hope that Trump is going to do something about it. And the Somalians, it's disgusting, and it's not only about what they are doing. It's also proving that there's no control about daycare centers where you actually, as the father or mother, going to bring your children every day. If you have all these hundreds of daycare centers that are illegal, there's no control on that. Nobody went to check if they are really realistic. And you have real daycare centers where you have your children there, so you can also think, okay, they are not controlling there. Do that in Belgium. One daycare people fart on the wrong way, they're going to have the whole government checking their business to see if they do child harm. That's happening in Belgium. And United States, you are allowed for years to have a daycare, and nobody checked if you're really existing. And that's not only about the corruption, but about the care about the children inside of that. And then you have these healthcare centers that are not even existing also. So you have Tim Walz during the elections for VC doing the debate with J.D. Vance and saying, yeah, in my state, I am busy doing everything for the citizens. We are raising a lot of money to finance daycare centers and healthcare and all that shit. And actually, it's all fake. The guy, and that is something I didn't know, he changed your fucking flag of Minnesota, looking like the one of Somalia. How fucking nuts are you busy? And the guy is still not in prison?
It's actually, Mr. Lambo, it's in multiple states. Actually,
yeah, I know it's multiple states, but I use one example.
Maine is a big one right now that they're starting to find out. It was coming out of Lewiston in the Auburn-Lewiston area, where years ago when the Somalis were first brought here, they took over an entire park. It wound up becoming a violent thing where just the regular citizens from Lewiston couldn't go into the park. They took it over, and the police would do nothing about it. And Janet Mills, she doesn't want anybody looking into what's going on in Maine, but they traced it. It is in Maine. It's something to do with some big financial deal. It's like $100 million or something. I advise people, if you're interested, read about it.
Oh, I think this year we're going to see some insane revelations.
I think corruption scandals after each other in every fucking state of America.
But you see that the positive in the United States as opposed to Europe is that United States is now changing, is in the process of cleaning the corruption. That is the positive. This is why I'm so supportive of Trump administration, because I can see what they're trying to do, and they are doing the impossible work. It's really nearly impossible to do what they're trying to do, to defeat the deep state, to kill the corruption, kill the waste, and then not to mention it's a federal system, so the corruption is at the state level as well. So all these legal hoops, is very, very complicated, and the Trump administration is trying to get there, and it's super important because, like I said earlier about the geopolitics, United States decide the rule and the law of the world. And if you have a corrupted United States, everybody is going to suffer. You're going to have insane wars like we had in the past 20 years. Iraq war, Afghanistan. You're going to have Syria, Libya. It's going to continue if United States continue to be so corrupted. And all this cleaning and this revolution within the United States is important, which is why I'm following, because if United States continue to collapse, then my country will have to decide, okay, let's be pro-China. Maybe we'll be a bit more communist, and and we will kowtow to the emperor. Maddie.
Well, let's not forget that Tim Walz was the candidate for vice president of the Democrat Party. All right. If he was that corrupt and did that up in just Minnesota, imagine what he would do if he got his hands into the federal government, and how much money he could be floating around with that. I mean, and what Wyatt said is right. I don't support everything that Trump does. That I don't support his stance on Ukraine. Up until now, he wanted to leave. He should have been told and advised this long ago to get the hell out of it. Not really sure about Venezuela. I think it's more of a power play to demonstrate American strength. Maybe get rid of a drug deal, but I also think it's to put bricks in its place, so to speak. The other thing is that, if it wasn't Trump, who the hell else could we count on? There was nobody else that you could count on, because they're all from the Washington, D.C. establishment. He's the first one from outside of that actually came in and tried to do something that's not connected to all the internal families or has all these connections into each of the agencies. And that's part of the problem. He doesn't have those connections, and they're rebelling against him. We are teetering on, we already know, we could really basically say that in 2020, something happened there, and the election was stolen, and what could have happened 4 years previously to this didn't happen, and it got worse. And then we saw COVID come in, and then we saw because they wanted to push to be able to have people vote from home so they could go and embezzle votes into it that way. Or I should say place votes into it that way. It was all part of a plan. Imagine if they had controlled the government even further. If Trump hadn't won, where we would be right now. We would be fighting a nuclear war over Ukraine right now, because they all won.
Yeah, but you will see me starting to advocate something different. I will say that we should all start to learn Chinese. China 万岁, I will change my tune, because I think it's hopeless. Without United States, it's hopeless. Might as well just give up. Everybody should learn Chinese. So we are lucky, tentatively, there's some hope that there's some normalcy, because people easily forget, especially people who are anti-West, easily forget every single shit right here you are seeing on screen. The thing they're using is all American. Twitter is American. YouTube is American. This Streamyard is probably also American. The internet. Windows is American. People forget, how fast we'll go back to the Stone Age, not Stone Age, but maybe the pre-World War I age, if you have the total collapse in the United States. It's like the Roman Empire when it collapsed. Civilization actually went back a few hundred years. Because all the technologies that the Romans have is lost. They don't even know how to build Roman roads right now. The Roman roads that last until today. They don't even know how to build it. They don't know how to build the aqueducts. How did they do it? It's lost. This thing can happen to us if United States collapse just like this. All this internet, all these things is like people in the future will be like, how the fuck did this generation manage to talk with each other across the world? Because there will never be internet anymore, because all the internet cables will be destroyed in a massive war and sabotage in the multipolar world. We will definitely not be connected. So
you have Musk. Don't worry about that.
just see the cable cutting, that happened, right? In the Baltic Sea, in the Red Sea. It's not that difficult. There's only a few major highways, for data. So people wish for the downfall of the West. They don't know what they're wishing for.
No, but
it's
But
scary.
just to say on the topic of Mehdi, just to say in the United States, imagine Kamala Harris winning the elections. And then you have Tim Walz, vice president, and 4-year times, how many damage they're going to expand it to after the next term. But you need to really think about that one. Imagine it wasn't Trump, because Trump, the first thing he started, ICE, you need to deport. We're going to put Dutch. I am really thinking that Musk start to be afraid to be Dutch, and because they want to kill him, something like that. I think the guy discovered so many things. He said, "Oh, I'm going to step off that one because it's starting to be. I'm going to lose my because the leftists are also playing with that game by trying to destroying Musk at that moment. I'm going to lose Tesla. I'm going to lose everything. So I'm going to."
You may got something there. No, that's why maybe they put out an act, right? They start to hate each other, right? They put a public act of hating each other, calling each other names. Maybe it's to remove, to detach themselves further, so that Elon Musk will be a bit safer.
If you just look after that young guy of 23 years old who did that video, that exploded Twitter, and the number of views, and then you have all these medias like CNN playing the lefty game and saying that the guy was actually just a racist that trying to attack the Somalian people, that shit. The democratic media, the leftists, I'm going to call them the leftists, are mentally, sadly to say, I have nothing against, I am not pro-left or pro-right. Everybody has the right to choose what he wants. But the way that the Democrats are playing the game still right now is so fucking disgusting and dangerous. And then positively, you have like the black community of the United States that are really posting videos to supporting that guy, to turning against the Somalis, and to say like, we are black, we are not them. We are born here. We are respecting the values of the countries. We are not doing that. It's fucking nuts what's happening there, and how they try to play the. Imagine you're going to have a sort of, not going to say second Charlie Kirk, but that YouTuber is going to be killed by one of the Somalis, and the Democrats are going to laugh to say, oh, he was a racist, he tried to destroy it. And people don't have an idea about money to say like every daycare get like an average more than 1 million per year, like nothing. And they even build a beautiful house, put a panel on it, and just getting free money. And all these left people don't give a fuck about finance. It's nuts. And just using the card of racism by not even know what racism means anymore. It's concerning. It's really concerning. I'm not going to speak only for United States, but now I'm going to use United States as the example. But the situation is very concerning. And then you have the rights. So what they say, the MAGA, the far right, dangerous people, even after Charlie Kirk, did they do attacks? Did they kill somebody else? Did they burn cities like that the left does, like that the Antifa does? No, they didn't. They went there and they say, we're going to pray, we're going to memorize a guy, we're going to find solutions to find again positivity, going to try to find solutions. And the left is not doing that. It becomes actually very dangerous in the United States. But really imagine, what if Kamala Harris won the elections? That's one to think about.
I want to say something on that, and maybe we can come back to, because there was something you said about regulations quite a while back ago that I wanted to, because regarding EU. But before I get to that one, what you mentioned about the leftists using, like, they're going so far with this racist accusations and so forth to like such a ridiculous degree. Honestly, I think that's a good thing, because it just breaks down the whole notion of identity politics. Why? Because what you pointed out, you will have people like, yeah, okay, maybe I'm black in my skin, but I'm not a Somali. I'm American, right? Just like you would have black Americans would often have like this kind of idealized view of going back to Africa and whatever. So here's a good example: Ghana, a country I tend to visit quite often. They took an initiative of, they call it a year of return, which is kind of like very similar to Zionism if you think about it. If you're black, you can come to Ghana, right? That was basically, if you're black in the Western world, you can come to Ghana and you can start the process of getting citizenship and whatever. Well, unsurprisingly, while this was viewed with very positively in the beginning, and there are certainly some benefits that came with that. I mean, the black Americans who come over are often more wealthy and often better educated and whatnot, but they're not Africans. Okay, you can call them African Americans as much as you want. You can call them like, okay, they're black and whatever. But like even now that I've been quite familiar with Africans, I can spot a black or a Western black person from a mile away. Like I can see that I have more in common with him than I would have with an African, generally speaking. So I think that's a good thing, because that's really how it, like, why would you be like shutting people down because they're pointing out what's true? If the Somalis have a prevalence of abuse in the United States, maybe there's more to it. And guess what? This is nothing new in Norway either. We have known for a long time that they have organized abuse of the welfare system, and they're by far the only one. Just, I'm not singling them out by any means. It's also not that surprising, because it's just like I touched on earlier. They lack the education, they lack the linguistic skills, and while they certainly can work their way up, which many do, right? If you bring them up in the numbers that they have, they lack the incentive. It's much harder for them to actually assimilate in a useful manner where they are productive to the benefit of society, but also to themselves. Which is why, it's not just people who look white and whatever who are like, what the fuck are you guys people doing with this virtue signaling nonsense, trying to shut down conversation because someone's skin color. The result of it has been that you have many of those who did immigrate earlier, they might still be, let's say, Muslim or whatever, and all that kind of jazz. It's irrelevant. They still recognize, like, look, the benefits I have from being born and raised here, or because I came here, this society is actually nice to me in many ways. These people are abusing it, which is a problem for me. I pay taxes for this. I work for it. And also then I'm going to get shit from people equating me with these kind of degenerate criminals. Obviously, this is like, yeah. So I've been talking longer than I was supposed to. So I'll see if I can cycle back to the regulations of in Europe, because it pertains to colonization. But yeah, Mehdi.
I'm already off. What I was going to say is that, we blame the Somalis. We're saying, because you said, if they're prevalent to have a scam, it's not the entire culture. It's not black people. It's the Somalis. But we got to think about something here. Who used the Somalis? Because somebody was benefiting off of all of this. And I see in chat, let's get rid of labels. And I agree. I'm just looking as my government, because I know there are Republicans that were involved in this as well. Many of them, I'm sure, benefited from money that was getting churned through setting up the Somalis and bringing them here. So when we point at the Somalis themselves, let's also include the people that use them as a tool against their own citizenship.
The government. Yeah. And that's what I say. What if Kamala Harris won the elections and Tim Walz is like from Minnesota? The guy is full in it. He's and if you're looking at his last interviews as he did with the press, it's staggering.
I want to pose a question to you guys and also those in the live chat, in particular those who are anti-Western. So I'm not particularly pro-United States. I absolutely get where you have the discontent with the United States and all that, because there is a lot of abuse to it. Of course, there's a lot of abuse to it because there's a lot of power involved. They are the most powerful. So this is actually not surprising. It should be expected. The more relevant question is, if not the United States, then what? So just look at how the Russians and the Chinese are doing it, and you will see that they are hardly any better. And we talked about Iran. That's a good example. And Russia, okay? How is the Chinese with the Russians, who will be kind of the equivalent of the Europeans in terms of power parity, and the Iranians, which will be like slightly smaller, let's say Africa or Latin America or whatever, right? The point is that this is how China in their sphere are treating. What they're doing, they're 100% exploiting their neighbors as well. They're no better than the Americans. The Russians, they are compelled to be selling at a discount, and the Chinese are overtly exploiting it by having the Russians roped in with the same type of unequal exchange as the Westerners have been doing everywhere else. You sell us raw materials, and we sell you manufactured goods, and in the process, we indebt you, so you become our bitch, right? Just nothing is different from the United States nor anyone else in that regard. Iran, same thing there. Why are they not helping it? They're not going to bet on the loser. This is not they're not allies. They're not going to operate on ideological reasons. This is just very useful for them for their manufacturing industry. Super cheap oil. And, sure, the Americans and whatever, they might be a little bit pissed about it because that enables us to undercut them even further and exploit the system that we have. We have a dominance enough to actually exploit it in the regard we can, right? Okay, so what if the Chinese are able to do so? Do you think that they're all of a sudden going to be all that much more altruistic? Do you think that these investment projects that they're doing around in Latin America and Africa is because they're also nice and they want to bring development into the world? Okay, look at how they're doing it then. They're not doing it in any more benevolent way than the West. They're just slightly better terms, slightly better on the interest and whatever. And sometimes they forgive a little bit more often the loans because, they have made a bad deal that they couldn't really pay. And so they just want to keep on doing. The business will collapse if they insist on keeping the loan. So that's why they forgive it. And when it comes to the development projects, are they any different from the Europeans? They are meant to serve the Chinese interest. Okay, and when they are building market, it is to serve their industry, because just like with the United States needing to use all other countries to serve the dollar, the Chinese need all other markets to serve the Chinese industry, right? So that's why you would see when the Chinese, as opposed to the Westerners, which would often be, yes, they will be having a lot of stringent terms, they would send their experts and whatever, insofar as it makes economic sense for them, they would utilize local labor and whatever. The Chinese, insofar as they don't have to, they will simply not. Why? Because their industry, their domestic market can simply not take all that industry that they're dealing with. So just like the United States need to export their inflation, the Chinese is doing it thanks to the US dollar. Okay, so if the United States and the reserve currency goes to shit, the Chinese will not get all those US dollars that they have in excess from their manufacturing. What they're using with those excess dollars is to export their industry. So when they are doing, for example, these infrastructure projects, sure, they may be in some ways more beneficial than the Western ones. One can argue that. That's maybe, even if that is the case, it does not change the dynamics of power, how the Chinese will operate. They're offered, when they do the infrastructure progress, they do it with their workers as exclusively as possible, and then they rope these workers in, and the industry and the materials, everything like that. It does not even touch the Africans or any other nation. It all is actually tied into the currency no one else but the Chinese can use. The currency they are using often when they're building something in Africa is with the currency that they're using domestically, which you can never ever use outside of China unless. So what does that mean? It basically means that the Chinese artificially expand their economy, and they're using it under development and human aid. But really, it is because their economy is like overheated in a sense, to avoid it going upon itself. So, yeah, that was a long economic rant. I was actually going to try to touch on the regulations, but again, I kind of go on a tangent. So
another problem. Wyatt, you was willing to say something.
Yeah, I also forgotten because I wanted to say something else. Also forgot.
Yeah. No, but the thing is.
Okay. I know. I remember one of the things just now earlier I wanted to say was, the Elon Musk, and Trump, they have this big drama publicly, then they stop talking to each other, so-called, right? Then maybe because they realize that his life is might be under danger because he's now too close to Trump. Then maybe there's a rumors of certain assassination is about to happen. Then Charlie Kirk happened. So Charlie Kirk died. Then, but they're still not too sure is it safe yet. So somehow maybe something had happened in the past 2 months where maybe certain actors have been caught or discovered or whatnot. Then we see Elon Musk now back to his normal self that is fully supporting Trump. I got just now the conversation that inspired me to think maybe this is a reason, because the fallout don't make a lot of sense. But Elon Musk would have known much better about the economic situation, what is needed to be spent, No, so there's no reason for him to be attacking the deficit thing, right? Or to cut the spending. Like, they makes no sense. Now he's so supportive. Oh, yeah, well done. We go to Venezuela. He's celebrating. But this military need to be paid. And that's where the money went to, right, during the budget. So, I feel like, that they may have put on an act because they still have not realized who is the enemy yet. Like, there have been too many hidden enemies. So maybe there's something, some conspiracy behind the scene that they're trying to figure out who they need to take down, or maybe, there's some hidden actors that may be threatening Elon Musk's life, or maybe is poised to take him out. That's why Charlie Kirk died. One of the main gel, is the glue of the MAGA movement. So now MAGA movement is fracturing because Charlie Kirk is dead. So this could be one of the reasons as well.
It still says the Charlie Kirk thing still says a very bad one. Sadly, I was not agreeing with everything he said, but he was good, and it changed a lot, and changed a lot of minds of a lot of people that was sucked by that leftist way of thinking. Now, speaking about China, and I'm going to combine that, so I'm going to change topic. I'm going to combine that with United States in a funny military way. Trump 2 weeks ago said, we need a battleship. Let's make the Navy great again. And a lot of Navy connoisseurs was like, yeah, big ships, guns. I have one thing to say about it. Don't call a ship that isn't a battleship. Or you need to change the whole way of thinking about the rules about how do you can call a battleship a battleship. I'm going to compare that new ship as the Kirov class, the Kirov class of Russia. So these are actually super cruisers. Call it that way. But it's going to be a ship like the Kirov class. Meanwhile, China, they showed pictures about the container ships with containers on it, with launch systems on it. And I'm like, that is interesting. And everybody is saying, like, China is going cheap. And I'm saying, no. It's a good way to say, like, if you're losing a war and you need to have fast new ships, and they did that in the past. If I'm allowed to give you a little bit of history lessons, the birth of the carrier ships were used by hulls of existence ships. Like at the end of the war with Japan, they had the biggest battleships ever built, the Yamato class. They had 3 hulls. So you had the Yamato. The Musaki was the first one that they built. Then you had the Yamato. And then you had a 3rd hull that became a carrier, plane carrier. In the beginning, when they were busy learning about this type of carriers, they used merchandising vessel ships, and they refurbished them by putting a landing plate on it, some hangars inside, and they build of it a carrier. Iran was the first to do it again by just using a cargo ship that they transformed to a drone launcher ship, carrier ship. And during the First and Second World War, you had also the raider ships. So it was actually commercial ships that they transformed into gunships to raids or to others of just being disguised. And now China, they're using a container ship that you can do with every type of container ship because you just need to use the size of a container and just fill up that ship. For me, it's a test platform, but it made me thinking as a backup ship for if you have war and you need very fast new ships, you can transform a ship very fast. They're doing that in commercial way also. Like we in Belgium, we are very big in dredging. And Dubai, all these islands, the Palm Islands, all that shit, were built by Belgian company, Jan de Nul. We using, for certain ships, like now with the windmills, we don't have a job for a rock pusher. We're going to transform that ship to a cable layer. So the one that are going to take very big spool of 50 kilometers of cables to lay down the cables to shore, from windmill to shore, or from windmill to windmill to connect them. We're going to transform these ships, and that's something that's very easy to do. It's steel. You need to transform that ship. so these are things that are being done already in a lot of ways in the past also, but it made me thinking more. If like you have the loyal wingman for planes that you're using now like big fighter jets like the F-35, Sukhoi 57, and they're going to use drone planes as a loyal wingman to have extra missiles to do their attacks. You use one plane with one pilot, and you use multiple drones that have no pilots, but they have more missiles to do one big attack. With ships, you can do the same. And we already doing that. Like here in Belgium, we have some ships driving to canals, to rivers, and they have a second barge with them that is remote controlled by the head ship. So if you have an army, take the example of the Americans with their new battleships. That ship has 128 VLS systems, a lot of big launchers also, cannons.
Yeah, I mean, and if you think about it, if you look at the actual tactics, like a country like China would use 128 missiles, if that's all air defense, that's like one salvo. Yeah. And then how many reloads can you get, and can a ship carry, and how fast can they reload? I mean,
you don't need to reload
because you figure they're gonna. Well, then you're fucked because you know they're gonna send hundreds of drones, cruise missiles.
The thing is, and that is what I was going to. So if you have like a carrier group from the United States, and you have these new fancy battleships, you take older, or you can build new container ships that you fill up with containers, and you use that as a drone ship that is going to follow your battleship and follow your carrier.
Real quick though, the other problem is with that too.
Let me explain.
Just real quick. The United States Navy just signed a deal to purchase an additional 12 SM-3 ERs. So there's like really no way in hell they're ever going to have enough to build a ship like that, because 12 is probably enough for one ship. I mean, that's not even probably a reload.
No, but you can use actually, because you need, if you are in a warfare, your ships are very expensive, and you look at the price, these are very expensive to build, and the United States already proven that building new ships is fucking expensive. You can use like a command center ship that has these basic weapons, and you can have other ships following them, and you use these ships as also launching points for your main ship. So you have loyal shipmen, in way of speaking. You know what I mean? So you have your one.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying, I don't think that we're at the level of being able to equip ships like that. We don't have enough missiles.
Just
like whereas China already has the inventory that they can offload into like shipping container systems or whatever. You know, we, even if we have those systems, don't have the inventory yet to set up a ship like that. I mean, we probably barely got enough to keep stocked up what we got and keep a reserve in case something happens, especially when you look at Yemen, and who knows how much we've spent in Ukraine on air defense. So
yeah, I know, but like for the ship industry, Trump is already busy resolving the problem and really looking to open again the shipyards. I followed the restoration about USS New Jersey, that is one of the 4 Iowa class battleships with the 16-inch guns that are really battleships. They have the name battleships, the best battleships built in the world ever in history, and that when the shipyard, when he had his little restoration, stopped after that ship. Ow, not good. And I hope they're going to. They are capable to restart it, because that new battleship that Trump's want to have is not bigger than Iowa. Just to say, Mehdi?
To your point, like as for airframes, I agree with you that, because airframe now, I think the technology it's about standoff distance. You're not going to be engaged in dogfights with peer to peer, because you're going to have detected each other way before you got there. Now I can see it in ground support, maybe it happening in that, but really one pilot, and basically what your drone is basically a trailer. It's just holding your missile stock.
Yeah.
You're the main, you're the main part of it. You control the system, but basically it's just tagging along for you to hold missiles to fire. And that's the same thing with the ship. And we also have to consider the manpower issues that are going on in the West right now. The forces are not as large as they used to be, at least in the West, and they're having a hard time with recruitment. So you got to have to resolve the issue somehow, and going to autonomous seems to be the way to go up to a certain point.
Yeah, and now by these new container ships, they are playing like with Photoshop and putting drones on it. Also, is like, come on, just stay with the base. But the idea is good what China does. Only these ships can't defend themselves like a normal combat ship can do. But I see it as an idea, like an extra launch system from one ship. You have the commander ship that's going to use these platforms to launch their missiles. So the commander ship doesn't need to have these missiles anymore. They have another ship. And if that ship is empty, it's going to be replaced by another ship going back to port. I don't know how fast the container crane can unload and reload the ship. It's going very fast.
They don't have to reload it. So I feel like the use of these container systems and these MLRS systems, right, on containers, they are not meant to be a sustained military equipment. It's actually a one-off equipment.
I've read about that idea and why it's exactly right. These are like Pearl Harbor type weapons. Like they're going to get their strike in. It's going to be massive because if it's done properly with one of these large container ships, you're literally talking. You could launch hundreds of Shahed type drones and cruise missiles and or anti-ship missiles in one massive barrage of, let's say, several hundred blended systems at a target like Pearl Harbor, and they know that ship's gone, but you just lost a cargo ship and took out Pearl Harbor. So, it's kind of
so let me draw the lines a bit.
Imagine the same thing against a carrier strike group. You're in a shipping lane. They're not suspecting you. You're like 50 miles away. All of a sudden, boom, they launch 100 missiles at the carrier group.
Yeah,
not just that. You let me draw the line and link the dots. Why is the Chinese buying up ports all around the world? Okay, so what happened if they own the port? Can they put some containers there? Then what can you put in the containers? So in the moment of war, you will be under saturation strike immediately from all directions. Not to mention the shipping, the container ship that is moving all around the world. You have no idea who is the enemy. Immediately you'll be saturated strike everywhere. And all these containers do not need to be on a ship. Do not need to be on a port.
No, Ukraine.
Why are they buying land? Why are they buying land? Everywhere. They can put all these containers across the whole of United States. In one single instant, the whole United States will be saturated strike. Way better than Iran
they
can ever
complained
do.
about them buying land by military bases. Right. I mean, think about it. You saw the raid in, Spiderweb in Russia. Now you've got a couple trailers on a ranch that nobody suspects next to, Whitman Air Force Base. There's some B-2s out there. All of a sudden, 100 drones come flying out, and you just lost 25% of your strategic bomber force, for like $20,000 in drones.
Yeah, and just the idea of using a container, and even if you are using that to make very fast a new battleship because you lost a lot of ships and you need to have a plan B, you need to build new ships. You can very easily refurbish an old container ship by what? Just adding containers that are already fully equipped that you did in a hangar somewhere.
No matter what you say, these ship systems are first strike weapons, one-time use. Pretty much. There's no way these ships are they're not going to reload. The crews are expendable. They probably have some kind of minimal air defense, like maybe some guys with man pads, but they're not going to have anything like a Seaweeds or anything like that because that's obvious.
Yeah,
but these are all expendable first strike weapons is what they are.
Yeah, but I used in the beginning of my speaking about the stupid history lesson. The raiders in the past, they were transformed commercial ships. And you were actually hidden ships, battleships, little battleships to raid, to go after merchant ships and to sink them. And the merchant ships never noticed that was an army ship. They did that. Germans did it. A lot of armies did it. Some things that you also need to understand. The container Who invented the container? When did they
It's
do that?
blowing
The
outside.
war,
Sorry for
I mean,
interrupting. I got snow on my fucking hand because it's blowing snow through the window and into my bedroom.
yeah, but you need to
I
close the
just
window.
noticed the curtains behind me suddenly just drafted in because I have the windows a little bit open. It's like, damn, that's a lot of wind. I go into my bedroom where
Yeah.
I have the window open. There's
Yeah,
snow
but
on
you
my
need to
fucking
close your
bed.
window, coping. That's not good to keep
I
your.
got
You're going to
fucking
be
snow
sick.
in my bed.
Yeah, but you're going to have a tumor because you left your window open. No, but the containers, you can do so many things with that. Vaughn said it, Operation Spiderweb. And I said that when it happened, it's a fucking scary mission. You can do everything you want. You just full up a container. You can able to open the doors or the roof, and you just drive somewhere with a truck. You wait there, just open it and do your attack. It's fucking scary, and it allows you to do that everywhere. So why I already a little bit said, you can already hide some containers or normal cargo ships, and if you're planning a surprise attack, that normal cargo ship suddenly becomes an attack ship. How many container ships coming to harbors empty? I mean empty, meaning by they all only using empty containers. They go to the harbors and they're going to take all the empty containers, go to another harbor, take only empty containers. If you already have a ship like that, and we're speaking about the biggest container ships in the world also, they can take 20,000 containers. If you take one container ship that already left China with a big load, where you can put on top of it the armed containers to do your attack, and you go getting some empty containers in Rotterdam, you can already attack Europe. And nobody notices it. Don't forget that all these ships, all these companies in China are owned by the government. They did also a very good one. They had these very big ballistic missile launcher trucks, these big trucks with all these wheels and the ballistic missile. They disguised it in a crane. Zoom Lion manufactured. I know cranes, and I know also Chinese crane. They knew it. The K150 is a 150 tons crane. It was like too big for the type of crane, but they put like a cover over it in yellow, and the top of the nose of the ballistic missile, they make it like shaped differently to give it a look of the boom of a crane, where you have the hook attached to it. China is trying all type of shits to do something. We are seeing that because we are not that stupid, luckily. And luckily we have people taking pictures of it and show it to us. But China is playing games for the moment. Maybe being afraid of China for the moment, I think so.
Speaking of China, now I recall the regulation part in the EU, and I wondered if what your opinion about that is, Mr. Lambo. And actually, I do think
a little bit on the same topic first.
I just wanted to say, what before you go on that, isn't it kind of weird that we're evolving back in history to where maritime ships are now being armed to protect themselves against foreign countries? I mean, when are we going to start issuing privateer letters of marque to be able to take other ships and bring them home as prizes? It just, to me, is it when we went after, or whoever went after the oil tankers or whatever, they set the precedent now where big time countries who want to protect their shipping lanes are going to do so. We've kind of created the mess we're in a way. Yeah. And that's the problem.
And Trump said something, or somebody in the administration said something in the last few weeks about, I mean, it might have been jokingly about letters of marque being issued, but I think it was a joke, because I mean that would just cause so many fucking problems.
That's where I kind of think, like, the reason I have like this thing with the regulations in the EU in mind is because we were talking quite a bit about self-interest, and you can see that when it comes to the greater powers, the self-interest of countries becomes subsumed into the greater powers to a large extent. What was a greater power for quite a while? That was Europe. What happened when it became unified? It actually, like, it seemed, or unified, we should say, because the leadership got so detached that they're operating under a completely different incentive structure. It's very hard to see, like, what is the rationale they're trying to put, right? as far as I'm concerned, the reason, in oversimplified terms, is that the national interest can no longer be attained, like we mentioned with international law, right? It's not international when you have the EU, but it is supranational. And so the interest but it's not in the same, like, it's often the EU will be compared to some extent like the United States, which is in a sense many states, but this is not remotely comparable. You don't get something like that. What you instead get is those who are the leadership in the EU, in the higher echelons of power, they keep selling out their countries for no seemingly apparent gain. And they just simply move around and they basically sell policies to a large extent. Why would, for example, there be a lot of stringent policies on the EU economy, especially during the circumstances when it only seems to be benefiting the rivals we're supposed to be opposing, like China, for example?
Yeah.
Like, if this keeps on going, you're talking about the container ships, and like, are they going to go on the ports? Okay, are the Europeans going to stop them? Because what is Europe become? Right? Europe went to be suddenly unified, and now it's basically just like a colonial hotspot for everyone else but Europe. The Americans are coming and just roping in the market. The Russians are just waiting for the whole thing to be stalling off. As soon as the doors open, the Europeans are going to have a hard time resisting because they're dependent on the energy. The Chinese, same thing. They're kind of getting policies pushed in that are ultimately benefiting the Chinese. When the Europeans are trying to counter it, they're basically countering it in a manner that really doesn't stop anything. In fact, they're actually countering their own market in many regards.
Yeah,
so it's
I'm going to tell you about how Belgium is like protecting his airspace for eventually threat, and as a propaganda that we are using for Russia, that they're going to attack us probably in 5 years. Belgium doesn't even possess air defense to defend his harbors. We just placed last year, 2025, an order to buy air defense systems, so I mean Patriot systems, I guess, or the German type, to protect our harbors. That's how quick they are.
What for? Belgium always go run over within a week, in every war. So what's the point?
No, I know. I hope it's going to be the same case. It's really happening. Are we going to stand off and make the hell of the enemy here? But I mean, we are not prepared at all for anything. Anything. I know we are waking up and we're using Russia that's going eventually never attack Europe as propaganda to have more funding to use it to invest in a lot of military stuff. It's staggering that we never had, or since a lot of years after the curtain wall, after the Iron Wall, that we never had any really important defense system to protect our most important industrial place in Belgium, and that is the port of Antwerp, where we are full of oil refineries and chemical plants, all that shit, and where all our economics coming inside of the country for the most part. We have two big harbors. We have Zeebrugge, where I'm living close to, and we have the port of Antwerp. That is actually way more important if you're speaking about containers, all that shit. And we have nothing to defend it. Wow.
So what you're saying is the Spetsnaz can fly in on a couple Mi-8 hips with some ties and pick up your prime minister in the middle of the night in about a half hour.
But luckily for me, or Spetsnaz or Germans for the 1940s left a lot of bunkers for us. From the Atlantic Wall, and I know one bunker. I already chosen one that is the closest to me. It's like a 10-minute walk. I just need to take a shovel, dig for a lot of days, and I can find a completely intact bunker to hide in it, in the dunes. Because archaeologists uncovered 1 or 2 years ago a bunker, and they because it's protected, and they reshaped the natural ecologic bullshit. So they opened up, they took pictures, measurements. It's fully intact. The concrete is still like looking new, and they covered again by sand. But I know where it is. So that's my first pick that I'm going to defend and live in it if there is a turbo war.
If you guys have no military, then there will be no bombs hitting you because there's nothing to hit. They will just be overrun
Yeah, I kind of pictured they'll
I
just
hope
be
it was not
airdropping.
so small, but
Look, they'll just be airdropping a crate, and when it parachutes down, it lands, and boom, a flag pops up. Voila, you're conquered. The war is over.
Yeah, then you can start dancing around the flag. No, you can just dance.
Yeah, all they're gonna
You-
do to you in Belgium is, some fucking guy from like the VDV is gonna fly a drone, a Baba Yaga drone with the Russian flag hanging over it, over the Belgian capital, and some guy's gonna take a picture from another drone and they'll post it on Syria maps that they captured.
It's
It'll be geolocated,
like the
by
Belgian
military
citizens. They
submarine
gotta have
wire.
like several flags.
So ASCII.
What I was going to say is, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. ASCII said, Mr. Lambo told you many months ago Europe is prepping for war. You say I am an idiot. I demand apology. And stop being
they
a
are
smart ass.
not
Laugh a lot
prepping
with love.
for war.
ASCII.
They are not prepping for war. They just need a lot of money to have again a military and make us believing there's going to be a new war. It's not the same. Just propaganda.
All I can picture
4D
are
chess.
Belgian citizens having a closet that's got several different flags in it, and dependent who's crossing the border, they bring them out, wave them on till they go by. Yeah. Oh, if it's the other ones, wave that flag instead. Just let them go by. Don't get involved. Just be the little highway they need to get to where they're going.
You outsmarted me. I only bought a box of Crayola and paper to draw the flag. So I'm going to buy flags now. Because you're smart.
Or just carry the white flag. I think it works. Just one white color blanket or pillowcase. I think that works as well.
Yeah. But yeah, it's staggering. It's staggering how they are playing the propaganda now in Europe, and this costs us a lot of money. And the thing is that Rheinmetall in Germany, they need a lot of new workers to do all these orders for Ukraine and all that shit. And the leftists are actually protesting against it. So actually the pro-Ukrainians are protesting against the expansion of Rheinmetall.
That would be kind of fun with that, because the Germans are very dependent on the Norwegian energy supply being also not just that they have it, but that they get it to such a disadvantageous for us. So basically what our politicians did with the arrangement, like we are not an EU country, but our government is selling our country out as quickly as they can for as little as possible, like nothing in return. And just to give an example of that, they build like massive cables to the continent in order to supply it with, and they use all these excuses, right, for why it's needed, climate, war, whatever. But also, to make it more palatable for us, because why would we want to be doing all that for them? What are we getting for it? Don't you worry, we are going to sell that excess energy because we're such a large energy producer, right? And so your energy prices are going to go down. Guess what happened? It got adapted to the European market, and then it went up. And because it lacked controls, it was some places it went up over 1,000%, where they were more directly connected, right? That is a fucking and this is Norway. We are living in an area where the wintertime, if you don't have power, you need firewood, and you don't. Nowadays, it's not that common to have firewood to be going by. You're going to die. Okay, that's just what's going to happen. That's a situation our government put us in. Now, this is unsurprisingly causing quite a lot of issues among the Norwegian population, especially those most affected. And this is only contained because it's only regions which are connected currently that are like very heavily affected. However, the government is doing whatever they can to build massive cables across the country so that every country, so even here, where we're not really supposed to have anything to do with that market, we're going to get that same problem too. They're building just to connect it and get the power station that is the hydropower plant that we have here for us. That's just going to go now to, and we are going to get the higher prices. So at some point, you're going to be having a pretty harsh resistance to this, and the Norwegian government will have to yield. We have arrangements also with the UK, and this is even more insane because the UK isn't even a part of the EU. Yet still, our government keeps selling that. I mean, the UK is basic. Oh, goddamn, it's like pathetic. And then we're just selling ourselves out, where we make arrangements where when how was it? Simply put, we gave away our profit. When it reached a certain point, we just simply gave the profit away for the UK. And like this reeks of corruption. So when this starts pushing back, then the Germans are going to have a problem, the UK, but also the Germans, because all this military expansion without Russian oil and gas coming into affordable price is not sustainable, right? I mean, it's possible, but it's not they're wrecking themselves. So that's going to be like an extra hit for them that, maybe in 4 years, because we recently have an election and the same one came about, but yeah, 4 years, it might be coming back again. That the Germans might be hurting, and this thing with Ukraine hopefully is over by that time.
It's going to be fun after the war with Ukraine. By speaking about Ukraine, let's speak about Ukraine. We didn't speak yet about Ukraine, so let's speak about Ukraine.
I am really lagging
Yeah,
behind.
Mehdi, Yvonne, so it's perfect to speak about Ukraine. So let's
Zelensky must be super sad, right? Because Ukraine, in terms of ranking on the headlines, is like really at the bottom right now. Nobody cares about Ukraine right now. So
he will find a way to beg after money.
So what happened in Ukraine? I don't even know. Like other than the battlefield reporting that I'm doing, like I don't even know what's happening in Ukraine right now.
Yeah, what's happening in Ukraine?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to follow it, but with all the Venezuela stuff, I mean, I know they've pushed out some more from Geopolitics, and I think they've had some more success around Orkiv, around that south side, and maybe around Kamansky, whatever, over there by Zaporizhia. And I think they got some more of the southwestern corner of Konstantinivka. And I know they've pushed past Seversk more. They're really starting to hook pretty hard around Lyman, on the north side of Lyman. And then there's some little stuff going on around Sumy, but I just assume they're just, putting pressure there, and if the Ukrainians come to fight, then they'll fight them. And if they don't, they'll maybe move out a little bit more. I think that they're just trying to make a buffer zone there anyway. So, I mean, if they're going to do anything big, they'll have to wait till those guys are attrited out to like probably the guys are in like Donetsk, because those are the guys getting pushed around the most right now. Everybody from probably Pokrovsk all the way down to Zaporizhia. That's probably the worst of it. I mean, there's exceptions, obviously, in certain spots, but I'd say overall that's probably the best ground for the Russian army right now as far as just getting shit done and moving around and inflicting mass casualties, shaping the battlefield. I mean, that's probably this one area where it seems to be working for them.
Can I ask a question regarding that? Considering that we are in the middle of winter, basically, is that having any effect on the usually winter would tend to be affecting somewhat, but I don't know how winter in Ukraine has been.
I mean, they're in the cold months, and I think the hardest ground freeze is like around the end of January. But I mean, if the weather's cold and it's in a lot of those areas it's cold enough now where I think the ground's frozen. I think it freezes depending on how cold it gets. It'll freeze up to 2 feet deep in some areas. So technically they could probably still move around, especially if they stay close to roads or like some of those established like farm roads and stuff around the fields that are, been there for 100 years or whatever. And then I assume around the cities, because you've got shelter and you can hide and stay warm, they might keep fighting around there. But, maybe it'll slow down in some of the more open areas where it's just like around Gulolopole, maybe once they get past that next line of settlements, it might kind of chill out because it's wide open and there's not a lot of places to take shelter and nobody wants to hide in just a shack from the drones. And they have been putting drones out even during snowstorms and stuff and still attacking Russian and Ukrainian columns that try to move. But I mean, I think like in certain areas they'll keep doing stuff, but like up there around like Kharkiv and Sumy and all that, I think that's just going to be positional stuff and probing, because that's way colder up there and way worse than it is down south. But yeah, I mean, if there's something that they can move on, I think they'll move. But if there's nothing, then they'll sit. Because there's no reason to be out in the cold and the snow if you're not taking ground or accomplishing denazification or demilitarization.
Winter conditions make it also more difficult for drones and it's affecting the both sides. So.
Yeah, but I mean, like with the cold temperatures, it runs the drone batteries down faster. But when you figure most of the drones are one-way trips anyways, it doesn't really even matter. I think it just depends on the wind and the visibility. Yeah, like I think it's getting to the point too now where, you know, maybe some of the heavier drones with a thermal can fly through the heavier conditions. Because I have seen some out in some pretty heavy snowstorms, not like blizzards, but you know, enough where you can see the snow in the camera and the visibility is not that great.
Yeah, but the look of it, it looks like it's heavy snow right now.
Yeah,
there's snow.
No,
but the temperature for winter case is not that cold, like -1 to -3. Some is 0. No, Zaporizhia is already around like 7 or 1, so it's gonna get muddy, I guess. You know, if the ice melt a bit. Maddie.
You know, Ron's making good points. You know, General Winter is Russian, and their vehicles are designed for cold weather, and they have always practiced cold weather attack. And anyway, and that's the one thing is, you know, we're getting behind this first and second lines that were existing. You're getting into more open territory now, where places where the Ukrainians can only, it becomes more limited, and you have a lot of space to pass from the, you know, where you last ejected them or the last village to get to the village where they've retreated to. I think you'll see more armor used actually now, because of they're beyond where the main lines were. They're beyond where the most of the minefields were. And when we think about like Rasputia and such like that, we always go by the context of World War II. The roads are much more developed now. Period. They are. And it's not going to be what the same struggle that you saw there. But, you know, then again, there's mines. You got drones that can just drop mines anywhere ahead of you. And there's the problem, because it's like a tit for tat type of thing. I don't think that we've really seen full Russian operations. I don't think we've seen it. I don't think that they really show it much. I think they kind of keep it to the side, but I think there's more armor in action than what people think, I believe. But then again, you all know I'm biased about it. And with the cold weather too, is that sometimes it can pop off mines itself from the freezing, and it can also disarm them sometimes, but I wouldn't count on it, of course. I continually say this: we think that battle is fought one way, and it is not. It's fought in phases. As things change, the force structures have to change to match that, and the force structure has to change to match the goal or your objective. You know, Vaughn was on top of everything. I'm not that clued in. I've always thought they would drop down from the north of Sloviansk, but I've always thought they would go up the MO3. Well, not go up the MO3, because there's a chunk of land. I've shown it a million times. I'm not going to bring it up. Chunk of land ahead of them that the Russians cannot push through. If you look at it, it's a natural barrier to them. It channels them. It's like a half moon crescent that is ahead of them on the MO3. So they're probably going to have to go around it if they choose that axis to attack, but it's also heavy defended. So you don't know what they're going to do. But in that area, I think Sloviansk is the ultimate goal, to take that logistics hub.
Yeah, like if there's heavy snow right now, you can almost bet that there's all kinds of vehicles moving, because that would definitely, you know, it's cold, the ground's frozen, you know, they can load up vehicles and move them and hide them. The drones more than likely aren't going to be up. You know, obviously that it's dependent on how heavy the snow is, but I would imagine if there's any kind of amount of snow, both sides are moving equipment and supplies right now in that area that you showed on the map. I would imagine it's pretty hectic. The only thing I'd say about that is I would say the Russians have more equipment and vehicles, so they'll be able to take better advantage of the storm if they're choosing to do so. I mean, the Ukrainians are too, but you know, they're walking. You know, their vehicles are limited. they don't have the inventory. And I mean, and let's be honest, the Russians have the buggies, the four-wheelers, the motorcycles, the trucks, the BMPs, the Mad Max vehicles, horses. So, I mean, with this snowstorm, now would be the time for both sides to be making moves. And I would imagine the Russians are probably pushing up a lot of stuff while they can and getting ready for something. Because, I mean, it makes the most sense. Everyone knows you can't be out when the drones are out, so...
I think one of the drones that are the most affected in that type of weather are the fiber optic drones, because it needs to change tactics. Normally, a fiber optic drone is going to sit down on the roads and wait till the vehicle is going to pass and then fly to it and bomb it. But if you're sitting on the road where it's snowing, you're going to be buried in snow, and that's not actually very
well,
good.
The other problem too is with these drones, you can't have the same problems as aircraft. The props will ice up. Then they'll lose their aerodynamics and crash. I mean, and you only have so much time on these drones. So, I mean, in light weather, they can probably do all right. But, like, if there's heavy snow like it looks like, then there's probably most things are ground. Maybe somebody's getting some satellite footage through the clouds. But what do you think the guys in the settlement are getting the latest update of the column through the snowstorm from Russia? No, I mean – this is probably one of those times where everybody's moving and getting ready for something, because it's probably nighttime, it's snowing heavy, no one's flying drones. It's not like I bet you there's probably shit all over the roads right now.
I'm not saying you can't choose these fiber optic drones, but like I said, you need to change tactics. So if you have, like, lucky enough, a barn of an empty house with broken windows at the side of a road, you can put your drone onto the porch or somewhere where it's dry. And you can
but the other thing too is that extreme cold will drain the batteries, so you can't really.
They're also battery, yeah.
No, but I mean, you got to look at the fiber optic. If you're talking heavy snow, you got wind, snow. That's going to affect the performance of the drone. Plus, the fiber optic could get blown around and snagged on something, and that'd be that. But I mean, regular drones that are not fiber optic, those are batteries, and you got to warm up the batteries. And even then, once you get them up in the air, they're going to get cold fast. You might get 50% of the life you would have got out of a battery or less, depending on how cold it is. Plus, you got to worry about the weather, the wetness. Like I said, a lot of those drones aren't waterproof, and they are one way, so you can only use them in certain conditions. And if that snow is heavy like that, then more than likely there's no Baba Yaga's up. There's no DJI type drones up. There's nothing up right now. There's probably not even Orlons or anything up because it's too rough of the weather. And the same as the Ukrainian versions. There's probably no Bayraktars flying around either because the weather's too bad. Maybe they'll get lucky and someone's got pictures through the clouds from a Reaper with a thermal, or maybe some satellite footage, but that's not going to get to those guys that probably need it right now. So, I mean...
So actually, for both sides and in a tactic way, the biggest affection in these drones are actually the reconnaissance drones. Because they are staying actually the longest in the sky, waiting to scan the area around. So that's going to affect the most. It's going to be very negative effect for the troops on the ground. So they can't rely very hard anymore with that type of weather on the drone. So also you lose visibility a lot. So you're not able to fly that high anymore. I don't know, technology of drones very bad. The reconnaissance drones, I think they're already pretty big. Because if you're looking at the type of cameras they're using and from a distance they are filming, in my mind of view, they're pretty big, but still they're going to be affected. Like you say, the battery life is going to be affected, the visibility is going to be affected, the wind, the weather conditions. So the snow, it can stack up. If you're just hanging in the sky and you're getting more and more snow on you, it's going to affect your drone also, because you're going to add more weight on your drone. So a lot of things are affecting. I think in reconnaissance, there are both and big problems, but because it's something that is affecting boats, it's not going to change a lot to the situation on the ground. But something I also noticed from the Russian side, certainly, we see less and less footage. the last couple of weeks, months. They're showing less. I have more difficulties to check up what's happening on the battlefield. We don't see the footage like we saw a year ago, something like that. We don't have that footage. Ukraine is always going to brag by showing footage if they're destroying something, but even the Russians not doing that then so often anymore.
Well, maybe there's less and less stuff getting blown up because there's less targets, and they don't want to show you everything. And I mean, it is wintertime, so things are going to slow down. And if it's a lot of
I'm
stuff,
not speaking by now. I'm speaking
no,
also
but
by
I mean, if it's happening, you know, behind the lines, like artillery and drone operators, that might not show up as noticeable, even though they could be shaping that area for an assault or some kind of offensive. Yeah. I mean, it could just be that. I mean, maybe there's just not. I mean, think about it. You know, like we talk about, the casualties are probably 1-to-1. And it's not because there's tons of Russians dying and Ukrainians dying. It's just because for the Ukrainian side, there's not that many guys around. Like Wyatt's done those maps where he's like, there's probably 2 guys in this tree line, 2 guys over here, and maybe a guy over here. And that's the whole sector. But the Russians don't know there's only 5 guys there. And those 5 guys might do a little bit of damage at first, and they might think there's more than 5 guys there. So might take 2 or 3 times to get them all. Or figure out it's 5 guys and where they're at.
No,
so,
also
I mean, that could be a lot of it too. I mean, it's just, I think about it too with all this snow. I mean, they're still going to use small groups to infiltrate like they do. I mean, it's not like they're going to have a car, hundreds of trucks lined up on the road going into these places, but they will take advantage of the weather, and they'll just have way more small groups together just to keep going and going and going as long as the weather holds. And then once the weather breaks, they'll probably go into hiding again.
Yeah. So because you're the 4th of January, for me, and I think for the most of people, we are the 4th of January, and we have the big Medi and the big Fawn on the DPA. I'm going to ask both of you your predictions for 2026. And then my question, I want to know if you're going to see some breakthrough. Big cities are going to collapse. New cities, I mean, also. And what do you think 2026, how it's going to end the year? So what is your year prediction?
That's too early. It's only 4 days in.
No, just your opinion.
I mean, I think you could probably see Konstantinivka fall this year, Sloviansk, Kramatorsk. Maybe Zaporizhia fall or be under siege. A lot of the Donetsk in that area gone. You know, maybe, tons of oil being pumped out of Venezuela, America flush with cash, China fat with oil, or not. Trump does good in the midterms. Trump does bad in the midterms. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's probably a few cities that'll fall. I don't really see any like peace deal anytime soon. I mean, I think it's going to end militarily. So, I mean, it's just too early. I mean, they'll keep losing cities. They're going to lose a lot of terrain probably between now and the summer, and then more in the summer. I mean, I would assume there's always the chance the Ukrainian army can collapse, or the government could collapse, or people could rise up finally, and do something, and it would cause something to happen where the Russians have a big breakthrough. I mean, I think there's still a chance that something happened around Kherson, especially if they can get closer to Zaporizhia or even finish that all off down there. Because, I mean, it's just too prime to ignore. Like, I look at it, it's like with the water levels down, I mean, the only thing really stopping it is you just got to make sure that the air defense is knocked down, the artillery support's knocked down, and you pretty much attrit the infantry and the man. You know what I mean? You've got to really because you're going to want to air assault cross the river, and that's going to have to start out with small units, just to get across and set up strong points. Then heavier stuff come in, maybe set up bridges for, it's not going to be tanks and, it might be some BMPs and armored cars, but it's going to have to be, motorcycles and stuff like that, infantry, air assault. And if you're going to do something like that, they're really going to have to sanitize an area. Because, I mean, they could do it right now, but I don't think they want to lose a battalion of guys shot down or shot up in an LZ or something like that. I mean, even if they ultimately win, you don't want, half the Russian media going off about, well, why didn't you just wait 2 more months and bomb the shit out of that area before you did it, and it would have been fine. So, I mean, I think you got to see, unless there's an area like that set up ahead, that's the only place I see a big breakthrough happening, unless there's some unknown collapse like after Kramatorsk or Sloviansk or Konstantivka, but the only big thing I can see this year is a potential Dnieper crossing if the conditions are right.
Yeah. Mehdi?
Let's see. I've been predicting the Kherson crossing forever, and it hasn't happened. I almost think they're playing a game down there at this moment. With the AFU daily reporting tax down the Azov Bridge, for what reason would the Russians constantly be tacking down a bridge if they're not going to cross? So I don't really believe those reports so much as for what they are. I think it's a more stagnant situation than I believe. I do believe that if they want to go to Odessa, they will have to get Kherson eventually, because you can't leave that hanging out on your flank. I think there'll be a battle for Slaviansk. I think they'll get that major hub. I almost, in the Zaporizhia area, I actually see them sweeping across from the east to the west towards the bend in the river, forcing it that way. I think we'll see. I think what we'll see is more. How do I want to put this? Because it's not really how I want to say it. I think there is the possibility that we'll see a mobile battle group evolve to move forward with its own protection and such like that. We haven't seen it before. They broke down to mobile tactical groups, but still mobile tactical groups are part of mobile battle groups. They can be. There's a lot of things that are interchangeable for the Russians. And one of the things we haven't seen are like the second guards, things like that, which have been mostly up between Russia and between Moscow and Kursk, from my understanding. We may see the actual professional Russian army get involved. This is where we're talking about the Armadas, the BMP-3s. The Guards Army are the professional army who have the best of everything. I think we could see them. I don't know. They seem to be doing it. Will we see them in the format as they exist now? I don't know, because I'm not Russian MOD, and they seem to change up to whatever situation's in front of them and mix it up to be able to match up with it. Not always successfully, but they tend to do it more and more often. Wyatt, what is the average ground gained right now?
Recently, very little, like 10 recently.
Yeah.
Like 2 weeks ago, it was like 20 square kilometers.
They seem to be.
It's getting slower. Maybe it's a winter.
Yeah, that's what I think too. But there may be an operational pause, because they were pounding. I mean, they were pounding Ukraine by the air. And one of these
Christmas
days,
is coming, right?
yeah, that's true too. In one of these days, with all that up in the air, they're going to move behind it. It would only make sense. And if you talk about combined arms warfare, that is combined arms warfare. I think that we'll see them, as they move further west, maybe open up. How do I want to put this? When they go into cities, instead of, well, they're already doing it now. Instead of just trying to go down the road, take the first 2 houses and fight all the way through the city, they're just going to flatten it. And with the refugees that are being taken out of these areas and forced to the west, is actually, it was done in Germany to slow down Allied forces. So that could be part of the thinking behind it. I don't know if it is, but I look at everything. There's so many things that could be happening that you don't know if they are happening or not. I predicted that the war would be over in 2003. So how am I doing? I think 2006. How can they not be? If you just not be at the snapping point at this point? You know, they're basically whining, putting themselves into these cities, you know, fortress cities, to defend to the death. But after that's done, there's nothing behind you, kind of deal. So I don't really understand what their game is. If they can get them, you know, will we see a huge knockout head-to-head fight? I doubt it. But I think you'll see the Russians even go quicker to the West until they reach the operational goals that they want. And I predict Zelensky's gone and Zelensky will be the one that's in place. I don't think the American guy's going to make it. I think it's going to be Zelensky who gets pulled out, because I think the EU and the UK are ruling things now more than America is. And that's what I think.
Yeah. I just want to add politically, because during negotiations, if it's true that they really tried to attack the house where Putin was in it, if it's true, Putin is going to say easily, if you want to have negotiations, it's going to be only on my turn, so you need to surrender, and we're going to do it on my turn from now on. Because during negotiations, you don't even want to have peace, you want to kill me, and I'm not going to accept that. That's going to be my mindset if I was Putin. I just continue the war? Fine, you want to stop it? You have my terms, you have my points. These are them, nothing else. I am thinking it's going to be something like that. I am a little bit believing they really tried to bomb Putin's house, to attack Putin's house, because I'm seeing them doing that. And Zelensky said that a few weeks before, during an interview or during his declaration, something like that, that he was willing to see Putin dead. So I refer that fragment also about his words. And a few weeks later, Russia claimed an attack, a try to. But I don't think we're going to see 2026 as the end of Ukrainian conflict. I hope so, because I hope it ends tomorrow or even today. It's not going to happen. And like you said, attacking more from the west, so reaching more to Odessa. That's something that we're already saying for years during the open mics, that taking the whole coastline that's owned by Ukraine and put it in the Russian possession and taking Odessa is going to be strategically the best scenario for Russia. Also for the future after war, that they can keep the coastline completely for them. But for the rest, I am completely agreeing with the predictions that Vaughn and Mehdi are saying. It's a very difficult one, because we're always next to it. We're always thinking like Ukraine is going to collapse, and they never collapse. It's to their credits, what the army, what the mentality that they have. And I don't think everything is forced of their mentality, that they are not, I mean, Stalin's way, like in Second World War, that the Russians had the one-way tickets. I don't believe really that. But come on, I don't see other armies taking it so long mentally. It's a disgusting war also. Imagine in the beginning the trench warfare that actually gradually stopped because it's impossible anymore with the drones. But the type of war the Ukrainians and the Russians are getting to, wow, there's not one to be in it. No war is one to be in it, but that type of war is fucking hell. It's fucking hell. People don't understand that, but it's hell. I think real hell is less hell than that hell that they are seeing. I don't know if you want to add something to that, Wyatt, or Coping, if you want to do.
No, my prediction is different though. So I would say on the battlefield, I expect the civilians' offensive to continue, and they will start to get close to Sloviansk. Orikhiv likely to fall, so all four cities of the Zaporizhia line will be under Russian control. This is what I expect. I think Kupiansk will still survive. Kupiansk will hold, because I think Russia is not serious about Kupiansk. I think they're just not so serious about that place. So I think the focus will be in Donetsk. Pokrov and Minograd will be secured. They'll push north. And then a lot of these open grounds north of Pokrov will be all taken. full capture of all of Donetsk probably not yet, but probably we'll end the year with the Russians getting close to. They'll start to have this containing of the Kramatorsk and Slovians, more or less starting to form by the end of the year. I got a feeling of that. Konstantinivka might fall. Might fall. Konstantinivka. But tentatively looks a bit difficult. It looks like it's not falling yet. But of course, we never know what the Russians plan to do because they often just don't do what we think they're going to do. But technologically wise, I think we'll start to see laser weapons in Ukraine, particularly on the Russian side. Especially on the Russian side. They'll start to use a laser weapon to shoot down drones. And I think once they establish it, they know how to use it effectively. They'll be installing it on every single armored vehicle. Then we'll start to see the return of mechanized armor. For now, without the anti-drone lasers, I don't think we'll see armor assault coming back anytime soon. For now, it's too risky. When they do it, they all die. So it's not worth the money and the risk.
If that is true, it can be really game changer in the warfare. Is that true that they imagine until the summer they can manage to have that and they're really starting to use that? We can see sort of game changer. About something and also
they've already got systems deployed from China and Russia on those Kamaz armored vehicles. It's a small laser. I think it's got like a 5-kilometer range, 10-second max burn time.
And they are effective?
I mean, I don't know how quick it is from target to target, but I mean, it wasn't so big that you couldn't see it mounted on different vehicles. Or if you're going to have a column of vehicles, you have a vehicle with those mounted on it to defend the column, like air defense.
Did you saw already some effectiveness of it or not? Or we don't have any stats of that?
No, I mean there's only a few deployed, and there were certain units, so I would imagine there's no real data on it, how effective they are or anything.
I also saw there is a US company developing this maybe AI, a guided gun. Basically, it's just a normal gun, but they are able to use AI to track drones, and then they just fire just a few rounds, it will take down a drone. Very accurate, super high accurate. And maybe Russia may be developing something similar because that is way more effective than laser. Laser, is still
I was going to ask that because
expensive, right?
They had
Wyatt.
Alan.
To what Wyatt's talking about, there's a company that has one that he's talking about like that. It was basically like an AR platform with a drum, and it was fit in the back of a hatchback like a Subaru or something. So that again, another thing. And they had drones hovering around. It would lock a drone, pop, pop, pop. Pop. It was pretty quick.
Very
so it looks
cheap.
like it can even handle a swarm if it has enough warning.
It's very, very cheap.
I was going to ask
fire
that about
those
the
guns.
lasers. How far have the Russians actually gotten with that? Because I know that has been a thing that the Israelis have, for obvious reasons, been wanting to get through for the longest time. And recently they had announced that they call it the Iron Beam. And they had tested it out during the exchange with Hezbollah and stuff like that. And they also with Iran. And of course, the limitations there was the same as they would have with the Iron Dome. For example, the particularly big ballistic missiles it will take too much energy. Like you wouldn't be able to take it down effectively. And even if you did hit it, you still had a problem that it's a pretty big ordnance that falls down and causes a lot of damage. So but more importantly, like the problem they had with the implementation had mostly to do with power supply. And as far as I understood it, now they claim that they have managed to make it effective enough for them to deploy more as a part of the mainstay of their air and missile defense.
Supposedly they deployed one to Somaliland. There's even pictures of them.
Give one to
Why
them.
the hell would they need that in Somaliland? What, is some fucking vultures going to come and drop bombs at them?
You know why you need it in Somaliland? Because when you launch proxy attacks against Yemen and Iran, and they retaliate against the launch point, which wasn't Israel, it was Somaliland, then of course you have some defense there. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I mean, it is a pretty high-end system to bring in if you weren't planning on doing something that would attract the kind of attention you need a laser system for.
But that was
they're not even giving them like a used Iron Dome.
But is that verified though? Because that sounds really.
I'd have to go back and look, but there was a picture of the system and the guys shaking hands, and it looked like a group of diplomats and Somali people, maybe, like doing a photo op for the arrival of this vehicle. But that's what I was saying. They plan on doing stuff from Somaliland, so they need to protect whatever they're going to use there.
There was something I was willing to point out where they were busy about speaking about Trump saying about his new battleships, that the ship was not nuclear powered. And I was staggered by that. I was like, dude, you're making fucking big ship with laser guns. Nuclear power is like the ideal thing for that type of ships if you want to use lasers on it. And there was something in my mind about that. Also, and my prediction for 2026 and my nerdy way of thinking, I want to see some Oreshniks this year also. Just saying. The lasers, yeah.
We forgot Taiwan.
Yeah. Speak a lot of it. And if Alan is allowed to speak, or is capable to speak, if he is willing to do his predictions for Ukraine for 2026, you're more than welcome to do it, Alan.
Oh, yeah, man. Good to see you guys. Honestly, I mean, I've talked about this before. I think it'll be a slow year, slow grind. I think by the end of the year, the Russians will be at the gates of Zaporozhye. And either Kramatorsk and Slavyansk will have been taken, or at least will be in the process of being taken. I think Kupiansk is going to turn into another Bakhmut before the summer is over, with the amount of resources both sides are starting to push in there and how much of a slog fest it is for both sides right now. I know I could be wrong, and next week the Ukrainians give up the city, but whatever, we'll see. I think we're on the verge of one of the largest and complete economic collapses in world history. I'm still a young man, and I've lived through 4 quote-unquote once-in-a-lifetime economic events. I don't see why 5 is going to make any difference, especially with 7 companies operating 75% of the economy, record double-digit unemployment in my generation, not just in the United States, but across the world. Up to 65-70% of the West's retirement plans being invested into, like I said, these 7 companies. So if they lose value whatsoever, the millions of people lose their life savings. If AI succeeds, the unemployment rises. If AI fails, unemployment rises. So we're on track for a very fun year, another very fun 5 years probably. I think with Taiwan building 90% of the high-powered chips that are required for the West to have a functioning economic backbone, China is now given the precedent, just like America just captured Maduro after making a deal with him and evacuating him safely from the treacherous arms of his countrymen. I think now that China can just go ahead and make a deal with the leadership of Taiwan and do the exact same thing. And America, of course, there is no morals in geopolitics, so this would immediately spark a global war, but it would be a completely unjustified war, so that would be very fun as well. I'm going to keep muting myself just in case there's a lot of background noise, so just let me know if I need to mute myself or anything like that.
It's nice to see you again, Alan. It's been quite a while. Yeah, I actually, you mentioned the United States and the economic situation. I came across it happened a while ago, but the Americans have started to cut the interest rates, and Powell had said like that was not going to happen at all. And once when I came across it and one looked a little bit into it, it would be predictable that he would be reducing the interest rates, and it was actually surprising that he was able to keep it up for as long as he did, because the inflation has not been countered, and actually when they do reduce it, it's actually quantitative. It's to the point, because they've already reduced and they're already priming the market for lower interest. There's forewarning that they're going to keep cutting the interest rates, which is in effect quantitative easing, meaning the opposite of fighting inflation. And this is they couldn't really do anything else, because the debt that the United States have accrued already was so high that yeah, they ended up having to just yield. Like if the only other alternative they had was actually taking upon more debt in order to pay the service debt. So this would actually, the way they're doing it now slows down what seems to be an inevitable crash, and it seems inevitable because what the United States need to avoid this.
It's a lose-lose situation. It's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah, because it really hinges on almost entirely on that there will be some growth miracle, something that is like astonishingly good at growth. And I mean, even if you were to be having, let's say, something with AI or something, that's unlikely to actually change much of the situation, because the growth factor actually is very conditioned on the rest of the world as well. Right? So it's kind of like it seems like a pretty bad situation to be in. However, maybe you guys are going to be just communistic UBI and that stuff, and then utopia and shit. It's going to be just wonderful, I'm sure.
Well, if you have UBI, you get almost immediate hyperinflation, or I would not hyperinflation. You get stagflation immediately, where because everyone's going to have a fixed income, everything's just going to explode in price while having no actual gain in value. Something else I wanted to note. Long-time people here know I work for the local government here, and I'm tied in pretty closely to how real estate operates across most of the Eastern Seaboard. 2025 is the first year in, I think, 12 or 13 years with a year-over-year decline in median home value, which goes against the grain for, I think, what is it, everybody's projections or something like that. Literally everyone's projections. It's in for a very fun time, and with the fun little added tidbit of the ethnic hatred brewing in this country, it's going to be a very fun year.
Hey guys, before you go, I'm going to bounce, but there is something I wanted to say. Congratulations to Vaughn and to all the panel members who received votes. You guys deserve it. You guys are always here. You're always enjoyable to watch. And my last 2026 prediction is Vaughn wins it again, the son of a bitch.
No, fuck you. I'm going to campaign against it. Not this year. That's not your year.
I'm also very satisfied that Vaughn became the speaker, but Vaughn, you do know that the new DPA Open Mic here, it should be a little bit shameful for you, not that we have a new DPA Open Mic, but that you let me become the very first member. Where's your membership, Vaughn? I know Wyatt can say it, but I'm going to fucking shame you, and I'm going to keep shaming you until you get that membership. Because I voted you in for Speaker of the Year. I campaigned for you to be Speaker of the Year precisely because of that, but it also goes without saying you should become
I think I am a member.
Are you?
Yeah, I should be. I'll have to check.
On the main channel, probably. Maybe it's the main channel.
No comments.
Well, I'll have to fix that.
Yes, you do. I am actually the only member. So, like, folks.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I am
Open
the
my
only
channel,
member.
Coping is the only one. The current one. This one, only Coping is the only YouTube member.
Yeah, where are these people that are investing in us by giving super memberships?
Oh yeah, he. So Iranian Putin have a fallout with me because he was against me promoting one of the mod. Then he revolted, and then he led a exodus of 30 people left the server.
That's why I'm not a member anymore.
Wait, what? He had a fallout with you because of a mod in what, Discord?
Because I promoted a mod, which he disapproved. But the thing is, I never operate in.
Hey, can you guys hear Wyatt?
I don't like
I
black
can't
nails.
hear Wyatt.
You can't hear me?
I can hear
you
Wyatt.
hear me? Yeah. So it's. Oh no, Alan's
Alan, can you hear me?
broken.
Can you hear me? Alan?
I can hear everybody. Yeah, I can hear everybody except Wyatt. I see Wyatt talking.
You know, I mean, the picture of Alan is small. I like Alan's Nick Fuentes vibe with the stash and the hair.
He's looking like a modern musketeer.
No.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Southside Chicago, deep dish pizza.
Call me biased. I'm just going to say that our Nick Fuentes is way cooler than Nick Fuentes.
Absolutely.
but
Hey
if
guys,
you can, Alan,
can you hear me?
2026
Yeah.
for you, Alan. You need to come more also because you're one of the top tier panels list persons.
Yeah, I would love to. I also got to get married this year. You guys are invited.
Oh, cool! I can visit you next.
Congratulations.
You got me engaged?
Not you, except you, Lambo. Except you, Lambo. You're not.
Well, yeah, you're good. That's a good call, Alan. You can't bring the third world in here.
Exactly.
It's my turn to say congratulations both to Juan. Well done. Was expected, obviously. No one comes close. But also congratulations to Wyatt. Finally, something other is happening in the world. You know, the channel will maybe grow again, and so. And the thing in Venezuela, I have listened to you guys a bit, but I'm coming home late, so I just wanted to join to be a bit of a contrarian because you guys have maybe a bit of a recency bias. Obviously, it's a great coup that the Americans did. I'm not sure it's resolved the situation in Venezuela. I think it will linger a bit. Maduro was not a real charismatic leader. He was a failure anyway, even if he didn't get caught, in my opinion. I'm not a follower of his kind of ideology anyway, but the guy before him, Chavez, was a much more impressive, charismatic leader. So Maduro was kind of a real bad solution that they had. It was a really impressive coup by the Americans, you know, even if it was maybe with some bought off generals and stuff, you know, and prepared by CIA and whatever. But the guys who went in, you know, they couldn't count on that every one of the Venezuelan soldiers were in the deal, you know. Maybe some of them haven't had gotten the memo and they could have fired back at them, you know. So it was really impressive stuff that they did. But let's see how this will resolve. I'm not sure that this is really resolved already. It will, I think, take some more, sorry for the noise, weeks to see how this will develop. And regards to predictions for this year, I think Ukraine will go on at least for this year. It will be slow grinding for, in my opinion, another year, because Ukrainians are not ground down to the level that I think the Russians want to have before they go big in. And let's see if there is also a deal done on Ukraine. I doubt so. I think the Europeans and also the American side is still very much in it, and they're trying to keep the Russians down. Regarding China, China is also holding their feet still. You know, they didn't help Russia a lot. They sold drones as much to Ukraine as, or components at least, as to Russia. So everybody's still kind of waiting how something develops. And you guys talked a lot about the economy, and I think it's maybe the economy. People are waiting how the economy develops before they make big moves. I think 2026 will not be a big year of resolving stuff. It will be just more of the same. So that's it. Have a good new year, guys, and see you.
Thank you,
Happy New
Goyen.
Year. Thanks a lot.
So anyway, just nice. I also want to do closing now because I need to get out of house in like 20 minutes time. So closing, Lambo.
So I actually America already did a movie about kidnapping Maduro. It's called Expendables 5, starring one plane, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Chuck Norris, and all the other mega actors. They went there and they kidnapped Maduro. It was not 150 planes and the Delta Force and all that shit. They already made the movie. It's just to say, like, I hope they're going to make a movie of it with 150 planes and Delta Forces and all the preparations. I think it's going to be if it's really like that, America just showed force. They showed they are still very big and dangerous for the enemies, and they still have it. I think it's one next to Russia right now, and Ukraine is still one of the most experienced military forces on the planet. I am against it. It's depending how you see it. It's a yes and a no, but that is my opinion, and I don't care. I think it's going to be. I hope for the Venezuelan population is going to be a change. I really hope, in a positive way. The conflict of Ukraine, you already said that I don't see end for 2026, and I just want to see it stop it. And for the rest, congrats to Vaughn. I forgot the second and third place. Who was the second and third place, Wyatt? You can speak. Was it Toby, wasn't it?
I need to check.
Yeah, it was a tie, so I am third because there was a tie. So there are 2 second places, and I have bronze. I'm going to crack it. Champagne. Yeah. No, I think I had 17 votes, so thank you very much for that one, guys. I just love you all participating on the DPA. Yeah.
Second is a tie. Sorry. Second is a tie, Gabriel and Desi.
Desi and Gabriel. Yeah. Yeah. Need to be these two also.
Then Lambo is a single person third.
Yeah. Unique. Yeah, it's going to be. No, I don't care, but for the fun, I'm going to battle against Vaughn. I'm going to take the revenge. I'm going to fight little Belgium against United States of America. I'm going to see if the Belgian beer can win it against the American gun. No. For the super chat, waiting for the EU sanction package for US. No, US is sugar daddy of EU. Stays that. Always said that. I wanted to add it also in my closing. It's EU. Europe uses America still as a sugar daddy. We can't do anything without our daddy United States. So forget about that one. They're going to say nothing about, and it's happened always like that in the past. They're going to say, naughty boy, and that's it. But yeah, cool. Have a nice one. And I hope also for the futures, we need to have the more veteran speakers and more new speakers, and happy to see Alan. Very happy. Sadly too late at the end, but I hope for the next times, if you have time, please join. You're one of the big ones, and always nice to have you.
Thank you, Lambo. Alan closing, because Alan is driving, so I let him go first. Not safe. Can you help me tell him, because he cannot hear me?
Alan, Wyatt is giving the closing over to you because you might be driving and you want you to be able to finish first.
Yeah, I still can't hear Wyatt. Thanks, Wyatt. Well, once again, Wyatt, congrats. Happy New Year to everybody. I saw Wyatt's New Year's video. Hopefully your New Year's prayers are being answered. But for closing, perfect timing. Someone just passed me in a car with a Ukrainian trident on it. As if symbolic. I think I hit a few points when I came in where I think things are going. I do hope to be able to come to a few more of these, especially throughout the year, make it more regular once again. I'm just trying to think of a few things. I'd like to see where I'd like to come back and have an opportunity to maybe start redoing the old America panels, or like the national panels that I did a couple of years ago with Wyatt and with Vaughn and all the different people. Maybe a youth Gen Z panel, kind of try to talk to some of the younger guys in the chat, see what perspectives are there, right? Maybe do some interview style conversations with some of the older guys to see if we can have a perspective to see, like, one by one, what does Vaughn think about XYZ and things like that. So I think that'd be an interesting opportunity. I think Ukraine is going to be a continued shithole. I think America is going to continue to play fun games on the world stage, and I'm just curious to see where AI goes. I'm not a big buyer into it, but clearly the world thinks it's important, so let's see where it goes, right, guys? and that'll be it.
Thank you, Alan. Coping closing.
Yes.
Keep it short.
So just relaying from Wyatt to you, Alan. Thank you, and I also have to thank you. Your words of coping is so wholesome and just like filling me with it because there's a lot of young people that are in the DPA Open Mic, and as far as I'm concerned, you're the natural big brother in that segment. So you taking the lead, and the good old days with the recordings and panels. Oh, please, Alan, do come back so we can do more of that again, and because they were great. They were some of my favorites. So I'm going to keep it short. Wyatt, thank you so much for hosting these open mics. I love them. I can never overstate exactly how important it is for you folks watching that you try to get on here. It may seem like pointless, but it really isn't. Like once you get used to it, a whole new world awaits you. And if you don't want to get on here, do try at the very least to see if you can get others to come on. So I have been trying that. I haven't been successful. I tried my whole year, and I tried to get anything from YouTubers to people in their audience. I know I showed up on the people's open mic or call-ins or whatever you want. And once I managed to make share some insights and why do I know these things, then I can name drop the DPA Open Mic. Unfortunately, I'm not convincing enough. I can't get you folks in the live chat on here, so don't be so surprised that I'm not able to get folks on the DPA Open Mic. But maybe you, right? And all my fellow speakers here, right? I've said this before, and I'll say this again. You probably have some YouTuber in whatever kind of thing you're watching, be it carpentry or AI or whatever, who also interact with their audience. I recommend you try to encourage them to set up, let the audience come on. That means you also come on. You get to introduce a standard that's useful, like being on camera, for example. That makes it easier to filter out troll and, get the broader set of perspectives introduced. All these, the good things about the DPA Open Mic, especially you regulars, right? It doesn't matter if they are geopolitically oriented, because just like you, who might be a geopolitical geek, you have other interests as well. And when you go to these channels, where you will find other people who are also interested in geopolitics, it will naturally follow. So yeah, I want to thank those of Wyatt again. I want to thank all of my fellow guests. I love meeting you guys. This is my place of coping. And I also want to thank all of you folks who are watching. Thank you, all of you, especially those of you who have super chatted. That's incredibly nice of you. And I hope you guys do come on. And if not, in any case, I wish you a happy new year, and I wish you a great week ahead. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Coping. Vaughn, closing.
Yeah, I just want to thank Wyatt for, as always, providing the open mic platform so we can come on here and talk about all kinds of stuff. And like I always say, you guys need to come on. It's not a big deal. I mean, come on. If you're in the group chat, it's a good time. Lots of stuff to talk about. Lots of subjects. Like Coping said, tons of different subjects. Whatever you're interested in, it's there. But you got to come on the show and get some skin in the game. And also support Wyatt, with super chats. That's always appreciated, and memberships and stuff like that, because that helps them get the maps out. It helps try to expand and maybe do more and try to get some more reach and fight the shadow banning and all that. And I want to thank everybody that voted for me. Maybe even if there were some Chechens, especially, a thank you. We got each other's back. No. Anyway, like with Ukraine, I figure it'll just continue to be where all the fighting is. It'll continue. Maybe Kupiansk will be the hot spot this week, just because it seems like something's going on there. Maybe the Russians will push back in. Maybe there'll be another big counterattack. But I think that might be kind of the focal point. And then Gule-Pole will probably be another one, everything east of that. I don't think obviously there's stuff around Orkiv and, Kamenyansky and all that, but I think Kupiansk and probably Gule-Pole is probably the two to watch this week. See what picks up. Because I kind of agree with what Mehdi was saying, too. I do think coming from the east towards Zaporizhia is probably going to be a lot easier, especially if they can get into Orkiv and secure that southern, flank from Orkiv all the way down there, and then just keep coming west, because there's really not a whole lot to stop them. With Venezuela, I mean, it's too early to say. I mean, given the rhetoric of the sitting government after Maduro's removal, I would say it's probably going to be at least a week or two before there's any like real, you know, hard facts about what's going on or what's happening or who's in charge, and if people are actually on the ground getting stuff, you know, surveyed, and, you know, work crews are going to start coming in, and, you know, engineers, all this stuff he says he needs to, you know, repair the infrastructure and get the oil flowing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't see any kind of like uprising or, you know, counterattack from the Venezuelan government. So maybe, you know, and it's entirely possible that the vice president of Venezuela is saying what she's saying for domestic consumption, and in reality, they're making a deal behind the scenes. You know, I mean, if Maduro made a deal, it's entirely possible that they can make a deal. I mean, they didn't take her out. They didn't apparently try to kill any of the other government. So maybe there's already something in place. Maybe they're closer than people think. But yeah, I would say maybe this week there probably won't be much in the way of actual details about what's going to happen. But that's all I got. Everybody have a good week. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, Vaughn. Happy New Year,
Bye-bye.
everyone. So, bye, guys. So, my turn to do closing, and I also need to run off soon. So, anyway, thank you, everyone, for watching the DPA Open Mic episode 156, where Capturado, Maduro got taken in the middle of the night, and Iran protests have turned violent. A very, very good open mic today. So I cannot talk too much because I need to head out in a while. I need to do some driving. So see you guys soon, and I'll see you guys in the next report. Most likely, of course, should be the Ukrainian Frontline Changes report, most likely. Yeah, I'll see what I can do with other reporting, and also I have started a new segment called Summary, similar to the Ukrainian War Summary, which is a very opinion centric thing, but this is going to be on geopolitics and news. So thank you everyone for watching. Do support. You can become a YouTube member, but there's nothing much other than the emoticons, but no in terms of on open mic. But anyway, support anyway I will appreciate. Don't worry too much about it. So thank you for watching. I'll drop the outro, and I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
Share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fuck your safe space. Let's go, we are live. DPA Open Mic, DPA, we are live. We are live. We are live. Vengan por mí, cobardes, aquí los espero. Come and get me, Trump, I dare you, pero no me entrego nunca, manos fuera de aquí. Your bounty's fake, you'll never catch me, see. Chest out talking, cameras roll, laughing loud, playing the role. Catch me then, he screams so free, didn't hear the night move quietly. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. You talk so big, but now you're mine. Handcuffed, blindfolded, end of the line. Large-scale strike, no place to run. Justice is served, the job is done. No speeches now, no flags, no crowd. Engines hum, no talking loud. You dared the world, you rolled the dice. Now read the bill, that's the price. Vengan por mí, vengan por mí. He dared the world, thought he'd be free. Caught in the night, capturado, capturado. Maduro's down, capturado, terminado, capturado, capturado, capturado. From palace throne to chains he goes. Vengan por mí. But they came fast, caught at last, caught at last. Yo nunca me rí. Too late, you're caught now. Hey, 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 vengan por mí, vengan por mí. Caught in the night, captured at last.